Chapter 401, The Little Donkey's Persistence. Chapter 401, The Little Donkey's Persistence. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Within the past 2 weeks, besides the 3 autonomous zones, the construction of the remaining city had gone on as per usual. However, everyone had their eyes on the battle between the autonomous zones and Wang Baoli. As a result, no one noticed the strange new face in the new city. Of course, even if there had been no such fight, this additional presence wouldn't have been discovered. After all, while there hadn't been a mass influx of new residents to the city, the current city population had already exceeded 200 million people. One person to such a vast city was akin to a grain of sand to a vast desert. That was especially so when this person was adept at disguising his looks and concealing his presence. Perhaps, his cultivation was of such a high and unfathomable level, resulting in his presence not being easily detected. At present, in the new city zone under Jin Duoming's charge, within one of its alleys, there was a young cultivator dressed in blue robes conversing happily with someone he had just gotten to know, but had nevertheless become good friends with. "Brother Jiang, the person you're talking about, is it our city Lord Wang? He's an important figure. He's really amazing." The cultivator beside the blue-robed young man seemed to have drank quite a bit of wine. The man next to him said something. He laughed and replied. City Lord Wang graduated from the ethereal Dao College, one of the 4 Dao colleges. He progressed up the ranks swiftly. He is the true nobody who ascended up the ranks, step by step, to reach where he is today. The blue-robed young man smiled and nodded as he listened to the other speak. He didn't say much himself. They walked further and further away into the distance. His partner didn't realize that there was a fire burning deep inside the blue-robed man's eyes. It was like the dark fire, burning strong without signs of extinguishing. His partner also didn't know that this young man in blue robes whom he had just befriended wasn't someone from the new city. What he was seeing wasn't the latter's true form. Perhaps, what he should really look like, was a figure covered in black robes, from head to toe. They walked further into the distance. An hour passed. Suddenly, a black figure dashed from afar into this quiet alley. It revealed itself as it neared. It was the donkey. Nobody in the city had noticed the strangeness of this blue-robed young man, but the faint scent that it exuded didn't escape the donkey, whose obsession with food had reached perverse extremes. From the initial construction of the new city zone to its current transformation into a new city, the donkey had been seemingly wandering around, leaving behind random and indiscernible tracks. In fact, it had been searching for the food that it had eaten previously and couldn't get out of its mind. But the food was cunning. The donkey had been searching for it for a very long time but hadn't been able to find it. It didn't give up though. It continued to persevere. Finally, today, it caught a scent similar to that of the food. It was slightly different, but seemed to originate from the same source. It had raced over excitedly. It sniffed around in the alley, seemingly surprised and confused as to why the scents were similar and yet different. It didn't think too much about it though. It swallowed visibly and, with eyes shining, it continued searching. The donkey wanted the food all to itself. It wasn't going to let Wang Baoli know about its discovery, not that Wang Baoli had time to waste on the donkey anyways. From the way Wang Baoli saw it, it was good that the donkey was out and about. At least it was taking care of its own meals. Else, if it had stuck religiously to his side, the thought of its bottomless pit of a stomach, and how it never seemed satisfied after a meal might drive Wang Baoli into slaughtering it once and for all. As a result, he only checked up on the donkey's condition daily to ensure that its life signs remained stable. Besides that, Wang Baoli didn't pay it much attention. He would then leave his office and return to his residence. Wang Baoli seldom visited his new residence in the new city since he had an entire office building to himself. Be it seclusion or refining dharmic artifacts, he had a designated space for it. There were also numerous cultivators and employees from various departments in the building, as well as more female cultivators than male cultivators, which made it very pleasing to the eye. However, Wang Baoli finally felt slightly inappropriate for staying such a length of time in the office. Especially when it came to studying dharmic armaments and their refinement. If something were to happen and resulted in a building collapse, it would adversely affect others. After some consideration, Wang Baoli decided to continue his study of dharmic armaments at his own residence. His residence had been constructed and allocated alongside the other buildings in the new city, and it wasn't far from his office building. It was located in an isolated area that was heavily guarded to ensure the safety of the residents. He wasn't the only resident in the area. It had been divided up into lots for 10 separate residences. Besides him, those who were eligible to stay there were the other mayors as well as Deputy City Lord Li Wana. However, like him, the rest seldom stayed here. At present, Wang Baoli returned to his residence. He activated the array formation to isolate the area from external disturbances and interruptions and began his daily training. Through his daily training and the augmentation from the dark qi, his cultivation had advanced rapidly. Within a brief span of time, he had reached the peak of the late-stage foundation establishment realm and wasn't far from the perfected stage. His rate of progress made Wang Baoli immensely happy. He felt that reaching the core formation realm within 3 years wasn't an impossible goal. Once he reached the core formation realm, even should there be something wrong with his military warrant, he would have a sufficiently strong cultivation to protect himself while he advanced further in his career. Core Formation Realm Cultivator and Dharmic Armament Master, if I possess both criteria. I can even try to fight for a primary rank 2 noble. Wang Baoli raised his head proudly. He could sense that he was inching closer to his goal of becoming the Federation President. If he could just work slightly harder, it would be within reach. Federation President. The thought of that title excited Wang Baoli. He took some time to calm himself down and continue his training. It went on for a few days before he finally ended his meditation and began his study on dharmic armaments. With regard to the spirit integration and heavenly evocation required for a dharmic armament, Wang Baoli thought the former an easier step to address. The important step was the latter. However, he still had no idea how to go about doing it after studying it for so long. He didn't lose patience though. He knew that many challenges existed in the refinement of dharmic armaments. He just had to go through them one at a time. Wang Baoli continued his seclusion. Besides the donkey, the rest of the new city carried on with life as usual. The construction of the autonomous zones picked up pace. The new city's look changed from day to day. It began to resemble a great capital city as construction continued and improvements were made to perfect the design. During this period, the donkey was busy searching through the entire new city. Its obsession with food made it forget exhaustion. It even resorted to staking out certain areas a couple of times. There were even a few times it narrowly missed its target, but that didn't lessen its enthusiasm. There was another person in the new city who had first been relieved, then had slowly grown mad, and finally ended up gnashing his teeth. This person was Wen Huai. The cause of his gnashing of teeth was Liu Daobin. He could do nothing to Liu Daobin, as he had been sent by Wang Baoli to keep an eye on him. Liu Daobin was good at his job. He immediately took over the disciplinary aspects of the zone, and he was experienced and familiar with his work. Wen Huai was beginning to suspect that Liu Daobin had been in this line of work since he was a young boy. He wasn't wrong. Since Liu Daobin had entered college, he had been in this business, working for Wang Baoli. He had been doing this while Wang Baoli had been around. After Wang Baoli left, he had continued with his work. He was the master of this trade. Under the masterful supervisor Liu Daobin's watchful eyes, everyone in Wen Huai's new zone was in danger. There were even signs of Wen Huai being overthrown and replaced. There had been times when Wen Huai had been simmering with frustration, with no outlet for his venting. He had almost imploded then. He wasn't the only one in this state. Similar troubles faced Fang Jing and Chen Mu in their respective autonomous zones. They didn't have it as bad as Wen Huai, though, as not everyone had the same kind of expertise as Liu Daobin. Wen Huai and Fang Jing were reminded of how difficult Wang Baoli could be and chose to swallow their frustrations. Chen Mu, on the other hand, couldn't take it lying down. He felt resentful towards Wang Baoli. At the same time, he was also deeply displeased with his fiancée, Li Wana. He couldn't help but think about the legendary dubious recording of the two. If it had been in the past, he might have been able to set the matter aside and not think too much about it. However, at present, simmering with resentment and aggrievement, his thoughts began to linger on the matter. He grew increasingly uncomfortable with the thing and decided to contact Shui Yixian again and ask for the video. Shui Yixian, I know you have a younger brother called Shui Yifan. He's a war soldier your family has been grooming for you. You need to subdue him. I heard he's recently gone slightly out of control. I can help you with your problem. What you need to do is to hand over that video in its entirety to me. Chapter 402, Counter. Chapter 402, Counter. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Shui Yixian, who had lost the fight on Mars and returned to his family clan, considered Chen Mu's proposal seriously. His eyes flashed. He hadn't released the video earlier and had said what he had said. On the surface, it seemed like good intentions on his part, but his true intentions had been to instigate a fierce battle between Chen Mu and Wang Baoli. He would be happy regardless of who lost. While he hated Wang Baoli tremendously, there were unavoidable tensions and conflict between the Zhou family and the Chen family, despite them both belonging to the five-generation Sky clan, a single entity with unified interests. Many from the Zhou family had been harboring desires to push the Chen family off the pedestal and take over their position of authority. That was why Shui Yixian had done the opposite of what he had wanted in order to lower Chen Mu's guard. He knew that Chen Mu would continue to obsess over the video as long as he couldn't view it. Many a time, a grudge wasn't formed directly but through such obsessing. It was like the devil's gradual invasion into one's mind. That was how archenemies were formed. But Shui Yixian knew that Chen Mu was no fool. Even though the latter might not know what he was doing, it wouldn't take him long to realize Shui Yixian's tactics. When that happened, Shui Yixian would be placed in a more passive position. The conditions of exchange that Chen Mu was offering now were in Shui Yixian's favor. The only thing he was worried about was what Wang Baoli would think. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about Wang Baoli's views or opinions, but Wang Baoli was now the lord of a city. He was a primary rank 3 noble. His status was vastly different from that in the past. Even with his current status, he is still at the Foundation establishment realm. He can't fight his way into the Zhou family. Even if he is unhappy, he will only vent his anger on Chen Mu. This has nothing to do with me. The gears in Shui Yixian's head spun furiously. He soon reached his decision. Deal. In the new Martian city, within the autonomous zone, Chen Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered after he had reached an accord with Shui Yixian. Shui Yixian is a man with great ambitions but insufficient talent. Does he think he can really fool me with such petty tricks? An icy glint flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. He had seen through Shui Yixian's attempt to bait him and to add fuel to the fire, but he didn't care. He would find some way to get back at Shui Yixian in the future. What mattered most at present was to take a look at the video. That would determine his attitude towards Li Wanna. Part of it had to do with a man's pride. Another part was because he was worried about the negative impact that would arise if Li Wanna switched sides at the most critical moment. Filled with various concerns and thoughts, Chen Mu deliberated for a moment. Then, he immediately contacted his people inside the family clan and began a hunt for Shui Yifan. Chen Mu's reach and power might have been controlled and restrained on Mars. He hadn't had the chance to display it before Wang Baoli. But on Earth, as the eldest son of the Chen family, even if he wasn't guaranteed to be the heir, the connections and power he possessed weren't to be underestimated. Through his utilizing of his connections, he was able to locate where Shui Yifan was very quickly. A week passed. Wang Baoli, who had been meditating in his residence and studying the Dharmic armament's heavenly evocation technique, suddenly received a voice transmission from the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College. As the sound of the voice transmission rang next to his ear, Wang Baoli split his concentration between answering it while trying his best to control and manipulate the glowing sphere of spirit energy he had conjured. This was the result of his studying the Dharmic armament, an attempt to direct the energies of heaven and earth by using his own spirit chi as a medium. Sect Lord, what's the matter? I'm refining Dharmic armaments at the moment. Wang Baoli manipulated the glowing spirit chi sphere while bragging. He could imagine the sect lord's surprise and what he was going to say after hearing Wang Baoli's words. Wang Baoli didn't receive what he had expected. The sect lord seemed not to have heard what Wang Baoli said regarding his refining Dharmic armaments. His voice was deep and serious. It was like thunder booming in Wang Baoli's ears. "Baoli, there's something I have to tell you. Yesterday evening, Zhui Yifan should have returned to the college after completing his mission, but he was ambushed and injured heavily. Coincidentally, there was a party of merchants from the 5-generation Sky Clan Shui family nearby. Because of Zhui Yifan's status, he was saved by the merchant party." When the sect lord said that, emotions rippled in Wang Baoli. The glowing spirit chi sphere before him grew unstable and, with a loud bang, exploded instantly. It formed a sudden energy wave that surged outward, hitting the walls. His hair was swept by the force, and a cold light shone in his eyes. And? Wang Baoli's voice had gone deeper. He sat, unmoving. "He was sent directly to the Zhou family residence by the party. We have not heard from him since. We immediately contacted the Zhou family when we heard about this, but Zhui Yifan is from the Zhou family. After all, the college isn't in the position to make any comments. The Grand Supreme Elder has gone out traveling and isn't in the college. I know your relationship with Zhui Yifan is close, that's why I've called to inform you. But don't worry too much about this. Zhui Yifan is a disciple of our ethereal Tao college. I will think of something to get the Zhou family to release him as soon as possible. If you have anyone who can help out, you might want to ask around for favors as well. This might speed things up." The sect lord ended the voice transmission after finishing. He knew that Wang Baoli wouldn't simply sit around and wait after finding out about this. If Wang Baoli weren't a primary rank 3 noble and the lord of a city, if he didn't enjoy his current reputation and fame, the ethereal Tao college's sect lord wouldn't have told him what he just did. But now, in the sect lord's eyes, Wang Baoli's status and position meant he was akin to the highest-ranking official of an independent region. Should he step in, he would be able to exert considerable influence on this matter. He shared the same conclusions with the sect lord. In fact, his own conclusions might be more extreme. After the sect lord ended the voice transmission, Wang Baoli's breathing quickened slightly. The icy glint in his eyes transformed into murder. He stood up suddenly. The cultivation inside his body started churning, and the walls around him turned to ice. Zhui Xian. The expression on Wang Baoli's face was dark and stormy. He was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Zhui Yifan was his good friend. He was a member of the Adonis Association. He was his brother, whom he had survived death with. In any case, anyone could tell that something wrong and suspicious was going on. Wang Baoli knew what Zhui Yifan meant to Zhui Xian. He was the war soldier that the Zhou family had groomed for him. However, after entering the ethereal Tao college and befriending Wang Baoli, the wheels of Zhui Yifan's fate had been influenced and had shifted. This had led to everything exceeding Zhui Xian's control. At present, Zhui Yifan, who had been sent back to the Zhou family, must be in grave danger. Wang Baoli knew that even though he was a primary rank 3 noble, and the city lord of the new Martian city, his cultivation wasn't at the core formation realm. It would be hard for him to make the Zhou family budge. Even though the 4 Tao colleges were strong, the ethereal Tao college wasn't the leader of the group. This meant the ethereal Tao college was in an awkward position. In addition, while the sect lord of the ethereal Tao college was a good person and Wang Baoli respected him tremendously, he increasingly sensed how true Lin Yu's earlier assessment of the sect lord was. He began to agree that the sect lord's character was slightly too mild. He lacked decisiveness and forcefulness. Wang Baoli continued thinking about this. He took a deep breath. He thought of someone who could perfectly counter and subvert the power of the Zhou family. He pulled out his voice transmission ring, and he immediately contacted Kong Dao and summoned the latter to see him. Kong Dao soon appeared inside Wang Baoli's residence. When he arrived, he noted the icy glint in Wang Baoli's eyes. He looked at the walls. He had a considering look on his face, but he didn't speak. He stood and stared at Wang Baoli, waiting for the latter to speak. "Brother Kong, I have a personal matter that needs to rely on your family background, as well as the military power of both Mars and Earth. Please let me know if you're not comfortable helping me with this matter." Wang Baoli stared at Kong Dao and said seriously. "Say it." When Kong Dao heard those words, his pupils contracted. He didn't dodge the issue and instead replied in all seriousness as well. "Go to the Zhou family residence. Get Zhui Yifan safely out and bring him here to Mars. Upon hearing the words, "Zhua family," Kong Dao pondered for a moment. He remembered how Wang Baoli had saved his life and gotten him a promotion. Decisiveness flashed in his eyes, and he nodded. "I can get this done. I'll leave immediately. I'll make a trip personally to Earth and to the Zhua family residence, and bring him back. You have my gratitude." It was during moments of crisis that one could tell whether someone was a friend. Kong Dao didn't hesitate in giving his answer. Wang Baoli was moved. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Kong Dao did the same. He turned and took his leave. Then, he quickly activated the control the military had over the Great Martian Array formation and teleported straight to the main Martian city. He boarded a space cruiser and headed straight for Earth. Kong Dao's expression was stern prior to boarding the space cruiser. He knew the challenge he would face in getting this matter done, but he also knew that Wang Baoli had never asked anything of him. That was why he had decided that he must do a good job. As he deliberated, Kong Dao turned on his voice transmission ring and sent a voice transmission to the president's office, where his godfather was. Chapter 403, by the order of City Lord Wang. Chapter 403, by the order of City Lord Wang. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Kong Dao respected his godfather Duan Muke from the bottom of his heart. His primal, beast-like instincts could sense that Duan Muke indeed was like a father to him, hiding his concern and care for him in his heart beneath his stern fatherly demeanor. He believed his instincts. Even so, he didn't dare make requests of him easily. That was why he had contacted the president's office instead to inform the office that he was going to make a trip out of Mars. He submitted his request to Earth's administrative office. The person taking his voice transmission was a woman with a very melodic, soothing voice. He felt it vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place the voice and whom it belonged to. He didn't think much further on it. After ending the transmission, he contacted the Martian military. After a series of preparations, when Kong Dao finally boarded the space cruiser headed for Earth, he had more than 300 men with him. They were all cultivators from the Martian military. Their cultivations were at the Foundation establishment realm, they were no weaklings. The Martian military also dispatched a core formation realm priest to escort the party and guard Kong Dao. After all, Kong Dao was the Martian military's representative in the new city. He also came from a unique background, and his reason for visiting Earth was because of Wang Baoli. All these resulted in the Martian military's enthusiastic support. As a safeguard, Kong Dao had also contacted the military on Earth. He had everything prepared. When his cruiser landed on Earth, he saw a party of 300 sent by Earth's military awaiting him. They were also all at the Foundation establishment realm. They had been instructed to support Kong Dao and complete the mission. There were 3 people in the team who caught Kong Dao's attention. Amongst them was a young woman. She was dressed in a smart uniform and looked sharp. Her extraordinary beauty sent the hearts of everyone around her racing. However, the purity in her eyes and her natural aura inspired shame and sheepishness in those around her. It was as if all impure thoughts fled before her sight. This woman was Zhao Yameng. She was the assistant to the president's office. Her presence here sent a clear message about the Federation president's attitude towards this matter. Behind her were 2 elders whose cultivation levels were extremely high and at the core formation realm. Kong Dao wasn't unfamiliar with these 2 elders. He knew that the Federation had a priest association which had recruited many core formation realm cultivators. These cultivators reported to the Federation president. The presence of these 2 elders also spoke volumes about the Federation president's stance. Kong Dao was heartened and excited by the support that he had gotten from the military on Earth and from his godfather, but he still harbored slight uncertainty. The support that they were showing exceeded his expectations. He had thought that his godfather would simply give his approval. He himself had made separate preparations for that. It seemed that he had no use for them now. 600 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators and 3 Core Formation Realm cultivators. This was a force none of the political forces in the Federation would like to trifle with. The political forces behind this small army were also forces not to be underestimated. The Zhua family was indeed shocked by the sight of the army. Zhua Yixian, especially, began to grow nervous. Kong Dao had brought his army to their home. There was a complete absence of tact in his words. They were blunt and direct to the extreme. I am Kong Dao, Martian military colonel, a mayor of Divine Armament New City, and a secondary rank 3 noble. I am here by the order of the City Lord of Divine Armament New City, Wang Baoli. I have come to take Shui Yifan away. I seek the cooperation of the Zhou family to release him immediately. The master of the Zhou family and many others hadn't known about this fiasco involving Shui Yifan. They had only found out about Zhou Yixian's deal with Chen Mu after Zhou Yixian had imprisoned Shui Yifan. Regardless, what had been done was done, there was nothing more to be said about it. Despite the current complications that had arisen, the Zhou family was still a noble family with a reputation to consider. There was no way they would simply do what others ordered them to and release someone just because someone else said so. In accordance with the rules of society, there should have been a series of negotiation before both parties reached a satisfactory agreement. It would have taken a few days before a settlement was reached. As a result, when faced with such a forceful Kong Dao, the elder who was in charge of handling this matter on behalf of the Zhou family immediately refused to comply with Kong Dao's orders coldly. As soon as he made his refusal, before Kong Dao could make things difficult for him, a quietly angry Zhao Yameng chose to strike. Her attack couldn't be considered fierce, but the core formation realm priests behind her had struck at the same time, their cultivation erupting and heightening the tension and chaos of the situation instantly. The Zhou family, who had intended to maintain a forceful attitude, immediately softened their stance. The elder from the Zhou family was clearly wary of Zhao Yameng. Kong Dao found that curious, but couldn't care to think further on it. Before he acted, he sent a voice transmission to Wang Baoli asking his permission. After all, things would change once he gave the orders to attack. He wanted to know how Wang Baoli would make his choices. Wang Baoli had been following the matter closely. After receiving the voice transmission and getting a clear picture of what was going on, he didn't hesitate. His voice over the voice transmission ring was ice cold. Do it. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Upon hearing the decisiveness in Wang Baoli's voice, a murderous intent flashed in Kong Dao's eyes. He immediately gave the orders to strike, and a fight was about to break out at any moment now. The Zhou family didn't fear battle, but they knew they would lose. Their enemy had Kong Dao, had Zhao Yameng, had the military. They had 3 core formation realm cultivators who had their own political backing. The Zhou family was at a disadvantage. The Federation President, the Federation Military, the Martian Colony Governor, and Wang Baoli, damn it, Zhou Yixian, are you trying to get the entire family clan killed? At that moment of intense pressure and tension, the head of the Zhou family took in a deep breath. He made a choice for general stability and stopped both parties from fighting. He didn't make a personal appearance, but he had someone bring Shui Yifan out. However, the same moment that Shui Yifan appeared outside, a surge of late-stage core formation realm cultivation, and the spirit energy of a 9th-grade Dharmic armament erupted from the Zhou family's backyard. The sudden eruption of the spirit energies almost transformed the heavens and earth. Thunder rumbled and formed an overpowering presence in the air. It surrounded Zhao Yameng, Kong Dao, and their people. It appeared that it would be an easy feat for this core formation realm cultivator of the Zhou family to wipe them all out. However, he had only given them a slight taste of his power before his presence disappeared. It was both an attempt to terrify and shock, and a message to everyone watching. The Zhou family was handing Shui Yifan over not because they were afraid, but because they placed the greater good in higher priority. As they handed Shui Yifan over, the elder who had been charged with handling this matter also tactfully explained that they weren't the ones responsible for the current situation. Someone else had brought Shui Yifan to them. The matter could be said to have reached an end. It had been a storm that had rumbled loudly but had yielded petty raindrops. Those who had been observing the affair weren't surprised, as anyone would submit when faced with the combined force of these political forces. Shui Yifan looked pale, but Wang Baoli's rescue had been in time. He was slightly injured but generally unharmed. He was clearly in low spirits, however. The last shred of familial feelings he had for the Zhou family seemed to have vanished. No one knew what he had gone through during his brief imprisonment. He didn't say a single word. Even Zhao Yameng couldn't get anything out of him. It was clear though, that Shui Yifan had gone through something tremendous during these few days, and that it had been a huge blow to him. During the silent trip back, Kong Dao suggested that Shui Yifan make a trip to Mars, but Shui Yifan shook his head. Help me tell Baoli that I'm not going to Mars. I'm going to the moon. I'll be training there, and I won't return until I reach the core formation realm. Shui Yifan said that with stubbornness and determination in his eyes. Kong Dao sighed when he heard Shui Yifan's decision. Before he left, he said suddenly, you can consider making a trip to the Sea of Beasts. If you really wish to seek a breakthrough in your cultivation by putting yourself in extreme danger, the Sea of Beasts would be a more suitable training ground compared to the moon. Then, Kong Dao cupped his fists and saluted Zhao Yameng, turned, and led his men away. He had once admired and felt something for Zhao Yameng. However, at present, he had a clearer understanding of his heart. What he desired was to embark on a journey to become a powerful cultivator. It was a harsh and challenging path, and he couldn't afford too many distractions and commitments. That was why he had chosen to keep these feelings deep in his heart and turn away from Zhao Yameng. He didn't immediately leave Earth for Mars. After splitting up with Shui Yifan, he began an investigation on the Shui Yifan incident. He used his connections and even contacted Jin Duoming. Finally, he traced whatever slight clues he had and found evidence that the cause of everything was Chen Mu. He boarded the cruiser headed for Mars and sent the outcome of his findings to Wang Baoli. The cruiser lifted off into the skies, marking the end of his mission. Even though the entire mission happened over a brief period of time, it still caused quite an uproar in the Federation. Everyone, the 4 Dao colleges, the Senate, and the other political forces, who had witnessed the outcome of the fiasco turned their eyes towards Mars at the same time. The political forces had only had eyes on the Martian colony governor when they considered Mars. Now, someone else had entered the picture. He was only at the Foundation establishment realm, but he was able to get someone to head to Earth to carry out a mission with a single order while he was still on Mars. He had the support of the military and the Martian administration as well as the implicit approval of the Federation president. Everything pointed to the fact that this new rising star on Mars had risen to a level where his importance could no longer be disregarded. To Wang Baoli, this mission showed his displeasure towards the Zhou family and his desire to save his friend. To the other political forces, this was Wang Baoli's attempt at displaying his power. To them, he was using his own way to tell everyone that regardless of which political force it was, he, Wang Baoli, and his family and friends, weren't to be easily messed with. If you dared touch them, he would show you he was equally unafraid to show you what he was made of. Chapter 404, a video showing only darkness. Chapter 404, a video showing only darkness. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was still frantically monitoring the Zhou family incident in Divine Armament New City. He received Kong Dao's voice transmission and realized how the entire incident had happened. He realized that Chen Mu was the real mastermind. Chen Mu, you've got some guts. An icy glint flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. He had only harbored a dislike towards Chen Mu in the past. He had instinctively found the other man repelling. However, he hadn't really hated the man. That was why he had only pressured him until the other had yielded and hadn't continued to pursue the matter after. Now though, his feelings towards Chen Mu were completely different. Chen Mu had dared to hurt his friend. It was as if he had left a thorn in his heart. Now, whenever Wang Baoli saw Chen Mu, he would remember this incident. The best way to solve this problem was to kick Chen Mu off of Mars. Wang Baoli also heard Shui Yifan's message from Kong Dao, that he was going to go to the moon and train. After hearing that, he fell silent for a moment, then sighed. He didn't know what had happened to Shui Yifan in the Zhou family, but he could guess that the impact on Shui Yifan must have been great. He respected Shui Yifan's decision. After all, in this spirit inception era, while there was still law and order on Earth, Wang Baoli, who had climbed his way up to a primary rank 3 noble, was beginning to understand the one true law that the Federation inclined towards, the law of the strongest. The strongest referred to both one's status as well as one's cultivation. Both aided and supported the other, neither could be done without. Those who had the former would naturally get the latter, usually. After all, under the law of the strongest, the strong would devour the weak. This was the unchanging law of the Tao universe. It all boils down to cultivation. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He lifted his head and stared in the direction of the moon. A moment later, he retracted his gaze. He turned his eyes toward the direction of Chen Mu's autonomous zone. His eyes slowly narrowed, and a faint dark chi that was indiscernible to others glowed in Wang Baoli's eyes. It might be pure coincidence, but when Wang Baoli turned and gazed at the autonomous zone, Chen Mu instantly raised his head. He clenched his teeth and glared in the direction of Wang Baoli's office, the veins in his eyes filling with blood instantly. He had an appearance of extreme viciousness and madness about him. Wang Baoli! Chen Mu roared. He almost shattered the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was the result of his deal with Shui Yixian. After he had arranged for someone to have Shui Yifan brought back to the Zhou family, Shui Yixian had sent it over. As if to prove that he didn't make a copy, Shui Yixian had someone bring the original jade slip to Chen Mu. This jade slip was the one that contained the video recorded by the Colony Disciplinary Order of the Heretic Cultivators Cave Abode. Shui Yixian had taken it and sent it back to his family clan for restoration. The restoration hadn't been complete despite the expertise and resources of the Zhou family, but most of it had been restored. Chen Mu immediately viewed it after receiving the jade slip. Upon viewing it, he almost exploded. The video was extremely clear at first. He held his breath as he saw Wang Baoli's big face and Li Wan's expressionless one. He noticed that the two of them were inside a secret chamber. He already couldn't take that. Then, the screen turned dark. He couldn't see anything, but he could hear Wang Baoli's and Li Wan's voices. Wang Baoli, take off your clothes. When Chen Mu heard this, the green veins on his forehead started pulsating. He was on the verge of madness. He could tell that it was Li Wan's voice. That slut, she was the one who made the first move. Chen Mu stopped himself from shattering the jade slip. He gritted his teeth and continued listening. Soon, he heard the next part of their conversation. Don't think about silly things. We haven't reached the moment for one last hurrah before our deaths. What's next? Do you come, or do I go? My cultivation isn't as high as yours, so I can't see anything clearly. I cannot find your location. Where are you? These two lines seemed harmless, but barely. Still, Chen Mu's eyes were filled with blood. The words that followed made him roar out in rage. They were. Now, you can cover our bodies with the clothes. One shouldn't think too deeply into that statement. Once one did that, he would realize that the two were naked. The words "our bodies" meant that they were holding each other in their arms. Chen Mu's howl was filled with madness. The final and fatal blow was the words that followed after. If you don't wish to see a part of yourself missing after we are rescued, then you can continue. Chen Mu heard Li Wan's words and shuddered violently. An image instantly appeared in his mind. Wang Baoli and Li Wan were both naked and entwined in each other's arms. Wang Baoli was doing something utterly despicable, and Li Wan, seemingly unaffected, only uttered a single statement of refusal. That wasn't all. It would have been fine if that was the end of it. But, the contents of the jade slip ended abruptly then. A complete restoration was, after all, extremely challenging. They could only restore the video to this extent. As for what had happened after that, besides Wang Baoli and Li Wan, no one else would know. To have the video end here abruptly was akin to leaving Chen Mu with an unimaginable itch. He was going to go mad. A long while later, he was finally able to calm himself down. Resentment and vengeful hate shone in his eyes. He knew that at the time of the video recording, he and Li Wan hadn't yet been engaged, but he still couldn't tolerate this. He understood that their goal had been to huddle together for warmth. If they hadn't done that, they might have died. But from the way he saw things, he wondered why Li Wan hadn't simply died. There would have been no trouble for him if she had died. He didn't care whether Li Wan lived or died. What he cared about was the humiliation and shame this incident caused him. Li Wan, this slut. I'll find ways to make you suffer. You're not afraid to die, right? I'll make you wish for death. As for Wang Baoli, this adulterous pair, you just watch out. I may not be able to touch you now, but I can hurt your loved ones. Shui Yifan is the first. Anyone related to you, I'll do something about. Chen Mu had almost ground his teeth down completely. He lifted his head and stared unblinkingly in the direction of Wang Baoli's office. His eyes and Wang Baoli's seemed to meet across the vast distance and countless buildings in between. Another person weighed down by troubles was Li Wanna. While she was annoyed and frustrated with Chen Mu, their engagement had been decided. She had no choice in the matter. She was also troubled by Wang Baoli. The earlier incident concerning the lockdown of the autonomous zones had caused their relationship to reach an icy stage. After all, she had threatened Wang Baoli. As the complicated web of relationships cast an invisible blanket over the new city, Wang Baoli retracted his gaze. He pondered for a moment, then immediately sent a voice transmission to the sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College. He had to make plans for the worst. He needed the power of the 4 Tao colleges to ensure his family's protection and safety. Wang Baoli's status and importance to the 4 Tao colleges meant that the latter promised they would ensure his family's safety. Wang Baoli had intended to send for his parents and bring them over to Mars, but it wasn't completely safe here either. The environment was also foreign to them. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to abandon that idea. At the same time, the sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College was also silently mulling over the Zhui Yifan incident. He had witnessed Wang Baoli's forcefulness and seen the weakness in his own character. As the head of a sect, the sect lord still had some passion and hot-bloodedness in him. He told himself that he would never allow something like that to happen again. It was about time that the Ethereal Tao College found an appropriate time and place to emphasize its presence. As the Zhui Yifan incident came to an end, and as preventive measures were carried out, Wang Baoli set his thoughts and feelings about Chen Mu aside in his heart. He knew that he had to follow the rules of the Federation when handling this matter. He couldn't afford to be impatient. He also knew that everything had happened because his cultivation was still not of a high enough level. If he were at the core formation realm presently, everything would have been different. Cultivation. Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath. He left his office and returned to his residence, where he began his cultivation. He could sense clearly that he was very close to a breakthrough from the late-stage foundation establishment realm to the perfected foundation establishment realm. At the same time, beyond Mars, beyond the solar system, in the distant, infinite space, a coffin was speeding along. It seemed to be racing through the cosmos, and when it did, time and space distorted around it. It seemed to be wandering in space-time. Perhaps it would reach Earth hundreds of thousands of years later, perhaps it would reach Earth hundreds of thousands of years in the past. On the other end of space, in a part of the universe not particularly far away from the solar system, within the same space and time, there was a black jellyfish that appeared to be drifting aimlessly. If nothing unexpected happened, it appeared that it would drift past the edge of the solar system. Chapter 405, The family name of the governor's partner is Zhao? Chapter 405, The family name of the governor's partner is Zhao? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The matter involving Zhui Yifan ended. Suddenly, every political force in the Federation began to view Wang Baoli, this rising star from Mars, with greater importance. Finally, they had all decided not to offend him without good reason. Chen Mu had his own plans, but he too had received a stern warning from his family clan. He was to keep a low profile in the new city and stop doing things that might result in conflict or tension. Chen Mu was resistant towards the instructions. However, his connections and power all stemmed from his family clan. He could only swallow his pride. But he couldn't help but think about the segments of the video that hadn't been restored. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he felt. He was powerless to do anything, though. Time passed slowly. Everything seemed peaceful. Be it the construction of the new city or the autonomous zones, it was all moving along well as improvements were made and the city was steadily perfected. The Federation and the Martian administration scheduled a mass migration of new residents to the new city. Wang Baoli had intended to go into seclusion and train, until his cultivation broke through from its current late-stage foundation establishment realm to the perfected foundation establishment realm. However, there were many administrative matters he had to deal with. Even though he could delegate the majority of those tasks to his mayors, he still had to be the one making decisions for the mass migration. After 2 weeks of seclusion, Wang Baoli finally had to leave his residence one fine morning and head for his office. He had to go through the proposals for the mass migration with his mayors. In addition, Jin Duoming had sent him a voice transmission yesterday. He had wanted to speak to Wang Baoli about something after the meeting. The sky was bright and clear when he walked out of his residence. It looked like a sunny day, but there was a chilly breeze with a cold that pierced straight into one's bones. Winter was approaching on Mars. Wang Baoli felt the cold winds. He watched the cultivators who were stationed in the area to guard his residence and patrol the area approach from afar. He watched as they noticed his presence and immediately stopped in their tracks, saluting him respectfully. He was overcome with emotion. Without knowing it, he had spent more than a year on Mars. Too many things had happened during this period. He sighed as he thought back on what had happened. I've turned old. Wang Baoli patted his tummy. He thought about how he had already reached his 20s. He couldn't help but lament at how swiftly time was passing. Life was like a dream. Immersed in his thoughts, Wang Baoli, who had just stepped out of his residence and was about to retrieve his cruiser, felt someone's eyes on him. He turned his head. An odd expression settled on his face. Behind him, or more specifically, the residence next door to his, the doors to the pavilion had just swung open. Li Wanna, dressed in uniform, stepped out. Her eyes fell on Wang Baoli as well. She frowned. Then, expressionless, she walked over. The area Wang Baoli was residing in was a special residential area in the new city set aside for those with the rank of a mayor or higher. However, Kong Dao and the rest typically resided in their own city zones, leaving this area unoccupied most of the time. Only Li Wanna continued to reside here after she arrived in the new city. Wang Baoli only returned occasionally when he needed to go into seclusion and refine dharmic artifacts, and this was the first time the two of them had seen each other here. Wang Baoli had been stunned at first as well, before he realized that Li Wanna was his neighbor. Wang Baoli didn't speak as he watched Li Wanna walk over. Li Wanna was silent as well. She seemed to be ignoring Wang Baoli's presence as she brushed past him, retrieved her cruiser, and prepared to leave. Wang Baoli was unconcerned with Li Wanna's attitude. Because of Chen Mu, she had threatened him twice. Their relationship might not be considered hostile, but it was definitely distant and cold. Their tense relationship hadn't stopped Wang Baoli from watching Li Wanna with regret in his eyes. His eyes had followed her as she walked past him and landed on the cruiser she retrieved. Regret filled Wang Baoli's heart as he stared at the familiar cruiser. He had taken a ride in the cruiser before. He remembered the elegantly decorated interior and comfortable chairs, they had been extremely soft and cushy. What a pity. Don't think I'll get a chance to do it again. Wang Baoli shook his head and was about to withdraw his gaze. He didn't know why, but he instinctively stared at Li Wanna's back. It might have been because of the uniform, but it made Li Wanna's already alluring figure seem even more attractive. The uniform seemed to hold within it everything that was beautiful and perfect. Anyone of the opposite sex, upon the sight of her, wouldn't be able to control the fire burning in their hearts. This was a beauty that belonged entirely to Li Wanna. There were similarities with the beauty Li Yi possessed, but Li Wanna surpassed her vastly in this aspect. The coldness exuding from Li Wanna's person made her appear like an icy rose with thorns. It was both a danger and a fatal temptation. She was that to Wang Baoli as well. He had only glanced over instinctively, but his eyes instinctively looked at Li Wanna's bottom first. He couldn't help but sigh then. He remembered, he had touched it, and patted it. It had been soft and bouncy. Everything had been so great. Something so wonderful was going to be possessed by the hateful Chen Mu. Wang Baoli was annoyed and depressed. It was likely he would never get a chance to smack it again. Whatever. There are plenty more fish in the sea. I, Wang Baoli, am an upstanding and honorable man, the most good-looking man in the entire Federation. It's her loss. I can see it now, how she's going to regret this for the rest of her life, Wang Baoli thought. He could instantly feel how right he was as he withdrew his gaze. It was then that Li Wanna seemed to sense something. She turned and glared at Wang Baoli, then stepped into her cruiser and flew off. Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow. He retrieved his cruiser as well and left his residence, heading for the office. There, he saw Li Wanna once again, as well as Kong Dao and the others. When Huai and Fang Jing had arrived as well. Only Chen Mu was absent. He had sent one of his men to participate in the discussion and examination. Wang Baoli could hardly care to dig further into such petty matters. He was a man who didn't act recklessly. However, when he did act, he would make sure his enemy suffered or got out of his sight. No problems surfaced during the examination of the proposal for the mass migration. Everyone soon reached a consensus, and Wang Baoli submitted the finalized proposal to the governor. After the meeting adjourned, Li Wanna left immediately without an expression on her face. When Hui extended a nod towards Wang Baoli as a friendly gesture before leaving the office with Fang Jing, who had done the same, albeit reluctantly. Finally, with the departure of Kong Dao and Lin Qianhao, only Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming remained in the office. Jin Duoming loosened his collar and sat in front of Wang Baoli. There was a deep, unfathomable light in his eyes. He gave Wang Baoli a considering look, then laughed suddenly. "Baoli, I heard you and Li Wanna had something going on in the past." "Why? You're interested in Li Wanna?" Wang Baoli threw Jin Duoming a look. He pulled out a bag of snacks, then started eating while speaking in a rather unfriendly tone. "How's that possible?" Jin Duoming shivered inwardly and shook his head hastily. "Even you know that's impossible. Let's get back to business. When are you going to bring over a 9th-grade Dharmic armament in exchange for my amazing donkey?" Wang Baoli said, rather impatiently. Jin Duoming had to bring the topic up. Besides, the both of them had gone through so much together. Their relationship had since grown more casual, and it felt normal to switch topic randomly. Jin Duoming felt slightly frustrated when Wang Baoli brought up his donkey again. He had been conducting businesses his entire life, but this was the worst deal he had tried to make. He stopped talking about Li Wanna and instead, whispered. "Baoli, have you heard of the anti-spirit bomb?" As soon as Jin Duoming said that, Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He nodded. "I knew it. I knew you must have heard about the anti-spirit bomb. Baoli, do you know, this anti-spirit bomb was jointly developed by the Trilunarist Corporation and the Federation. We have many research facilities studying and testing it. I want to invite the Spirit Research Department of the Federation to set up an anti-spirit bomb research facility in my city zone, in our new Martian city. With this facility in place, it'd be a great boost to the reputation of our new city and to my status in the Trilunarist Corporation." Jin Duoming's eyes were bright as he whispered. It was clear that he had been preparing for this for a long time. He only lacked Wang Baoli's permission now. An anti-spirit bomb research facility? Wang Baoli's expression was serious. He placed his snacks down, pondered for a moment, then asked. "Is it safe?" "There's no issue with safety. I can promise you that. In fact, there's an anti-spirit bomb facility in the main Martian city. If it's unsafe, could they even have built it there in the first place? Besides, I've dug up some information. The top expert on the Federation's anti-spirit bomb, Zhao Pinfang, Master Zhao, he'll be visiting Mars in a few days to inspect the anti-spirit bomb project at the Martian facility and resolve any issues. This is an important figure we're talking about. He's the Martian colony governor's partner. I've already submitted a request to tour the facility and personally meet Master Zhao. If he gives us his support for this proposal of ours, we'll be guaranteed a research facility in our new city." "Zhao Pinfang? The governor's partner, his family name is Zhao?" Wang Baoli asked curiously. "Yep. This Master Zhao resides on Earth most of the time. Now that you've mentioned it, even the Federation president has to treat the couple with some degree of respect. After all, one of them is in charge of Mars, and the other is the top expert on the anti-spirit bomb." Jin Duoming sighed. He glanced at Wang Baoli, then said suddenly. "They have a daughter." Chapter 406, The Art of Longevity. Chapter 406, The Art of Longevity. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. What does that mean? Wang Baoli was a little suspicious, sensing that something wasn't right from Jin Duoming's gaze. He was initially speaking normally but suddenly mentioned that they had a daughter. It wouldn't have been much if it was just a recount, but when he mentioned it, the way he looked at Wang Baoli implied that there was a more profound meaning behind it. "Do you mean little sister Zhao?" "I am close to her, but this matter is a secret." You know, she has a peculiar family background, so it's enough that you know that. After thinking about it, Wang Baoli suddenly cleared his throat and spoke. When he spoke, Jin Duoming was shocked, looking somewhat incredulous. He hesitated for a while but decided to speak despite that. Baoli, I've only met the daughter of the governor once when I was young. I heard that since she was 7, she has been sent for training on the ancient greenish bronze sword, and hasn't returned until now. How did you know her? Wang Baoli was shocked. What Jin Duoming said allowed him to heave a sigh of relief, realizing that he had been too sensitive just now. At the same time, he felt regrettable, for he thought previously that the governor's daughter was Zhao Yameng. After all, they had the same last name, Zhao. Furthermore, Zhao Yameng had a similarly mysterious background. Even though he was now primary rank 3, he was still unable to find out about it. Right now, with regret, Wang Baoli hurriedly avoided the question and began asking about the research facility for the anti-spirit bomb. An incredulous look remained on Jin Duoming's face as he took another glance at Wang Baoli. He appeared to have understood the situation and didn't continue harping on it. However, deep inside his heart, not only was he gloating about his acting skills, but he also felt extremely delighted. He felt that he finally had the chance to take revenge for all the times Wang Baoli had deployed the donkey to create trouble for him without reason. He had made up the story of the governor's daughter being sent to the ancient greenish bronze sword. Jin Duoming knew very well that the more he said, the more loopholes he would expose. Therefore, he stopped elaborating once he put his point across and began talking about his plans, as well as the details of the anti-spirit bomb research facility. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up when he heard his description, and he realized the importance of the research facility to the new city. It could be said that once the research facility had been built in the new city, the Federation would have to send more personnel to protect the area, as well as more research staff. This would significantly increase the value to the new city, and the protective covering would also be strengthened. In addition, the importance of the new city, and to a certain extent, the scope and development of Wang Baoli's authority, allowed Wang Baoli to know why Jin Duoming was so passionate about it, even if it wasn't laid out in an obvious manner by him. After all, the internal affairs of the Trilunaris Corporation were complex, with many factions that each with their own leaders. Even though Jin Duoming had the rights to inheritance, he wasn't the sole heir. It wasn't known how the Trilunaris Corporation would eventually assess and choose a successor, but it was clearly related to one's accomplishments and the power that one holds. Therefore, once Jin Duoming managed to build the all-important anti-spirit bomb research facility in his region, it would be immensely advantageous to him. It could be said that it was a win-win situation, and that alone made Wang Baoli's mind active with thoughts. Jin Duoming extended the invitation to Wang Baoli to accompany him on a trip to the Martian city again, to view the research facility in the main city, as well as to pay a visit to Zhao Pinfang. However, there is still something strange about this. Theoretically, it would be enough for Jin Duoming to view the research facility and make the visit himself. Why is he repeatedly inviting me along? With that, Wang Baoli grew suspicious, but when he noticed Jin Duoming's appearance, he quickly found the reason. It must be because I am the most handsome person in the entire Federation, and I have such a high status, which makes me an elite despite my young age. I am well known in the entire Federation and am so shockingly handsome that Jin Duoming felt that if he went with me, it would greatly increase his chances of succeeding. He is making me his wingman. Wang Baoli touched his chin, full of himself as he patted Jin Duoming's shoulder. His eyes conveyed a message of praise, as well as one that hinted that it was an exception, not the rule. That gaze made Jin Duoming a little guilty, as thoughts darted about his head. After confirming that he hadn't exposed a loophole, he smiled, but he was still nervous as a result of how Wang Baoli was looking at him. *RN it. After this Wang Baoli became the city lord, he seems to have become smarter than before and learned how to manipulate his authority. He couldn't have realized the reason why I'm trying to ride on his fame and power, could he? He must not have realized that. The most he must have sensed is that I'm taking advantage of his power, but not which aspect of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be carrying that expression. With that thought, Jin Duoming relaxed slightly, smiling modestly at Wang Baoli. As they looked at each other, the duo decided to head to the main Martian city together. As this matter had to be kept a secret, the two of them only notified Kong Dao and Lin Qianhao so that they would be mentally prepared. They didn't inform Li Wanna and departed immediately that afternoon. Li Wanna didn't seem to notice Wang Baoli's departure. In the entire new city, other than Lin Qianhao and a portion of the cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, no one knew about it. However, the donkey knew. The instant Wang Baoli left, the donkey, which was hiding in the corner of a street, its body like a chameleon that blended completely with the surroundings, suddenly raised its head to look at the skies. It sneezed loudly and shook its tail vigorously, apparently very happy as it continued staring at a house not far ahead. The donkey had arrived where it was after tracking the smell of food for the past few days. However, it felt a sense of danger here and didn't take further action. Instead, it planned to wait for the right opportunity so that it could swiftly take a huge bite out of it before fleeing. Right now, the donkey was staring at a blue-robed youth sitting with his legs crossed in the shed. Before him were 3 middle-aged cultivators kneeling expressionlessly and motionlessly. Without looking at the 3 cultivators before him, the blue-robed youth narrowed his eyes slightly, his right index finger tapping on his knee, as if he were in deep thought. After a brief moment, he smiled. That old boat spirit suffered serious injuries back then such that his main consciousness couldn't be awakened, with only a portion of his consciousness capable of being revealed. It is said that it detected the scent of a dark child. Right now, in the new city, the one that fits best into its description is Wang Baoli, the city lord. This is utterly absurd. The dark sect has long fallen. The battle back then was so destructive, and it's impossible for a dark child to appear now. Only that old boat spirit would be so adamant that the dark sect has been released into the cosmos to control the reincarnation process, and lure the spirits to rebuild its former glory. However, speaking of it, the array formation of this city is interesting in that it can gather dark chi. This way, it's still necessary to pay notice to Wang Baoli's status. However, testing that hypothesis would exhaust a lot of my energy. Furthermore, it is highly likely that Wang Baoli isn't the dark child, which would make direct testing too wasteful. As he sighed, the blue-robed youth thought about it. Suddenly, he revealed a smile, a cold one that carried a sinister meaning. Regardless of whether he is the dark child, I want to carry out my plan. It won't be too late to test it out even after he realizes it. From the bottom of his heart, the blue-robed youth didn't believe that the dark child still existed in the universe. Therefore, he planned to carry out the first plan that he made after emerging from the catacombs, one that he made after studying the new city in detail. That was, polluting the Great Baoli Array formation in Divine Armament New City, the one that could gather dark chi. If it succeeded, he could make use of the Great Baoli Array formation and indirectly gain control over the Great Martian Array formation. After all, those two were linked together, which allowed him to wield the greatest control over the Great Martian Array formation in the boundaries of the new city. Furthermore, as others wouldn't be able to detect it, it would have a miraculous effect when a crucial juncture was reached. The first step to polluting the Great Baoli Array formation required tainting the cultivators in the new city. Once they were tainted, he could make use of the unique characteristic of the Great Martian Array formation, which continuously absorbed the aura of the people in the new city to absorb the tainted aura off them. The more of it absorbed, the more successful it would be. That was the only loophole he had found after observing the Great Baoli Array formation. The fastest and best way to do it is to create a cultivation technique, and garner believers and followers from there. The blue-robed youth smiled slightly, looking at the 3 expressionless middle-aged cultivators before him. The 3 cultivators were the source of pollution that he had carefully chosen over this period of time. They were also the first batch of people he was directly in control of. They had all come from different regions and had different backgrounds. As he looked at them, the trio seemed to have realized it as they raised their heads. Their originally stiff facial muscles began to relax, and a look of passion burned in their eyes. Go, disseminate the cultivation technique that I have taught all of you. Using your status. This cultivation technique is known as the art of longevity. The blue-robed youth spoke calmly. The 3 passionate cultivators before him stood up, greeting him with cupped fists. Yes, State Preceptor. Chapter 407, Research Facility. Chapter 407, Research Facility. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Even though there was no lack of cultivation techniques in the Federation during the Spirit Inception era, they weren't plentiful either. Furthermore, the different factions kept their own techniques a top secret from each other, preventing the cultivation techniques that they had developed from being leaked to others. Therefore, it resulted in difficulty for other small factions and vagrant cultivators to gain access to even a single cultivation technique, if they weren't cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges or the various major factions. In the new city, despite there being numerous cultivators from the different factions, most of them were from the group of trillion people that had been scattered after being relocated previously. At the same time, even though the cultivators from the various factions had no shortage of cultivation techniques, if there were one technique that was different from the rest, no one would reject it. Of course, it was a given that there must be no issues with the cultivation technique. That was the basis for how the art of longevity was disseminated. Not many people knew how this cultivation technique spread, but somehow, unknowingly, everyone started to talk about it, and some even began to practice it. Needless to say, the art of longevity encompassed every quality that made it suitable to be passed on. Firstly, it was simple to cultivate it, and secondly, there were no prerequisites needed to cultivate it. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a commoner, it could be cultivated. Lastly, it wasn't a technique that was used to activate spirit energy. Instead, it was a technique that trained one's physique. This broadly reduced many people's concerns. After all, physical training was only used to strengthen one's physique, and even if there were other disadvantages that weren't apparent, it was far less damaging compared to cultivating other cultivation techniques that involved spirit chi. Furthermore, most importantly, it didn't take long to see the effects of this cultivation technique. Once it had been mastered, one could immediately feel that their bodies had been significantly strengthened. At the same time, they would look radiant and injected with youth, and that in itself was miraculous. Many cultivators in Divine Armament New City had also researched on it previously and found that there were no major issues with it. The only aspect highlighted was that after mastering this cultivation technique, one's appetite for food would increase. However, to the masses, this wasn't a big problem, as not only did it not make one obese, it also matched up to people's judgments. After all, there must be a source of fuel in order to make one energetic, and this so-called disadvantage made sense to the law of energy intake and expenditure. Therefore, the art of longevity was immediately popularized, making it a favorite of females. The rate at which it was being passed between people increased significantly. Initially, it was only within Jin Guoming's region, but gradually it spread to Lin Qianhao's region and then Kongdao's region, where many military cultivators were practicing it with obvious effects. It even spread to the autonomous zone. The art of longevity completely garnered the attention of Li Wanna, as well as Kongdao and company. With Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming having left, Li Wanna, who learned about their departure later, immediately assumed the responsibility as the deputy city lord and began a research meeting focused on the art of longevity. During the meeting, they thoroughly researched the details of the art of longevity. They even sent it to be interpreted by the various factions. However, in the entire Federation, with the exception of Wang Baoli, no one had cultivated the dark art. In addition, even Wang Baoli couldn't see through this cultivation technique, as only someone who had seen the art being practiced would know the ins and outs. Therefore, even though many disadvantages were discovered, on the whole, the art of longevity seemed like a legitimate technique to strengthen one's physique. However, on Earth, the various factions found that there was no significant effect after testing the technique out. It was only on Mars that an extraordinary effect was produced. At the same time, through the investigation carried out by Li Wanna and company, they found out that there was only one person who was disseminating the art, and that person had a clean background, only experiencing one miraculous encounter on Mars. At the same time, he merely taught the cultivation technique to 2 of his best friends. Therefore, the spread of the cultivation technique at such a large scale was likely due to the 2 friends instead. Everything seemed to be developing normally, the only issue being that, the speed at which it spread was just too fast. Even though there were no issues with this cultivation technique, Li Wanna eventually still decided to temporarily prevent it and control the speed at which it was spreading. However, she didn't forcefully ban it, as she planned to make a firmer decision after a period of observation. However, the suppression of the speed of dissemination still dampened the spirits of people who were cultivating this cultivation technique. Despite that, the leader of this whole incident, the blue-robed youth, wasn't anxious at all and didn't even step out of his residence. This kept the donkey waiting outside the residence. However, the donkey wasn't anxious either, as it felt that it was worth the wait as long as it could get a taste of the delicacy. On the other hand, right now, Wang Baoli had heard news about the art of longevity. Through Lin Qianhao, he obtained the cultivation mnemonic, and after taking a look, he didn't discover anything amiss. In addition, after arriving at the main city with Jin Duoming, they had submitted the application to view the research facility as well as to visit Zhao Pinfang, both of which had been approved. Therefore, with Jin Duoming's urging, Wang Baoli put aside the matters related to the art of longevity and arrived at the heavily guarded research facility with Jin Duoming. Even though it was rumored that the research facility was located in the main Martian city, it was built below ground. In addition, it was so heavily guarded that even though Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming had applied, they only managed to pass through the teleportation array formation and enter the facility after going through rounds of checks. Wang Baoli only knew that the facility was underground, but wasn't sure if it was directly beneath the Martian city. In addition, the area covered by the facility was extremely large. What was presented before Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming the moment they stepped out of the teleportation array formation was something that looked like a mini-city covered with metallic planks that formed numerous passageways, which each led to a vast space at their ends. There, innumerable research staff dressed in their white uniforms were walking about. Occasionally, screams that seemed like those of ferocious beasts could be heard from an unknown location. The instant the duo stepped out of the teleportation array formation, Wang Baoli immediately felt the suppressive force from tens of core formation realm cultivators focused on him and Jin Duoming, dissipating only after they had inspected them both. In addition, Wang Baoli had only taken a breath of the spirit qi and immediately felt that his body was floating, and his cultivation was swiftly being activated. Even without him trying, the spirit qi entered his body directly. That made Wang Baoli extremely surprised. The spirit qi was so concentrated that it was unimaginable. If it were somewhere outside, it could probably already form the spirit fog. However, right here, there seemed to be a unique dharmic artifact that could somehow filter this concentrated spirit qi such that it didn't become a fog. It went without saying that, within this research facility, there must be an astonishing number of fragments from the large sword. If not, such a concentrated cloud of spirit qi wouldn't exist. That wasn't what made Wang Baoli most shocked. The thing that completely overwhelmed his mind and threw him into utter disbelief was that, right here, he sensed the aura from dharmic armaments, one that wasn't of 7th or 8th grade, but of a 9th grade dharmic armament. In addition, it appeared that there was more than one. This is the research facility? How extravagant! Between breaths, Wang Baoli looked at Jin Duoming and realized that even a tycoon like Jin Duoming was dumbfounded. Apparently, this was also his first time in the anti-spirit bomb research facility. Welcome to the anti-spirit bomb research facility. As the duo stood in shock, a brilliant glow appeared before them. The glow swiftly concentrated itself, forming an illusory figure of a woman who looked extremely beautiful, her beauty on the level that was probably unattainable by humans. Right now, she was wearing the same uniform as the other research facility staff, smiling at Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming. Wang Baoli's eyes widened, and his mind buzzed with activity as he looked at the illusory glow that had appeared before him. Little Missy? Wang Baoli gasped, preventing himself from shouting that thought out loud. However, his facial expression still caught the attention of the illusory figure. The figure slanted her head and looked at Wang Baoli, and Jin Duoming, who was beside him, had also grown suspicious. After looking at Wang Baoli, he couldn't help but wave his hand across the illusory figure. Unable to grasp anything, he cleared his throat. Baoli, this is fake. It's smart technology. You can't be so desperate that you're interested in playing the fool with smart technology, can you? Wang Baoli didn't bother about Jin Duoming. Right now, a torrent of thoughts and emotions were crashing in his mind. The illusory female figure that had appeared before him looked completely identical to Little Missy in the mask. However, Wang Baoli was sufficiently thick-skinned that even though he was shocked, he quickly adjusted his emotions and tried to mend the situation after realizing that he hadn't made a good impression. He blushed, trying to appear as if he had fallen in love at first sight with the illusory female figure. I have already received the application sent by the both of you. Master Zhao is now in research room number 3. Please follow me. The illusory female figure didn't care about Wang Baoli and instead spoke calmly. As she spoke, she stepped forward, and Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming followed closely behind. Under the lead of the illusory figure, they traveled through the golden passageway and entered the anti-spirit bomb research facility. Along the way, the curiosity and shock in Wang Baoli's heart was indescribable. Had this location not been so inconvenient, he would have long entered the mask and inquired about the matter with little Missy. He took a moment to suppress his shock. However, as he entered the metal passageway, Wang Baoli suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if sensing something. He suddenly looked at the metallic wall on the right, realizing that this metallic wall was an illusion. In reality, inside that wall, many specimen-like objects were sealed within. Most of them were corpses of ferocious beasts, but Wang Baoli wasn't familiar with any of them. One of them even appeared to be a dragon. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, his heart trembling with shock. These are the corpses of the more valuable ancient beasts that have been discovered throughout Earth's history. There are also some of them that have originated from space. On the other hand, some were from the ancient greenish bronze sword. The illusory female figure before them explained while smiling. It was then that Wang Baoli saw that, in a metallic wall not far away, a black jellyfish was sealed inside. The jellyfish wasn't large, only palm-sized, and looked like any ordinary jellyfish, except for its color. That is also an ancient beast? Wang Baoli pointed at it in bewilderment. This creature originated from outer space. We have named it Sea Glutton, and as you can see, it is still juvenile. Its mature form is as large as a cruiser, possibly bigger, and its use is also similar to that of a cruiser. According to our analysis, its speed is unimaginable, and according to investigations by the Federation, there is a 70% likelihood that an undiscovered civilization from outer space arrived using this creature. The illusory female spoke calmly. Chapter 408, Revealing. Chapter 408, Revealing. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming were looking at the black jellyfish and listening to the illusory female figure calmly describing it, outside in the vast galaxy, beyond Mars and the Sun, an almost identical black jellyfish was cruising quickly in space. This black jellyfish was extremely large, almost as large as a celestial cruiser. Numerous tentacles were flailing as its body moved, as if it could reduce the distance between space bit by bit. It looked like it was charging forward, but was actually shape-shifting continuously. This black jellyfish was the sea glutton mentioned by the illusory female figure. Right now, even though the body of this jellyfish was pitch black such that outsiders weren't able to see through it, in reality, there were actually 3 cultivators sitting with their legs crossed inside it. The 3 people were all middle-aged men with solemn expressions. They were clearly individuals who had been stained with blood and were proficient at killing. That was especially so for one of them, who had a red centipede crawling on his face, as if connected to his flesh and blood. Occasionally, it wriggled, making him look extremely frightening. Their manner of dress was different from that on Earth. Instead of long robes, they donned scale-like armor, which seemed to have other miraculous functions. In addition, as the 3 of them meditated, waves emerged from their bodies. Those waves appeared to have been hidden by the black jellyfish, but inside the jellyfish's body, it was extremely obvious, and sufficient to suppress all core formation realm cultivators. The trio were nascent soul realm elites that were superior to core formation realm cultivators. It was also at this time that the jellyfish, which was shape-shifting in the galaxy, suddenly stopped. When that happened, waves emerged from its body, breaking the meteoroid in its path to powder. In reality, this jellyfish didn't even care about the meteoroid that it had broken to pieces. It stopped momentarily in the galaxy and was no longer black. Instead, a brilliant light glowed from it while it adjusted its head position slightly, as if trying to find something. Finally, after deciding on a direction, the colorful glow from its body grew even more brilliant. At the same time, the trio who were meditating with crossed legs opened their eyes almost simultaneously, revealing their pupils that were of a different color than that of people on Earth. Their pupils were red, and perhaps it was due to the color, but after the trio opened their eyes, a vicious force that was extremely ruthless emerged. One of them even licked his lips and began laughing. Who would have thought that there were still signs of civilization here? Shall we go take a look? Another person followed. The two of them eventually looked at the last person, the cultivator with a red centipede crawling on his face. This person's eyes were distinctively redder. He touched the centipede on his face gently and began speaking calmly. Go and take a look. If there are no high-level cultivators, then destroy it and take away its stellar source. If a high-level cultivator is present, then decide the course of action based on the situation. As he spoke, the other two people nodded their heads. Soon, they adjusted the state of the black jellyfish. Before long, the black jellyfish which had stopped in mid-air suddenly picked up speed, shifting forward. Its goal this time was the solar system. At the same time, in the anti-spirit bomb research facility on Mars, Wang Baoli's gaze had already shifted away from the black jellyfish within the metal walls. He exchanged glances with Jin Duoming and felt like they had widened their world view. In reality, no matter how widely knowledgeable Jin Duoming felt about himself, he was still immensely shocked by everything in the research facility. The duo moved continually along the passageway, entering the research facility while following the illusory female figure's lead. Along the way, they saw countless research staff who were wearing their uniforms. They didn't care much about Jin Duoming and Wang Baoli's arrival. Instead, they were busy moving around, as if there were so many things on their hands that they had no time to pay attention to their surroundings. The reason Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming had come was to view the research facility, as well as pay Zhao Pinfang a visit. Therefore, the illusory female figure had received the notice and didn't bring them to research room number 3. Rather, she led them on a tour of the research facility, starting from room number 1. Soon, as Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming reached the end of the passageway, a region half the area of Dao Mountain Mist Academy appeared before their eyes. There were many people here, as well as many pieces of high-level equipment that Wang Baoli wasn't familiar with. Of these, the most eye-catching were the tens of giant crystal vats erected in the region. The vats were transparent, each with a circumference that approximated the arm lengths of tens of people. It was touching the ceiling and the ground from top to bottom, and was filled with a translucent fluid that was submerging a frightening corpse that took Wang Baoli by surprise when he saw it. Every one of those corpses looked extremely frightening. There were some who were very well built but were headless, others who had nipples as their eyes and belly buttons as their mouths, and there were even a few who had the upper body of a female but a lower body of a snake. At the same time, there were also firemen whose bodies were made of flames despite being submerged in fluid, as well as fierce three-headed giant dogs. Wang Baoli even saw a dragon with wings, a creature from the west as described in the ancient myths. This, Wang Baoli's first thought was that he had entered the wrong place, as he pointed at the headless burly man while looking with shock at the illusory female figure. Jin Duoming, who was beside him, also gasped. However, he seemed to have heard about the Research Room 1 and managed to remain calm somehow. Research Room 1, also known as the Mythical Research Center, is the place where research on every single mythical creature that has been discovered on Earth is done. In addition, attempts at recreating them will be made based on the Spirit Inception era's unique methods. Of course, you can even consider it as a form of revival. Only a portion is shown here. The hundreds of sculptures in the Federation cannot be placed randomly. In reality, we have found signs of existence for every single mythical god placed there. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened, his heart trembling vigorously. The tour of the research facility hadn't ended, but to him, it had already opened up a whole new world before him. He even felt that he was starting to get into direct contact with the real secrets of the Federation. It was also after seeing everything that Wang Baoli suddenly realized that what he knew about the Federation previously was just the tip of the iceberg. Even though Wang Baoli had made similar guesses previously, it was never as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. This shock remained strong, shaking Wang Baoli's emotions and thoughts long after he had left research room number 1. It kept churning until he arrived in research room number 2 with Jin Duoming. The moment they stepped in, Wang Baoli's riled emotions were once again thrown into chaos. He stared with his eyes wide. If research room number 1 allowed Wang Baoli to notice signs of ancient mythical beings existing, then research room number 2 showed him the glory of the Spirit Inception era. There was a mountain here. The mountain was located in the heart of research room 2. It wasn't very big, only over 100 feet tall, and was completely black. However, any cultivator who saw this mountain would have their cultivation being activated uncontrollably, as if it had been strongly attracted. That was the case for Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming as well, as their cultivation now seemed impossible to control and on the brink of breaking out of their bodies. Their minds instantly buzzed with activity, as if they were about to explode. Thankfully, Research Room 2 seemed to have been specially equipped. The illusory female figure, seemingly having expected this to happen, immediately waved her arm. Instantly, a suppressive force was felt, alleviating the raging cultivation in Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming's body. After a while, Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming finally managed to compose themselves. Their breathing quickened, and before Wang Baoli could speak, Jin Duoming hurriedly asked, "Could that be the stellar source? Stellar source?" Wang Baoli was shocked. It wasn't the first time he had heard those words. Now, as he looked at the mountain, his heart was beating with shock. He turned to look at the illusory female figure for an answer. The arrival of the spirit inception era means that not only humans, but any creature can cultivate. This is the case for the star as well. The star could be deemed as another form of life, and the so-called stellar source is its core, which is also a very precious item in a star. It's a pity that the spirit inception era is still in its juvenile stage. Therefore, there aren't many stellar sources that were formed from the planets in the solar system. What you see are parts of the stellar source from Mars. As the illusory female figure explained, Wang Baoli's heart trembled. He wanted to speak, but was immediately shocked as he vaguely felt that there was another form of existence in the interior of this stellar source. Is there something else inside? Wang Baoli raised his hand and pointed at the stellar source, before looking towards the illusory female figure. Jin Duoming was shocked. He didn't sense anything, while the illusory female figure glanced at Wang Baoli several times. Her facial expression suddenly changed. It appeared that she had never imagined that Wang Baoli would be able to see through part of the stellar source's interior. Chapter 409, the so-called heavenly evocation. Chapter 409, the so-called heavenly evocation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. City Lord Wang has graduated from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion of Ethereal Tao College. Is there a possibility that you can already sense the heavenly evocation segment now? The illusory female figure suddenly spoke as she looked at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was shocked, and soon noticed Jin Duoming's bewilderment. Therefore, he took a look at the stellar source mountain and immediately realized that Jin Duoming couldn't sense the object present in the stellar source. Through the words of the illusory female figure, Wang Baoli instantly understood what existed inside the stellar source. Dharmic armament? Wang Baoli spoke softly. There are 3 9th-grade Dharmic armaments in the stellar source. Segregated from the outer environment by the stellar source, even core formation realm cultivators are unable to sense them. Only those Dharmic armament cultivators who are capable of refining Dharmic armaments, or those who could sense the heavenly evocation segment, would be able to sense it. As the illusory female figure spoke, she glanced at Wang Baoli several times. The fact that Wang Baoli had reached the state where he was able to sense the heavenly evocation at his tender age shocked her. On the other hand, Jin Duoming was even more surprised, and he widened his eyes and looked incredulously at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli didn't tell anyone about his attempts at refining a Dharmic armament, and therefore few people knew about it. Wang Baoli had unknowingly reached a high level in the refinement of Dharmic armaments. Why are the Dharmic armaments placed in the stellar source? Could it be related to the anti-spirit bomb? Wang Baoli didn't care about Jin Duoming's facial expressions, instead, expressing his queries immediately. In reality, coming to this research facility, seeing the stellar source, and realizing that there were Dharmic armaments within it, he suddenly had a premonition that perhaps, the heavenly evocation segment, which he wasn't particularly clear about, and didn't have a complete understanding of, could gain some traction here. If it was a question asked by others, the illusory female figure might not answer it. That would be the case even though Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming's application had been approved. However, after thinking about it, she looked at Wang Baoli, seemingly realizing that Wang Baoli was now caught in a bottleneck. She sighed and gestured before nodding her head. Before introducing the relationship between the anti-spirit bomb and the Dharmic armament, you must first know what the Dharmic armament is exactly. As the illusory female figure spoke, she raised her right hand and pointed. Instantly, the black-colored stellar source mountain became blurry and gradually turned translucent, revealing the 3 ninth-grade dharmic armaments within it. These are dharmic armaments. Wang Baoli turned to look immediately. After seeing them clearly, his pupils constricted. Even Jin Duoming, who had seen a 9th-grade dharmic armament before, was also shocked by everything that laid before his eyes. Right now, in the transparent stellar source, extraordinary dharmic armaments were present. There was a black dragon the length of one's arm, a firebird covered in golden flames that was giving off a golden glow, and a stone man who was holding a flash of lightning in his hands. Regardless of whether it was the black dragon or the firebird, a suppressive force emanated from them. Like the stone man wielding the flash of lightning, an astonishing aura radiated from their bodies. Even though it was blocked by the stellar source, it was still as if the gods had awakened, and could easily send shock waves in all directions. All these are artifact spirits. Impossible! They're not artifact spirits. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. He suddenly felt that there was something incorrect about everything he had learned about dharmic armaments. According to the sayings of the 4 Tao colleges, the dharmic armament combined heaven and earth power and was a supreme dharmic treasure formed after integrating the artifact spirit within it, which was why it was termed armament. The dharmic armament originated from the refinement technique recorded on the fragments of the ancient greenish bronze sword. That led to the clan involved in refining treasures, and as more fragments related to treasure refinement were discovered, dharmic armament cultivators from each faction emerged. At the same time, it continued using the same naming convention as that recorded on the ancient greenish bronze sword fragment. The dharmic armament knowledge that the Federation is teaching now isn't wrong. However, it lacks a core ideal. It is not that they were ignorant. Instead, it is the Federation's rule that they couldn't disseminate the skills willy-nilly. For 7th and 8th grade dharmic armaments, there would be no effect on the refinement process regardless of whether they are aware of this core principle. It is only important to understand this core principle when refining a 9th grade dharmic armament. The illusory female figure spoke softly, with a hint of chilliness in her voice. She didn't do it on purpose, but based on instinct. What you're seeing is indeed not the artifact spirit, but the bare image formed through the transmogrification of a 9th grade dharmic armament. In reality, the so-called heaven and earth power are formed by the combination of the will of every single item, which naturally includes all those mythical beings that had existed since ancient times. After their deaths, they didn't dissipate. Instead, they integrated into the will of heaven and earth. However, even though their will existed before the spirit inception era, we are unable to sense or use it. The emergence of the spirit inception era, and the progress of the cultivation civilization allowed us to now have the ability to feel it, and also gives us the right to use it. The heavenly evocation segment in dharmic artifact refinement, in reality, requires one to sense the will of the mythical beings that exist between heaven and earth, and draw their will into the dharmic artifact to transform it. They use the artifact spirit as a medium for their will so that, to a certain extent, they would reincarnate and allow continuation to occur. This is the core of a dharmic armament. Jin Duoming was a little confused about what the illusory female figure was saying, but to Wang Baoli, her words were like a bolt of lightning that struck his head strongly, making his body tremble and his mind buzz noisily with activity. Even his breathing stopped momentarily. He widened his eyes even more. The feelings he experienced when researching the heavenly evocation resurfaced in his mind right now. There seemed to finally be an answer for those failures. There was finally a lead to all those sensations. So this is it. Wang Baoli felt that the confusion he had about dharmic armaments had significantly dissipated. He seemed to be able to catch a glimpse of his path ahead, and it could be said that this trip to the research facility was a golden blessing, even if it were to end right now. Noticing that Wang Baoli had understood it, the illusory female figure's cold voice sounded once again. There are many mythical beings that have existed since the beginning of Earth. Furthermore, they differed in power. Therefore, the draw needed to refine the 7th grade dharmic armament is relatively easy, and if one was lucky, it was even possible to refine an 8th grade dharmic armament. However, since ancient times, there are just too few heavenly evocations capable of supporting a 9th grade dharmic armament. At the same time, there is a very high demand in terms of the materials and artifact spirits needed. All these restrictions resulted in the fact that there are now less than 39th grade Dharmic armament in all the factions of the Federation, including those amongst commoners. As for the relationship between the Dharmic armament and the anti-spirit bomb, to a certain degree, you can equate the power of the anti-spirit bomb to the force that forms after a 9th grade Dharmic armament implodes. This involves the theory of refining a Dharmic armament, which is also how the will of the gods are being carried. However, that isn't all. At the same time, it involves the collision between spirit restriction and antimatter. With that, the illusory female figure didn't continue. In reality, the reason she revealed those core top secrets was that she had received notification that she was allowed to say them. Just that information alone had a significant impact on Wang Baoli. When he heard about the collision with the antimatter, for some unknown reason, the first thought that surfaced in his mind was the spirit chi and negative spirit chi, which was also known as the dark chi, colliding together. He wondered if that could also produce an astonishing force. However, he was unable to test it out right where he was. After committing it to his memory and as the illusory female figure left, he carried on, occasionally turning to look at the stellar source mountain. He was thinking about when he would have a stellar source mountain of his own. He vaguely guessed that it might be the key to him refining a 9th grade Dharmic armament. Even though Jin Duoming wasn't very clear about this matter, he had seen Wang Baoli's reaction and how deep in thought he appeared. He immediately realized that this trip was immensely helpful to Wang Baoli, and with that, he began to think actively and concluded that he had to place a higher bet on Wang Baoli. In this way, the duo who had different thoughts followed the illusory female figure and left research room number 2. As they continued down the passageway, they entered research room number 3. Which Zhao Pinfang was in and was also the final destination of their journey. Even though there were many research rooms in the research facility, with at least tens of them at one glance, they weren't all accessible to Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming. Looking at where Zhao Pinfang was located, one would know that they would only be able to view 3 research rooms at most. Research room number 3 looked different from the previous 2 rooms. The moment they stepped in, a research room that had no equipment, no stellar source mountain, and no research staff was presented before Wang Baoli. It couldn't even be considered a research room, and was more like an ordinary mountain cave. However, on the walls of the cave, a mural of the cosmos was carved. On that mural, numerous stars dotted the night sky, and there was a grey planet amongst it. The planet seemed to have reached the end of its lifespan, and was now in the process of breaking apart. Uncountable spirits who looked to be in excruciating pain were emerging from the disintegrating planet and congregating into a stream. Wang Baoli didn't pay much attention to all that. The moment he entered, his gaze, as well as that of Jin Duoming's, uncontrollably landed on a middle-aged man whose back was facing them. He was looking at the mural and the spirit stream. A blue-shirted man, who looked like a scholar and had a head of grey hair that appeared like a silver river, stood there, like a mountain. Even though he didn't turn back, an indescribable suppressive force was emanating and spreading in all directions from his body. He was the lead spirit researcher, the Tao partner of the Martian colony governor, Zhao Pinfang. Chapter 410, Lone Boat, Black Robe, and Lantern Ore. Chapter 410, Lone Boat, Black Robe, and Lantern Ore. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With his blue shirt and grey hair, an indescribable air of classiness emerged from his back view. It was elegant, yet prideful, as if all the different qualities had combined and formed a unique charisma that made everyone before him lower their heads with unworthiness. That was so for Jin Duoming. After meeting Zhao Pinfang, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Little Ming hereby greets Uncle Zhao. Jin Duoming spoke hurriedly. In reality, he knew very clearly that this man before him didn't rely on his relationship as someone's Tao partner to attain his current status. Instead, it should be said that Zhao Pinfang's importance to the Federation resulted in him having a Tao partner. Other than his exceptional qualities, his progression process was also extremely smooth. However, compared to the fame of the Martian colony governor, Zhao Pinfang wasn't well known amongst the commoners. He was only prominent in the upper ranks of every faction of society. Wang Baoli had wanted to greet him too. However, hearing that Jin Duoming addressed himself as Little Ming, he couldn't help and almost laugh out loud despite Zhao Pinfang's back view making him feel immense pressure. Wang Baoli was still well aware of what he needed to do and immediately greeted Zhao Pinfang as well. Little the hereby greets Uncle Zhao. Wang Baoli's words caused Jin Duoming to raise his eyebrows as he glanced at Wang Baoli. Noticing Wang Baoli's facial expression upon addressing himself as a little Lo, he didn't say much, instead, preparing himself for a good show. At the same time, Zhao Pinfang, who had his back to them and was looking at the mural, had a look of bewilderment flash across his face. However, he regained his composure quickly and slowly turned around. The moment he turned around and Wang Baoli saw his looks clearly, even he, who thought of himself the most handsome person in the Federation, felt guilty of that thought. Despite having reached middle age, Zhao Pinfang's handsome facial features and appearance showed that he was extraordinary. It wasn't difficult to imagine that he was definitely an extremely suave man in his younger days. Even though he was middle-aged and covered with a head of grey hair, he was still elegant, which made the impact of his handsome looks even greater. Everyone here is a man. Wang Baoli sighed deeply as feelings of jealousy surged continuously in his heart. He quickly suppressed it, but still felt that Zhao Pinfang looked familiar, just that he was unable to recall when he had seen him. While Wang Baoli felt bewildered, Zhao Pinfang, who had turned around, looked calmly at Jin Duoming and Wang Baoli. His gaze merely swept across Jin Duoming, but it was more focused on Wang Baoli as he inspected him in detail for a moment. In the end, he snorted. That shocked Wang Baoli and sent chills into his heart. Zhao Pinfang retracted his gaze and turned around again to face the mural. From the beginning until the end, he didn't say a word. That made Wang Baoli even more nervous and uneasy. He quickly glanced at Jin Duoming, his eyes revealing his intention to ask about the situation. Jin Duoming also blinked, trying to convey the message that he wasn't sure what was going on either. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He felt that something was amiss but didn't know where the problem lay. He began making speculations in his mind. Why is he staring at me? He even snorted. That's not right. There's something wrong here. Could it be? Wang Baoli thought about it, and a thought suddenly flashed in his head. He was thinking about whether Zhao Pinfang, like his Dao partner, had really wanted to ask him to be their son-in-law. Seeing that Wang Baoli was growing concerned again, Jin Duoming laughed and didn't bother to explain the situation. He stood obediently at the side. As for Zhao Pinfang, he didn't care about the worries written clearly on Wang Baoli's face. Instead, after staring at the mural for a long time, he opened his mouth slowly and spoke the first sentence since the trio had met. Come closer, the two of you. Tell me what you see in this mural. As Zhao Pinfang's calm voice reverberated, Jin Duoming stepped forward immediately and looked extremely serious as he inspected the mural. Wang Baoli also quickly put aside the emotions that he was experiencing and stepped beside Zhao Pinfang, raising his head to look at the mural. He had glanced at the mural previously, and now that he was looking at it up close, at the devastated planet, and at spirits from the planet's deceased individuals accumulating into a river as they blended into the cosmos, the mural looked a little bizarre. However, it was difficult to see what was going on exactly, especially since Wang Baoli was still thinking about the weird glance that Zhao Pinfang threw at him. Therefore, Wang Baoli didn't speak, instead, he pretended to look at the mural in detail. However, as he looked, Wang Baoli's pupils suddenly constricted. He was previously a distance away and didn't feel it strongly, but now that he was near it and observing the mural, he suddenly felt an aura emanating from the mural. That aura was so weak that others were unable to sense it. However, to Wang Baoli, who was trained in the dark art, it was extremely familiar. To confirm what he had felt, he even went forward to touch it. The moment he touched the mural, Wang Baoli was shocked. He was very sure that it was dark qi that was being given off by the mural. Little Ming, you go first. As Wang Baoli was still reveling in shock, Zhao Pinfang spoke calmly. Jin Duoming quickly responded. After thinking about it for a brief moment, he spoke with a deep voice. Uncle Zhao, to me, there is a deep meaning being conveyed by the mural. Even though I am somewhat ignorant, I can tell that this mural is conveying a message of hope. For example, the death of this galaxy, as well as the emergence of the spirits, all these are extreme expressions. I feel that revolt would occur when things become serious, and this extreme description perhaps encompassed hope as well as an opportunity that I am still unable to fathom. Jin Dwuming's reply sounded exciting to Wang Baoli. That wasn't simply viewing the mural. Instead, it was a profound interpretation of the depiction on the mural. At the same time, Wang Baoli also noticed that after Zhao Pinfang heard the reply, he nodded his head slightly. Instantly, Wang Baoli realized that it was a form of assessment. Prominent figures all like to throw out assessments upon meeting someone, huh? Wang Baoli sighed and was thinking about what to say when he heard Zhao Pinfang's voice. Wang Baoli, it's your turn. TSK, Wang Baoli was unhappy. He felt that Zhao Pinfang was biased against him, referring to Jin Duoming as Little Ming and sounding warm when talking to him. In contrast, when speaking to him, he called his name directly. It appeared that Zhao Pinfang had some preconceived notions about him. Even though he didn't know where the preconceived notion arose from, but his temper was worked up as he turned to look directly at Zhao Pinfang. Master Zhao, different people would have different interpretations about the meaning of this mural. Little Ming feels that it conveys a meaning of hope, while I feel that it is more like a ritual. However, regardless of the varying views, all these are guesses. I have a different interpretation of this mural. This mural hails from the Divine Armament catacombs on Mars. The first half of Wang Baoli's sentence didn't generate any reaction from Zhao Pinfang. However, the second half made Zhao Pinfang immediately turn to look at Wang Baoli. This time, his eyes no longer carried an intent to inspect Wang Baoli. Instead, a look of curiosity was apparent. Why do you say that? Based on my intuition. Wang Baoli raised his head, speaking calmly with his hands behind his back, trying to hint that Zhao Pinfang was biased and that he had a temper as well. Jin Duoming blinked and stepped back. He felt that the way Wang Baoli was speaking to Zhao Pinfang would easily earn him a beating. As for Zhao Pinfang, he looked even more curious, and that look of curiosity gradually transformed into a look of appreciation, as if he was very satisfied with Wang Baoli's answer. While Jin Duoming was still bewildered, Zhao Pinfang laughed. There were many before you from the Federation who have viewed this mural previously. However, Wang Baoli, you are the first one who managed to point out the origin of this mural without knowing about its background. You're no doubt the City Lord of Divine Armament New City who suppressed the catacombs. Your exploration of the catacombs seems profound, which has helped to hone this intuition of yours. You're right. This mural indeed originated from the Divine Armament catacombs on Mars. It was one of the items discovered by the various factions when they first entered the catacombs those years back. This mural is unique. It is ever-changing, and under different lighting conditions, other hidden images can be seen on it. As Zhao Pinfang spoke, he raised his right hand and flailed. Instantly, in research room number 3, the lighting was transformed. The surrounding caves disappeared, replaced by the cosmos. It was as if the trio had been teleported into space. As they stood in the vast cosmos, the surroundings and the mural were completely integrated together. Rather, to a certain extent, it could be said that the trio had been transported into the world within the mural. It was also at this moment that the image on the mural was transformed. Even though the planet was still devastated, and the incountable spirits were still flowing into a river, outside the planet, at the end of the spirit river, a black lone boat appeared in the cosmos. On this black solo raft stood a man in a black robe. This black-robed man was holding a unique oar, where a light hung. Lone boat, black robe, lantern oar. The path of the lone boat seemed to be able to separate light from darkness. The glow from the lantern oar was like the guidance from a light tower. As the black-robed man proceeded forward, the river of spirits behind him no longer looked to be in pain. Instead, they seemed to be in peace as they moved along. Have either of you heard about the Dark Sect? In the cosmos, Zhao Pinfang's voice, which carried a meaning of utmost respect to the point of addiction, reverberated softly. It wasn't a question, he was just mumbling to himself. Chapter 411, The Legend of the Dark Sect. Chapter 411, The Legend of the Dark Sect. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Dark Sect? Jin Duoming froze. This was the first time he had heard of this bloodline. He knew that Zhao Pinfang probably wasn't referring to any bloodlines found on Earth. The dark sect clearly had something to do with the divine armament catacombs. Based on his deductions, it should belong to an extraterrestrial civilization. All kinds of thoughts surfaced in Jin Duoming's head. He didn't notice how Wang Baoli's eyes had narrowed slightly when the latter had heard the words, dark sect. Emotion surged inside Wang Baoli. He hadn't expected Zhao Pinfang to know of the dark sect. Wang Baoli was still quite the adept at controlling himself. He simply appeared to look confused, opened his mouth, and asked a question. The dark sect? Zhao Pinfang hadn't been paying attention to Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming. His words might have seemed like a question, but he had actually been speaking to himself. He didn't believe Wang Baoli or Jin Duoming would know anything about the dark sect. This was a mysterious bloodline of the past, after all. Even he, who had spent years researching it, had only managed to come across a few clues after the discovery of the divine armament catacombs, and after studying the ancient greenish-bronze sword's history accumulated in countless fragments. The dark sect, at the height of its glory, it controlled the universal cycle of rebirth, guarding the souls across the galaxies. One might even call the dark sect the master of death in the universe. In fact, I feel that there's another name that suits them better. Heavenly Tao. Perhaps, they are the Heavenly Tao, perhaps, they are the Heavenly Tao given form, or perhaps, they are the ambassadors of the Heavenly Tao, tasked to protect and carry out the laws of the entire universe. Based on the records found in some fragments, some initially believed the dark sect to be a fabrication, something that didn't exist. However, as more and more ruins were discovered, and with the discovery of dark artifacts, there was conclusive evidence that the dark sect really did exist. Not only that, during the period when it existed, the height of its glory likely surpassed the imagination of those who came after it. Zhao Pinfang had a look of dazed adoration in his eyes. His voice grew more agitated. It was heavy with anticipation, yearning, and reverence. Can you imagine that? Those of the dark sect wandering across the entire universe. Where there is death, there is someone from the dark sect guiding them. This wall painting depicts one of the dark sect, guiding countless souls of the dead beyond this dying, soon-to-be-dead star. Unfortunately, I'm unable to discern more from the few documents I've found. A long, long time ago, this person of the dark sect disappeared. Perhaps he died, or perhaps he left. Regardless, he no longer exists. But even if the dark sect no longer exists, what they left behind still remains. The Martian divine armament isn't an ordinary divine armament. Based on my analysis and assessment, there's a high chance of it being a dark artifact that was left behind after the dark sect period. Zhao Pinfang inhaled a deep breath. He muttered softly to himself, then lifted his right hand and waved. Suddenly, the starry skies around them vanished and transformed back into the side of a cave. The black-robed man and the boat on the wall paintings had all disappeared as well. Everything had returned to normal. Be it Jin Duoming or Wang Baoli, their breathing quickened, and their heartbeats raced. To Jin Duoming, the dark sect seemed like a story from a long time ago. But this story had a direct relation to the divine armament catacombs beneath the new city. It was as if the ancient past and the present had come together and layered themselves over each other. His eyes shone with a strange, brilliant light. Awe and yearning for the distant time which belonged to the dark sect, when the dark sect had wandered the universe, rose in his heart. He also wanted to be so powerful that he could control death and reincarnation. Wang Baoli seemed as surprised as Jin Duoming was. However, the shock he was feeling inside his heart vastly exceeded what he was showing on his face. That was because he knew of the dark sect and was practicing the dark art himself. Sometimes, he even felt that he himself might be somehow related to someone from the dark sect. The impact and shock to Wang Baoli was greater as he listened to the dark sect's history with his current status. After all, little Missy hadn't revealed such details. She had only spoken briefly about it. Zhao Pinfang's words seemed to have opened a door for Wang Baoli, towards a greater understanding of the dark sect. He had a greater knowledge of the dark sect. His yearning was different from Jin Duoming's. He somehow sensed that if he continued to practice the dark art and reach the pinnacle of the mystic art, he might perhaps be able to wander the universe as well. The thought sent Wang Baoli's heart racing. His panting grew heavier. He and Jin Duoming stared at each other. Then, they turned and looked at Zhao Pinfang. Zhao Pinfang had calmed down. He turned, his eyes falling on Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming. He seemed to want to speak more about the dark sect, but his voice transmission ring vibrated then. He checked it and frowned. He ended the conversation and chose to leave. Before he left, he summoned the illusory girl and got her to bring the two to visit 3 other labs. He also approved the construction of a research facility in the new city. I can approve the new research facility, but you must remember, the Divine Armament Catacombs concerns the dark sect. You have to be on your guard constantly. Once the wall disappears, perhaps we'll be able to uncover part of the veil, the mysterious veil that has been concealing the dark sect for such a long time. Having said that, Zhao Pinfang turned and was about to leave. There was anxiety in his eyes. The transmission had clearly contained news that was important to him. But as he reached the entrance to the 3rd lab, Zhao Pinfang stopped in his tracks. He turned and looked at Wang Baoli, suddenly saying, "Wang Baoli, cut down on your snacks and do more exercise. You're a primary rank 3 noble and a city lord. You shouldn't be snacking all the time. That's hardly proper. You should work harder on your cultivation as well, and reach the core formation realm as soon as possible." He glared at Wang Baoli, then left. Wang Baoli was slightly dazed. He thought there was something wrong with the final few words that Zhao Pinfang just said. Why does he sound like my dad when he's not my dad? Besides, I'm already so slim, why do I need to go on a diet? With doubts and grievance in his heart, Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming followed the illusory girl and toured another 3 labs. However, the last 3 labs seemed more focused on the research and lab work, so they couldn't really understand what was going on. At the same time, they were still reeling from their knowledge of the dark sect. They were in no mood to check out what was going on in the last 3 labs. The illusory girl soon led them away and out of the research facility. Only when they stepped into the teleportation array formation did Wang Baoli finally feel his heart calm down. He turned and stared at the illusory girl who looked exactly like little Missy. He turned and stared at the endless research facility, which seemed to hide countless secrets. He could sense that there must be more secrets the Federation was hiding inside that it didn't wish to make public. Maybe there's a nascent soul here. Who's to know? Wang Baoli muttered secretly. He teleported alongside Jin Duoming and left with questions plaguing him. When both of them appeared in the main Martian city again, they both released their breath at the same time. They didn't linger in the city. They boarded a cruiser and headed straight for the new city. Jin Duoming was very satisfied with the visit. He had learned many pieces of secret information. The most important thing was that their proposal for a research facility was approved. He felt he had made a smart move by bringing Wang Baoli along for this trip. He hadn't told Wang Baoli, but he had previously requested to visit Zhao Pinfang before, but the latter had ignored him. That was why Jin Duoming had thought hard about it. When he had applied again, he had included Wang Baoli's name. This round, Zhao Pinfang had agreed to have them over. Jin Duoming had done quite a lot of preparations after obtaining the approval. He had thought about how Wang Baoli might be embarrassed in front of Zhao Pinfang. He would have done something good if that had happened. The great Master Zhao didn't seem like the sort to kill the donkey when the grinding was done. But Master Zhao only did a visual assessment without making any other moves. Maybe he thinks that Wang Baoli's not bad? That can't be possible. But if that's not the case, why would he reveal so many secrets, and even indirectly help Wang Baoli come to an understanding of how to refine dharmic armaments? Jin Duoming had many doubts, but he was still happy with his gains. As for Wang Baoli, he felt that he had gained much as well. He had learned about a part of the dark sect's history and gained enlightenment on the heavenly evocation of dharmic armaments. The former expanded Wang Baoli's horizons while the latter was an immense practical help to his current stage in studying dharmic armaments, but Wang Baoli still felt that the way Zhao Pinfang had looked at him and his final words had been slightly strange. He thought about how Jin Duoming had invited him along. Even though he couldn't discern the details, he could still tell that Jin Duoming had made use of something special. He had to gain an opportunity for the visit, and also the approval for his request. At that thought, Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow. He suddenly patted Jin Duoming on the shoulder. He had something resembling a smile on his face as he spoke. Old Jin, you know, I've been studying dharmic armaments recently. I lack proper samples. Why don't you lend me 50 of those? Jin Duoming, who had been in a good mood, instinctively and hastily voiced his refusal when he heard Wang Baoli's tone of voice. You might as well rob me blind. Do I look like I have so many dharmic armaments? No. Really? Well, actually, I feel that there isn't really a need for a research facility in the new city, and I think Master Zhao seems to have some misunderstanding about me. It's all right, I'll just speak to the governor when I get back. We won't go ahead with the research facility, Wang Baoli said casually while snorting inwardly. He thought about how Jin Duoming had been planning to use his influence for his pet project. Why would Wang Baoli agree to that without him coughing up something in return? As soon as Wang Baoli said that, Jin Duoming smiled wryly. He finally realized that Wang Baoli was expressing his discontent. He was adamant about getting something out of this, by hook or by crook. One, I swear. I only have 2 on me. My family's not going to give me any more. I can only lend you 1. You're giving me 1? That's not appropriate. It's such a valuable thing. Fine, fine, since you're so sincere, I can't turn the gift down. It'll hurt your heart. Fine, I'll accept the gift. There's no next time. Wang Baoli patted his tummy and shrugged. He had a look of exasperation on his face. Jin Duoming was about to go crazy. He said he would lend it to him, not give it to him, but this wasn't the first time he had witnessed Wang Baoli's complete lack of shame. Still, he couldn't bear the pain of losing a dharmic armament. He knew though, that if Wang Baoli didn't get what he wanted, this jerk would really do something like send a voice transmission to the governor. He thanked the heavens that Wang Baoli didn't know the truth. Else, he would be asking for more in return. Jin Duoming gritted his teeth. Fine, but you have to promise you will let this rest. Chapter 412, Disturb the Grass, Startle the Snake. Chapter 412, Disturb the Grass, Startle the Snake. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It would have been all right if Jin Duoming hadn't said that. His words immediately sparked Wang Baoli's suspicion. Upon seeing the expression on Wang Baoli's face, Jin Duoming hastily waved his right hand and immediately pulled out a dharmic armament from his storage bracelet. It was a flying sword. It was red and exuded waves of heat as soon as it was pulled out. There seemed to be indistinct, piercing shrills ringing in the air. Within the waves of heat, one might even see the blurry image of a large phoenix appearing behind Jin Duoming. It stood within a vast ocean of fire that appeared to threaten to burn everything. It was also a 7th-grade dharmic armament. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened at the sight of the dharmic armament. He knew how valuable a dharmic armament was. This flying sword was a 7th-grade dharmic armament, like his saber. However, it was clearly of better make than the saber. This difference was visible from the aura that the dharmic armament exuded. With the dharmic armament before his eyes, he couldn't be bothered to analyze Jin Duoming's words to find the trap in them. Even if there was a trap, so what? If this really turned out to be a losing deal for him, he'd simply come and ask for another dharmic armament. There were perks to being friends with the rich and wealthy. Wang Baoli nodded with satisfaction. He seemed to have agreed to what Jin Duoming said. Jin Duoming understood that such verbal agreements weren't reliable, but having one was still better than none. Regardless of the loss he was feeling, he could only sigh and throw the flying sword at Wang Baoli. He sighed. He must have been in Wang Baoli's debt in his past life. There was no other explanation for why he kept handing dharmic armaments over to him. I'll just have to see this as an investment. With that thought in mind, Jin Duoming felt a lot better. The two of them sat in the cruiser and headed straight for the new city. On the way back, Wang Baoli played around with the flying sword. He even studied and extended his senses towards it. He could immediately tell the difference between the 2 dharmic armaments. When combined with his gains inside the research facility, he could barely wait to go into seclusion and conduct even more in-depth research. Wang Baoli had a feeling that he would definitely reach a breakthrough in his refinement of dharmic armaments after this seclusion. The cruiser carried his anticipation as it sped forward and steadily approached the new city. While Wang Baoli was studying the Dharmic armament, Jin Duoming also started thinking about his own plans. He had come to Mars partly because of the head of his family's request for him to keep an eye on the divine armament catacombs, and partly because he wanted to try and fight for the right to become the successor to his family clan. After all, he wasn't the only one qualified to become the heir. He had to do his due preparations. Compared to what the other potential successors had chosen, Jin Duoming had initially planned to stake a firm claim over the family's businesses on Mars. However, his father had reminded him to tag along more often with Wang Baoli. That was what had resulted in their first contact on Mars. From the way he saw it, this mobile investment was a steal. He was an important key in breaking up the Martian stalemate. But how did the old man know that Wang Baoli would fly through the ranks on Mars? Jin Duoming had his doubts regarding the matter. He couldn't figure this out. He knew that regardless of how much the old man approved of him, if the latter chose not to reveal the truth to him, he would never get an answer out of the latter, no matter how persistently he asked. This Wang Baoli is really quite an interesting fellow. At that thought, Jin Duoming snuck a glance at Wang Baoli, who was busy studying the Dharmic armament. He thought about the series of events that had happened after Wang Baoli had arrived on Mars. He felt a tinge of envy. At the same time, he also recognized Wang Baoli for what he had done. Time passed steadily as Wang Baoli studied the Dharmic armament and the other studied Wang Baoli. Divine Armament New City soon appeared before their eyes. The cruiser approached the city steadily and slowly landed in the port within Jin Duoming's city zone. Even though Wang Baoli had made this trip secretly, there were still many people from the 4 Dao colleges waiting alongside Lin Qianhao in the port for his arrival. As soon as Wang Baoli stepped out of the cruiser, he saw a smiling Lin Qianhao as well as other familiar faces. A sense of belonging and warmth rose in his heart. He gazed at the buildings around them. This was his city, he thought, and his spirits soared. "Greetings to the city lord," Lin Qianhao said loudly. Those behind him quickly cupped their fists and saluted. Wang Baoli smiled and nodded at the crowd. He was about to announce the outcome of the visit, and inform everyone that a research facility was to be built in the city. However, just as he was about to speak, he frowned suddenly. His eyes fell on one of the Foundation establishment realm cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges in the crowd that had come to receive him. He was a middle-aged man. His expression was that of respect, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm and passion. He was no different from what Wang Baoli had remembered him to be. Except, he exuded a faint but, to Wang Baoli's eyes, clear dark qi. Wang Baoli's pupils contracted immediately. He was about to take a closer look when he sensed others exuding dark qi in the crowd. There were as many as 5 of them. Wang Baoli's heart leaped to his throat. He might have discounted one as an accident, but to have 5 in the group receiving him, that was simply horrifying. Wang Baoli didn't act recklessly. He quickly retracted his gaze and continued to smile. But he was no longer in the mood to announce the new research facility. He left the port with Lin Qianhao. During the return trip, Lin Qianhao stayed by Wang Baoli's side, reporting the various incidents that had taken place in the city during his absence. Wang Baoli seemed normal while he listened to Lin Qianhao's reports, but he was observing Lin Qianhao closely as well. He verified that there was no dark qi on Lin Qianhao and let loose a breath of relief. He boarded the cruiser headed back for the city lord's office. As the group of people sped past, Wang Baoli stood at the edge of the cruiser. His expression revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Secretly though, he had made use of his access rights to the array formation and merged with the array formation. He began to inspect and gaze over the entire city. Upon merging with the array formation, Wang Baoli could immediately sense his great Baoli array formation filled with dark qi. The dark qi didn't originate from the catacombs but from within his city and its countless cultivators. It was coming from them and being absorbed by the great Baoli array formation. This sent Wang Baoli reeling. He immediately inspected the great Martian array formation. Based on his sensitivity towards dark qi, he could also immediately sense a similar spirit energy within the great Martian array formation. Something's wrong. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. He turned and looked at Lin Qianhao. The latter was about to report on the art of longevity. There's also this art of longevity. It suddenly appeared and was taken up very quickly by the population. We found nothing out of the ordinary after investigation, but together with the deputy city lord, we still decided to control its dissemination. Wang Baoli's eyes suddenly narrowed when Lin Qianhao mentioned that point. He didn't interrupt the latter but continued to listen to Lin Qianhao's report. They reached the city lord's office. That was when Wang Baoli suddenly issued an order. They would not be going to the office and would head to his residence instead. When the cruiser reached his residence, Wang Baoli got off as usual. He waited for Lin Qianhao and the rest to leave before entering his residence. The expression on his face immediately shifted to one of extreme seriousness. He activated the array formation and entered the chamber for seclusion. He sat down and crossed his legs, activating his access rights and merging with the array formation once again. Once again, through the new city's array formations, he sensed dark qi inside countless cultivators in the entire city. With a solemn face, he pulled out the art of longevity that Lin Qianhao had sent to him. He studied it and found something amiss. There's nothing wrong with this technique, nothing wrong if you practice it elsewhere. Only when you practice it in the new city, above the catacombs, where the air is heavy with dark qi, will something terrible and wrong happen. It exploits the unique feature of the Great Martian Array formation, which absorbs the population's spirit qi, and sends dark qi inside the Great Martian Array formation. This cannot be the work of someone from the Federation. There's a great likelihood that it's the work of the Divine Armament catacombs, but the monsters inside the cave are all without intelligence. How could they have come up with such a plan? This was what alarmed Wang Baoli the most. He thought for a while and decided that the most important thing now was to expel the dark qi inside the practitioners of the art of longevity inside the new city. Compared to finding the mastermind, this was a task more urgent. After all, as long as the array formation remained standing, the new city would remain safe and impenetrable. That was an unchangeable basic principle. Perhaps I can kill two birds with one stone, and make the mastermind reveal himself. Wang Baoli thought and finally came to a decision. He was going to be decisive about this. He was going to make a rash move and alert the enemy. Before that though, he was going to have to make some preparations and refine a few special dharmic artifacts. It was fortunate that the entire city was a vast eternal fortress. Within it were core parts that only Wang Baoli could access, where countless construction puppets were. Wang Baoli had the ultimate advantage when it came to refining dharmic artifacts. Chapter 413, To Overpower with Lightning. Chapter 413, To Overpower with Lightning. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 3 days later, Wang Baoli had readied himself. With the construction puppets and with adequate resources, he created 10,000 disc-shaped dharmic artifacts. These special dharmic artifacts were linked to the central, smaller Great Baoli array formation. Their purpose was singular. They were meant to counter the dark qi and absorb all dark qi from all practitioners of the art of longevity. They also possessed a search function that allowed them to sense people with dark qi in them within a certain radius of the artifact. For those who had been practicing the art for a long time, they might face the risk of exhaustion and injury after dark qi was absorbed from their bodies. However, this would only happen to those who had reached a high level of the art of longevity. Else, there shouldn't be too much damage. He or she would only feel weakened temporarily. Wang Baoli planned to use these 10,000 dharmic artifacts to do a thorough search of the entire city and forcibly clear the city of dark qi. He was doing it using the artifacts instead of the Great Baoli array formation. This was because he had assessed and knew that he shouldn't be utilizing the array formation so easily at the moment. If he left the array formation alone, the dark qi within it would remain dispersed. Once he activated it, it might increase the speed it was being contaminated and corrupted. In order to clear the root of the problem, he would only activate the array formation after the entire city had been cleared of most of the dark qi exuding from his residence. When it seemed as if the source feeding into the array formation had been dealt fully with, Wang Baoli would then have the confidence to get rid of the problem completely. After having prepared everything, Wang Baoli immediately issued his first order as the city lord after his return. He didn't consult Li Wanna or the other mayors. He had the power to make such unilateral decisions in such moments of crisis. The art of longevity is an evil art. Practicing such an art will have great adverse effects on one's body. It will suck one dry of life. It is like a poison. As long as it's not treated, it will forever plague and harm one's body. Every city zone will be receiving its first batch of dharmic artifacts that will remove the adverse effects of the art of longevity. Practitioners may approach for treatment. I want to emphasize again. This is an evil art. Anyone who continues to practice it will harm his or her own body and, at the same time, be breaking the law. Those who teach it will be punished more heavily. After the order was issued, an arrest warrant for the first 3 practitioners who had been spreading this art was also sent out. Li Wanna and the rest were shocked. Wang Baoli sent out a second order to them almost simultaneously. Kong Dao, Lin Qianhao, Jin Juoming, Wen Huai, Fang Jing, Chen Mu. The 6 of you are to immediately collect the dharmic artifacts. You will be responsible for your own city zones. Find all practitioners of the art of longevity and get rid of all signs of this evil art in their bodies. You have 1 day. You must complete this task within the day. This is an order. This art is an evil art. It is also corrupting the Great Martian Array formation. You must know the consequences. Li Wanna, you are responsible for supervising the mission and conducting an investigation. I want this art of longevity completely gone from the city tomorrow. If anything happens, don't blame me for what I do next. This was something that happened during my absence. Lin Qianhao and the others were all alarmed upon receiving the series of voice transmissions. Jin Juoming, on the other hand, handled them better. The rest all became solemn, Li Wanna, especially. Her pupils contracted. She didn't hang around. She immediately got her people and started her supervisory work. The dharmic artifacts that Wang Baoli refined were all collected by the various city zones speedily. There were large-scale sweeps and elimination of the dark qi. Meanwhile, Wang Baoli sat cross-legged in meditation in his residence. He narrowed his eyes and sank deep into thought. He sent a polite message to the few core formation realm cultivators whom the 4 Dao colleges had sent over to guard him. Amidst the whole uproar, their task was to seek out the 3 initial practitioners with an arrest warrant. At the same time, they were also to locate the mastermind behind this entire incident. A dramatic search and extermination exercise unfolded across the entire city, swift like lightning. Wang Baoli's reaction to his discovery had been harsh and brutal. He had first declared the art of longevity an evil art. This would shock and alarm most practitioners. After all, they knew very clearly that to practice an evil art in the Federation was a heavy crime. Wang Baoli had also pointed out that practicing such an art would severely affect and wear on one's body. It would drain one of life. It was like a poison that spread throughout the entire body, difficult to drain. This would inspire the practitioners' terror. They wouldn't only stop practicing, but they would begin to feel anxiety and fear. The moment when they were feeling anxiety and panic, Wang Baoli revealed a glimmer of hope. That was the first batch of dharmic artifacts in each zone that could treat this disease. Such hope, at such a critical moment, was enough to move passive practitioners into action. This would increase the ease and efficiency of those tasked to seek out the practitioners. With such a series of implicit hints and explicit orders, if there remained those who were stubborn and couldn't be persuaded, Wang Baoli also presented a stern and serious warning in his orders. The arrest warrant for the 3 original initiators was a fine example. The lightning-swift exercise soon erupted across the entire new city. Bans and searches commenced in every city zone. There were plenty of cultivators who approached the administration of their own accord. As the search went on, the core formation realm cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges were also taking note of any clues that surfaced. They followed the tracks and began their hunt for the mastermind. In the midst of this sudden exercise, Wang Baoli didn't once make an appearance. He continued to sit cross-legged in his residence. He merged with the array formation and was waiting for the moment when the root of the problem was exterminated. That was when he would address and resolve the hidden dangers in the array formation. He had also made other preparations. He got Kong Dao and Jin Juoming to instruct their guards and escorts to stand guard around the residence. This was to prevent the mastermind from trying to attack him, the leader of the exercise. Time passed steadily. Wang Baoli's orders had been issued decisively, and Li Wanna also realized the seriousness of the matter. She pushed the investigations and search on forcefully. Finally, late that night, the search of the entire city was completed. Almost all practitioners of the art of longevity were rid of the dark chi inside them. Li Wanna had even led the team into the autonomous zones and conducted the search personally. Chen Mu, who hadn't been diligently following orders, also finally completed the search in the autonomous zone. Kong Dao and Lin Qianhao were the ones who had been the most thorough in the entire exercise. The search in their zones had been beyond rigorous. Even Jin Duoming couldn't compare. Kong Dao, especially, had sent a voice transmission to Wang Baoli late in the night. He had reported decisively that there wasn't a single person in his zone who continued to practice the art of longevity. All past practitioners had been rid of the dark qi in their bodies. Wang Baoli heard Kong Dao's report. Lin Qianhao's and the others' reports followed swiftly. When Li Wanna reported on behalf of the 3 autonomous zones, Wang Baoli finally let loose a sigh of relief in his heart. However, he knew that this was still not over. He continued to wait. 2 hours passed. He finally received the voice transmission from the core formation realm cultivators of the 4 Dao colleges. We've arrested all 3 perpetrators, but we didn't find the mastermind. After interrogation, we found that the 3 were only puppets. Wang Baoli frowned when he heard the news. He had created a great spectacle and destroyed the others' plans within a single day. The mastermind should have retaliated. Be it attempting to come after him or through any other methods, there should have been traces of his presence. With so many core formation realm cultivators searching and keeping a lookout, such traces would have been difficult to hide. They should have been able to follow such tracks and caught him. Who would have known things would turn out this way? Unless the mastermind immediately hid himself as soon as trouble started brewing, he didn't care about the destruction of his plans, or perhaps, he has already achieved his goals? Wang Baoli frowned. He pondered for a while but didn't have an answer. He knew that this wasn't the time for deep thoughts. He took a deep breath and immediately activated the array formation over the entire city. The array formation roared to life and attempted to cleanse itself of all hidden dangers. This is the mastermind's last chance. Let's see if he's able to control himself. Wang Baoli knew that once the array formation was cleansed of all hidden dangers, it would revert to its original secure state. Even though it had suffered damages, but its foundations were strong. This meant that the efforts of the other party had all been for nothing. That was why he had concluded that the other party would definitely make a move now. He had prepared for that. It was as Wang Baoli had predicted, with a slight variation. The black-robed man didn't interrupt Wang Baoli's attempt to cleanse the array formation. At that moment, he appeared soundlessly in mid-air above Wang Baoli's residence. He stood in the air, clothed in black robes, clearly visible yet undetected by anyone. It was as if he didn't exist. His eyes, hidden beneath the black robes, glimmered with a ghostly light. They seemed to be able to pierce through all walls, see right into the hidden chambers of Wang Baoli's residence, and stare straight at the meditating Wang Baoli. Is that really a dark child? The black-robed man murmured. He seemed hesitant. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his right hand suddenly and pointed a finger towards Wang Baoli. We'll just have to find out. Chapter 414, Continue Bragging. Chapter 414, Continue Bragging. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Intuition wouldn't be able to accurately assess whether one was a dark child. One needed to sacrifice part of his vitality from his very core to reach for a nudge at the other's true essence. If that didn't trigger a response, one would then be able to conclude firmly that the other wasn't a dark child. The black-robed man hadn't intended to make use of his own life essence, as he hadn't thought that Wang Baoli was a dark child. The dark sect had fallen a long time ago, becoming a mere legend. There remained few signs in this world that still proved it had existed before. The sudden appearance of someone who might be a dark child invited incredulity from the black-robed man. After all, even during the height of the dark sect's glory, there had been few who had been able to become a dark child. Due to his rank and status, the black-robed man didn't know what conditions existed that allowed one to become a dark child, but in the depths of his memory remained the fear and horror the dark sect inspired during those days in the past. He could never forget the days when he hadn't become an artifact spirit. He had trembled before a mere ordinary disciple of the dark sect. Now that so much time had passed, and with him falling into a deep sleep then waking up again and continuing this cycle repeatedly, his memories had grown blurrier when he tried to remember the past. His awe and fear of the dark sect hadn't faded away though, regardless of how much time had passed. In fact, it could be argued that the dark sect was his prison, and the dark child, his master. Any dark child could easily control it. He had no means of fighting back. He couldn't devour his host and master. This was the scars of the past, the laws that had been branded deep into his life essence in the distant past. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't make them stir. This was his fate. That was why he didn't want to and indeed didn't believe that there was still a dark child in this world. But the corruption of the array formation had been exorcised in a lightning-swift manner. He had secretly sensed the creation of those dharmic artifacts as well. Despite thinking it impossible, he still felt uncertainty over the matter. He knew what it meant if a dark child really appeared. He found that unacceptable. That was why he had come here. That was why he was sacrificing his own life essence to test the truth and set his heart at ease. That was why he had pointed at Wang Baoli. It seemed like an ordinary action, and it didn't draw the attention of any of the core formation realm cultivators. However, it appeared to form a link with the heavens and earth. It spoke to the stars and formed an indescribable, strange energy wave. The black-robed man's pointing of a finger seemed to pierce through space, the walls, disregarding everything as it raced towards the secret chambers where Wang Baoli was. The energy wave suddenly flooded the insides of the secret chamber. It was infused heavily with dark chi. It held the black-robed man's life essence and contained him in his entirety. It appeared before Wang Baoli and transformed into a wide gaping mouth that no one else could see. This wide mouth was an illusion. It was about to swallow and devour Wang Baoli, who was sat in meditation and cleansing the array formation, whole. It was as the wide mouth was about to swallow him whole that Wang Baoli seemed to sense something amiss. He opened his eyes suddenly. Others might not be able to see this wide gaping mouth, but he immediately saw it, clear as day, when he opened his eyes. His pupils contracted immediately. His heart stuttered. Before Wang Baoli could do anything, suddenly, the dark fire inside his body seemed to wrestle free from his control and erupted inside his body. As if sensing the violation from a subordinate, the dark fire instinctively showed its power and authority. A ghostly light appeared instantly in Wang Baoli's eyes. Where his pupils were, appeared, instead, the dark fire. An indescribable cold erupted at that instant. It plunged the entire secret chamber into an iciness. The dark fire that had just erupted surged out from Wang Baoli's body alongside the chill, expanding and surging outwards. Inside the secret chamber, away from the eyes of others, Wang Baoli's entire body was covered in a towering dark fire. An endless and overwhelming air of authority surged from his person. He seemed invincible and impenetrable. The wide mouth clamped over the dark fire and let loose a scream of agony. It was like an ordinary person swallowing fire, and the screaming wide mouth started to melt before one's eyes. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. The gaping wide mouth that had been formed from the life essence of the black-robed man was burned to crisps. It tried to fall back, but the dark fire came after it, seemingly with an intention to punish it for its offense. At that critical moment, the wide mouth, in its desperation to escape, and in its fear and panic, collapsed into itself, dodging the dark fire's relentless pursuit and saving itself. This was only possible because the black-robed man was simply that powerful, while Wang Baoli's dark fire was only in its infancy. Else, even if the black-robed man had allowed his life essence to scatter and disperse, he would still not have been able to escape the attack of the dark fire. Everything had happened extremely quickly, from the appearance of the black-robed man to his test, and finally to the retaliation of the dark fire. Outside, in the sky, no one could see the black-robed man and how he had self-destructed a part of his life essence. His face was colored in alarm. He instinctively fell back hastily, retreating hundreds of yards. His eyes, hidden beneath his robes, were colored with indescribable horror and incredulous shock. The dark fire, this is impossible. The black-robed man shouted. The flames that no one could see, that were rising to the skies from Wang Baoli's residence, were clear in his eyes. It was a black fire. It exuded not heat but an incomparable chill. It seemed to be able to stir spirits and send the wheels of rebirth spinning. This fire held an important meaning for the black-robed man. It exerted a control that he couldn't fight against. The sight of it sent the black-robed man, already shaking in his soul, trembling once again. His breathing quickened significantly, and his whole body was swaying. His inner world seemed to have been ripped apart. Dark fire. How can there still be dark fire in this world? He truly is a dark child. The black-robed man trembled. He was besieged by a sense of incredulity. The dark sect has fallen. How can there still be a dark child? Damn it! The black-robed man roared in fury and madness. He couldn't control the indescribable fear that was taking over his body. He didn't wish for a master to appear so soon after he had obtained freedom. He found that impossible to accept. Madness and a fierce murderous intent slowly appeared in his eyes. It was colored with caution. After a long while, he gradually calmed down. He stared unblinkingly at Wang Baoli's residence. He was silent for a long while. Then, he slowly disappeared. So what if he's the dark child? I can't go near him, and I can't attack him for fear of inviting a backlash, but I can still strike indirectly and get him killed. As the black-robed man departed, inside the secret chambers of his residence, the uncontrollable dark fire inside Wang Baoli gradually disappeared and returned inside his body. Wang Baoli gasped. He had an ugly expression on his face. He knew that the mastermind behind the art of longevity must have tried to attack him. He pondered for a long while. Then, Wang Baoli continued to cleanse the array formation. He finally completely cleansed the array formation late that night. Staring at the array formation as it finally resumed normalcy, his heart was finally at ease. My dark fire attacked without prompting. It seemed to be able to counter the attacker. Wang Baoli fell deep into thought. He lowered his head and stared at the ground. Deep beneath the ground was where the divine armament catacombs lay. The dark sect and the dark artifact. Wang Baoli fell silent. He thought for a long while before he took out the black mask and entered the hallucination realm. He found little Missy. This time, little Missy appeared. She was still her beautiful self. Her back was towards Wang Baoli, and she seemed to be gazing into the distance, thinking. Before Wang Baoli could speak, little Missy's cold, clear voice rang out. The research facility that you visited earlier. There is a piece, a shattered fragment of the mask in the facility. It contains a part of my original essence. Ah? Wang Baoli immediately realized what was going on when he heard that. He had compared both and come to similar conclusions, but he wasn't here for this. He quickly spoke. Little Missy, is the person who attacked me earlier also a dark art practitioner? And, Master Zhao said that the divine armament here is a dark artifact, and, just now, my dark fire appeared automatically without any prompting. Didn't you say that we shouldn't reveal our dark fire easily? But it erupted on its own. What happened there? That was what Wang Baoli was desperate to find out at the moment. Little Missy, who had her back towards Wang Baoli, was clearly stunned. There was suspicion and doubt in her eyes. She hadn't noticed or sensed any attack. She hadn't sensed the dark fire inside Wang Baoli suddenly appearing without prompting. After all, she wasn't one of the dark sect. Her reaction was swift, though. She got a vague idea of what had happened from what Wang Baoli said. She felt sour with envy and bewildered at the same time. She thought to herself, you're asking me? Who do I get the answers from? Regardless, she had to keep up her pretense. She was silent for a while. She felt that she should give Wang Baoli an impossible task that would end this entire topic about the dark sect. Else, if this continued, she'd be exposed for a fraud one of these days. She lifted her chin and said casually, with a deep unfathomable air about her. Fine, since you already know, I'll stop with the hiding. There indeed is a dark artifact here. I left it here ages ago. It's nothing fantastic, but it would be appropriate for you to use it. If fate allows it, you can simply take it. I can't even be bothered to deal with whatever tried to attack you earlier. It's just a lowly dark servant. Don't overreact the next time. Remember, we cultivators of the dark sect wander the galaxies. Stars may collapse, but space remains constant. You should be calm and firm in whatever you do. All right, I'm tired. You can leave. Chapter 4:15, Take responsibility for one's actions. Chapter 4:15, Take responsibility for one's actions. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Little Missy waved her hand after saying that. The hallucination realm grew blurry instantly, and a wave of spirit energy surged outwards, shoving Wang Baoli out of the realm. As the hallucination realm resumed its peace and quiet, Little Missy, the ethereal beauty in Wang Baoli's eyes, hastily let loose a breath of relief. She patted her chest as her exquisite brow frowned. There was a troubled and frustrated expression on her face. She even stomped her foot. Someone attacked him earlier? Why didn't I sense that, and the sudden appearance of the dark fire, how would I know about that? This freak, hasn't he got other things to do? Why is he asking me all these questions? Luckily, the guy surnamed Zhao revealed quite a bit. Else, I'd have been exposed today. Little Missy was troubled, and her head throbbed. She was beginning to regret her past braggings and exaggerations. That can't be on me. Who would have thought that he would really be able to master the technique? Doesn't that make him a freak? Luckily, I'm smart and gave this freak an impossible task. I don't believe he can really retrieve the dark artifact down there. At that thought, Little Missy's heart was set at ease. But soon, it dropped again. She began to doubt herself. Every time she felt that something was impossible to accomplish, this guy would quickly prove her wrong and show her what a freak was truly capable of. That can't be possible, even though I don't know if what's lying below is indeed a dark artifact or not, but I can sense the terrifying aura that's resting below. Right, it should be fine. He can't possibly succeed. Little Missy quickly comforted herself. She laughed. She must have slept for too long. Her head must be muddled. Else, why would she think that Wang Baoli, at the Foundation establishment realm, had any chance of getting his hands on what was obviously a rare treasure? I'm trying to let him understand that he should do things slowly and play by the book. Right, that's right. This is all for his own good. She grew pleased with herself at that thought. Without knowing it, she started humming a tune. Then, she started to feel weird. This was a tune that freak Wang Baoli had hummed before. She was irked momentarily and changed to another tune. While Little Missy remained pleased with her quick wit, Wang Baoli, pushed out from the hallucination realm, was sitting inside the secret chamber. He went through what Little Missy had said. He began to see reason in her words. At the same time, he felt slightly incredulous. She said the treasure underground was something she'd left behind in the past. That's a bit too fantastical, isn't it? Her bragging knows no bounds. Wang Baoli's first reaction was disbelief, but he soon began to doubt himself. He thought back to his interactions with Little Missy. He realized that she had never deceived or misled him, not once. As long as it was something she said, he would be able to get it done. These repeated incidents led to Wang Baoli's self-doubt. He began to consider the possibility that Little Missy had really left the artifact behind. If that's really the case, there's nothing wrong with me trying to get my hands on it. Perhaps this really is what it is. Little Missy has always been right. Her origins are a mystery. She might have been some really important figure who had come from the ancient green bronze sword. Wang Baoli grew excited at that thought. He remembered the dark servant that Little Missy had mentioned. He suddenly felt that the guy who had tried to sneak attack him hadn't been that impressive or powerful. I thought he must be someone impressive, but he turned out to be a servant. Wang Baoli immediately felt a sense of superiority. He slapped his tummy happily. He increasingly felt that Little Missy had been a great help to him. But the reason that I'm able to achieve what I've achieved is through my own blood, sweat, and tears. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He reminded himself not to be overcome by pride. He also shouldn't shirk the responsibilities and burdens that came with his achievements and throw said responsibilities onto Little Missy. After all, he was a good man who was capable of shouldering his own burdens and taking responsibility for his own actions. Since I've worked so hard, I'm not going to pretend that I wouldn't have become what I have become today even if I didn't have Little Missy. Wang Baoli believed that his system of values and morality had always been positive and on the right path. At present, he was on cloud 9. He remembered what he learned about the anti-spirit bomb theory at the research facility. The collision of antimatter and matter. Wang Baoli thought for a bit. He decided he would try to create a collision and fusion between spirit qi and dark qi, and test for any changes that might result from it. However, regardless of the number of attempts, he didn't earn any conclusive findings. The two energies counteracted the other naturally. As soon as they collided with each other, they vanished. Wang Baoli found that unfortunate and was at a loss. However, he still believed that his theory should be correct. The reason he didn't achieve the results he expected was because of insufficient knowledge on his part. He was missing something. Fine, let's just set this matter aside. When the time is right and the conditions ripe, I can come back to this again. Wang Baoli set aside his experimentation with matter and antimatter. He inspected the city's array formation again. Finally, with his heart set at ease, he retreated into seclusion and began his study of dharmic armaments. After his recent trip to the research facility, he had gained great knowledge and understanding regarding the heavenly evocation step in the cycle of creating dharmic armaments. He had intended to immediately retreat into seclusion and mull over his findings after he had returned. He had wanted to test out his understanding. This had unfortunately been delayed by the incident of the art of longevity. Now that everything had been resolved, despite not being able to capture the mastermind, Wang Baoli clearly felt that he held the upper hand over the other. Little Missy had said so, that he was only a lowly servant. He set his emotions aside, and began the process of understanding and testing out the heavenly evocation step in the refining of dharmic armaments. Time passed slowly, and 3 days went by. The cleanup following the art of longevity fiasco continued. It was impossible to clean everything out within a single day. There were still a few areas scattered here and there, and a few stray cultivators not yet identified. They required the respective zones to continue with their investigations. They didn't pose that great of a problem, however. There was also the proposal for the mass migration of residents to the new city, which had been approved by the Federation and the Martian administration. Soon, batches of cruisers carrying the new population arrived in the new city. They were mainly the residents from the main Martian city, though a portion of them had come from Earth. They had been able to amass such a huge population due to the strong promotional efforts by the Federation and the Martian administration. In addition, great perks and subsidies were also being given out. That had led to a smooth migration process. As the batches of residents arrived, great numbers of low-ranking Federation officials also arrived. With the surge in population, the lower administrative levels were clearly understaffed even though the upper levels were sufficiently staffed. The combined efforts of the 4 Dao colleges and the other political forces wouldn't be enough to handle everything. The Federation and the Martian administration had to provide their people as well. Li Xiao was one of them. He didn't seek his father's help but had relied on his own strength and ability. He followed the newly migrated residents and arrived on Mars. The first thing he did when he arrived wasn't to seek out his own sister or his brother-in-law in name, but went to find Wang Baoli. He had known Lin Qianhao previously. That was why after Lin Qianhao had reported the findings from the first round of the Art of Longevity incident at Wang Baoli's residence, he then opened the floor for Li Xiao's entrance. City Lord, I'm still in the midst of tidying up the data on the practice of the Art of Longevity in the various city zones. I'll be able to consolidate the detailed information in a few days and report them to you then. In addition, Li Xiao has arrived on Mars. He's approached me and requested to see you. Li Xiao? There was a strange expression on Wang Baoli's face after he heard what Lin Qianhao said. He agreed to see Li Xiao. Li Xiao, having heard the news, immediately arrived at Wang Baoli's residence with great excitement and eagerness. Upon seeing Wang Baoli, Li Xiao quickened his steps. He cupped his fists in greeting and said loudly. Xiao greets his brother-in-law, the city lord. Lin Qianhao was dazed. Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow. He had a half-smile on his face as he studied Li Xiao. He said casually. Speak properly. Your brother-in-law isn't the city lord, he's a mayor. Li Xiao didn't seem the slightest bit embarrassed. He raised his head and thudded against his chest. There was a look of indignation on his face. He said quickly. Li Xiu only knows one brother-in-law in his heart, and that's you, City Lord. Chen Mu, that rascal, I don't approve of him at all. What's up with him, anyway? He isn't as good-looking as my brother-in-law, he's not as capable, and he's not as slim. There's his rank as well. He's only a primary rank for noble at his age. He's trashier than trash. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I've come to Mars to station myself in his autonomous zone. I'm going to keep a close watch on that bastard. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll find a chance and get rid of him myself. This bastard should try looking into a mirror. He's an absolute toad. How dare he try to fight my brother-in-law for my sister? Lin Qianhao seemed not to have reacted to Li Xiu's words, but his eyes narrowed slightly. He could sense, slightly, the arrival of another threat after Liu Daobin's arrival. Wang Baoli eyed Li Xiu. He felt extremely pleased. Even though he thought Li Xiu had many areas requiring further improvement, he wasn't without his positive qualities. This honesty of his, for example, in speaking the truth, was quite a good trait. Mayor Chen is a Federation official as well. It's not appropriate, you calling him a bastard. Don't do it when you're in public. Wang Baoli was clearly inwardly soothed, despite his stern words. Li Xiu's eyes flashed. He knew that he had done a good job with his flattery. He hastily voiced his agreement. Since you have such a grudge against Mayor Chen, as a city lord, I'm not in a position to interfere. Even if something should happen, it'll be seen as a domestic dispute. The most I can do is to mediate the situation. Wang Baoli gave Li Xiu a meaningful look, then picked his teacup up. Li Xiu was a smart person. Else he wouldn't have paid a visit to Wang Baoli as soon as he had arrived on the planet. He immediately knew what Wang Baoli was trying to say. He knew that Wang Baoli had accepted his declarations. After musing carefully over Wang Baoli's words, he realized that Wang Baoli was hinting that he still needed a guarantee. City Lord, brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll get this done quickly. Li Xiu thudded his chest. He felt invigorated and excited. He had thought this through clearly before he had arrived. He was going to declare loyalty to Wang Baoli. He was a much better option than Chen Mu. After all, he only had one sister. That meant he could only trade her once. Compared to selling her to Chen Mu, he might as well choose Wang Baoli. He and his father diverged in their views. The lunar incident had inspired an indescribable sense of awe and respect on Li Xiu's part with regard to Wang Baoli. The degree of this awe and respect had grown with the elevation of Wang Baoli's status and rank. It had reached the heights of adoration. Chapter 4:16, Knocking on the Door in the Middle of the Night. Chapter 4:16, Knocking on the Door in the Middle of the Night. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Seeing that his charisma had prompted Li Xiu to greet him so respectfully, Wang Baoli felt that, other than being equipped with the quality of being the most handsome person in the Federation, he had other qualities that were worthy of being learned by others. In his delight, he sent Li Xiu away and handed other miscellaneous matters over to several other mayors. He then went into seclusion to research the heavenly evocation step of dharmic armament refining. He had thought about the insights gained in the research facility during his tour of the research facility previously. However, there were time constraints then. This time, he planned to completely master the heavenly evocation, and at the same time, he didn't plan on neglecting his cultivation. He increasingly felt that he was close to reaching the perfected foundation establishment realm. As for the refinement of his intrinsic dharmic artifact, Wang Baoli had always been on it. Now that he had completed the other tasks at hand, he meditated with his legs crossed and took out a red flying sword and a black saber. The moment he took the two dharmic armaments out, an astonishing suppressive force was given off. Previously, Wang Baoli didn't know of the source of the suppressive force and had thought that it belonged to the viciousness of the artifact spirit. However, right now, after understanding the heavenly evocation, Wang Baoli was extremely clear that the dharmic armament was merely a carrier, and that was the same for the artifact spirit as well. The real suppressive force that emerged, and made the force of the dharmic armament so astonishing originated from the so-called god that existed previously. The so-called god is perhaps a ferocious beast or a has-been cultivator. Wang Baoli was deep in thought. As he murmured, he felt for the two dharmic armaments once again. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the former figures of the two gods ruling heaven and earth. Even though all of it was just Wang Baoli's imagination, he was very clear that he was on the right path now. Since it was difficult to imagine the will of the gods that had previously existed, the only way to achieve that was through the two dharmic armaments. Therefore, with that sensation and thought, Wang Baoli gradually allowed himself to blend together with the two dharmic armaments in order to seek the will that existed inside, and find signs of its consciousness. He wanted to sense the will of the gods while in the space between heaven and earth, so as to call the others over. This process was a slow and long one. Even though Wang Baoli was aware of the right direction, he still needed time before truly mastering the dharmic armament's heavenly evocation segment. He was clear that he couldn't rush through this matter. However, he was confident that as long as he carried on, it was just a matter of time before he succeeded. Therefore, as he meditated and gained insights, days flew by. 3 days passed quickly. In those 3 days, Wang Baoli set aside all other miscellaneous matters. As he immersed his heart and soul fully in gaining insights into the dharmic armaments, his consciousness seemed to be truly integrated with the dharmic armament. It was as if he had left Divine Armament New City and was now loitering in between the heavens and earth on Mars. As he loitered, he heard murmurs and seemed to have noticed some illusory figures, as well as felt the remnants of the consciousness of the gods that had once existed on Mars. However, all of this was general and not detailed. Wang Baoli had only managed to feel it briefly, and even though he had wanted to attract it, he was unable to accomplish it. It was as if he was transformed into a similar kind of consciousness, floating continuously under the laws of heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time, as he loitered, Wang Baoli's body suddenly shook. He sensed the existence of a very strong consciousness that was on a scale that surpassed everything else a distance away. This consciousness was strong like the sun and was like a bonfire compared to other forms of consciousness. Even though Wang Baoli had only gently touched it, the ferocity of this consciousness was sufficient to make him tremble. At that moment, a loud shrill reverberated in his mind. Kill, 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 kill. The screams that emerged from this consciousness were extremely ruthless, and its killing intent was so strong that it could destroy the heavens and earth. Wang Baoli was unable to withstand it at all, and as he trembled, he spewed a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes immediately, and even his breathing was extremely rapid. He quickly lifted his head, as if his vision could pass through the wall to look at the Mars firmament. Which god did that consciousness belong to? Wang Baoli took a deep breath, extremely shaken. He managed to calm down briefly after a long while, but as he recalled the madness and ferocity of that consciousness, he was still gripped with shock. It should be the heavenly evocation stage that I reached just now, right? Or rather, was that the legendary fugue state that is similar to that in the spirit inception era? Wang Baoli wiped the perspiration off his forehead. He had qualms but also realized the danger of the heavenly evocation. At the same time, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation towards that deranged consciousness. If I could attract it and create a carrier for it, then, my dharmic armament megaphone could possibly succeed. With that thought, Wang Baoli was filled with hope. He thought that perhaps he had proceeded with the wrong step. He should first complete the carrier, as if setting a trap in place. That's not right. I am a master, and my intentions must be upright. What I'm creating is not a trap. I am trying to allow the gods that have passed to reappear, so that they could, to a certain extent, reincarnate. With that thought, Wang Baoli instantly felt that he had a duty, and he was pleased with his realization. With that satisfaction towards himself, Wang Baoli ended his seclusion. Thoughts about the material needed to make the dharmic armament carrier darted around his mind. The material should have two aspects. Firstly, it must be a precious refinement material, and second, it should contain the artifact spirit. Regardless of whether it was the first or second aspect, it wasn't easy for Wang Baoli to fulfill them despite him being the city lord. As he thought about how to go about doing it, he suddenly grew alert and lifted his head to look at the door of the secret chamber. The moment he turned to look, he seemed to have heard loud sounds of someone knocking on the door of the secret chamber. The voice that followed sounded urgent and even affected the simple array formation that he had set for his residence. Why is she here? Wang Baoli thought. Through the array formation of his residence, he could sense that it was his neighbor, Li Wanna, that was outside his secret chamber. It was now the wee hours of the night. It was pitch black outside, and Li Wanna's sudden visit made Wang Baoli frown. He thought about it as the knocking grew even more urgent. Li Wanna had even sent a voice transmission to Wang Baoli through the voice transmission ring. In that voice transmission, there was only one sentence. "Help me." With that sentence, the knocking stopped suddenly. Through the array formation, Wang Baoli saw that Li Wanna, who was outside, had already fallen unconscious. That shocked Wang Baoli. He immediately stood up and stepped out of the secret chamber. With all his focus, he activated his cultivation and the 2 Dharmic armaments. He even notified the core formation Dao Guardians from the 4 Dao colleges before opening the door of his residence. Even though he didn't sense any external threat the moment he opened the door, he still activated his 2 Dharmic armaments, forming a suppressive force that swept the outside environment. When he made sure that there was no danger, he suspiciously approached the unconscious Li Wanna. Li Wanna looked pale as she trembled. She had lost consciousness, and her lips were black. "She's poisoned?" Wang Baoli was taken aback. He lowered his head and placed his hand on Li Wanna's forehead. The moment he touched her skin, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened, a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't hesitate and immediately carried Li Wanna into his residence. At the same time, he notified the core formation elites from the 4 Dao colleges to guard the outside environment. After that, he carried Li Wanna into the secret chamber. When he reached the secret chamber, he grew solemn, frowning as he looked at the unconscious Li Wanna. There is no dark qi coming from her body. However, it's as if there's a bottle filled with dark qi in her body, extremely chaotic and on the brink of breaking open at the slightest touch. That was the reason Wang Baoli was shocked. It was obvious that when he saw Li Wanna previously, he didn't sense any dark qi from her. Even now, he still couldn't sense it just by looking at her. It was only when he touched her and released his spirit qi to take a detailed look in her body that he sensed it. Why is she in this state? Could it be that she cultivated the art of longevity as well? However, even so, why is she different from others? Doubts arose in Wang Baoli's mind, but he didn't hesitate. Li Wanna was the deputy city lord, and even though there were conflicts between them, he couldn't leave her to die, especially so considering the experiences they had been through together. Therefore, he took a deep breath and raised his right hand, pressing it once again on Li Wanna's forehead. The devouring seed in his body instantly exploded, forming a suction force to absorb the dark qi in Li Wanna's body in order to remove the danger. Chapter 417, Healing Injuries. Chapter 417, Healing Injuries. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The concentration of the dark qi in Li Wanna's body shocked Wang Baoli as he absorbed it. It was so concentrated that if he were a little bit later, Li Wanna would have died. It was perhaps inappropriate to call her a dead corpse. Rather, she would have become a living dead person, with the possibility of being controlled by others without the hope of redemption. That made Wang Baoli extremely solemn. Not only did he have to save Li Wanna, but he also had to get to the bottom of what exactly happened to her. At the same time, he had to find out whether an incident like this was the exception or the norm, and if it was the future plans of the mastermind. It was as if another crisis was happening even before the previous one was settled. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and further activated the devouring seed. However, even if he put in all his effort in absorbing it, the dark qi inside Li Wanna's body was so concentrated it was almost viscous, and her body was weak and unable to withstand the continuous absorption by Wang Baoli's devouring seed. Therefore, it was challenging to return everything to normal in a short period of time. The only option was to let her rehabilitate after every absorption and carry on the next day. Several days passed like this in order to remove the danger while restoring her foundation. Even though he was unable to remove everything at once, Wang Baoli could still allow her to regain consciousness. Therefore, as Wang Baoli continued absorbing and healing her, after 5 minutes, Li Wanna's body moved, and her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Wang Baoli. That was especially so as the two of them were very near each other, and because Wang Baoli was rushing to save her just now and didn't bother too much about other things, directly placing Li Wanna on his lap. Therefore, when she opened her eyes and noticed how intimate she was with Wang Baoli, Li Wanna took a deep breath. Even though she remained calm on the surface, she sat up naturally and moved back, sitting opposite Wang Baoli, before revealing a complicated look in her eyes. "Go on, tell me what happened." Wang Baoli stared at Li Wanna, asking with a low voice, in no mood to care about other things. Li Wanna lowered her eyelids slightly. After taking a brief moment and calming down, she looked at her own body and began talking about what had happened. "In order to prove the art of longevity, I personally cultivated it for a period of time, but I stopped after just a brief moment. However, for some unknown reason, the speed of my cultivation was unbelievable. I have only practiced it for 2 days, yet I have reached another level." Li Wanna frowned, incredulous at that. Another level? Wang Baoli was confused. He hadn't practiced the art of longevity himself and merely studied its mnemonic. Therefore, he wasn't as acquainted with it, unlike Li Wanna, who had experienced it personally. Only the first part of the art of longevity has been made known. If cultivated to the extreme, it is possible for one to break through to the second part. However, the cultivation technique for the second part doesn't exist. At the same time, once the second part is reached, all aura will be kept within, without any abnormalities, Li Wanna explained. Listening to her words, Wang Baoli frowned yet again. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know that if I were just a minute late in saving you, you'd perhaps not be how you are right now?" Li Wanna was silent and didn't speak. Wang Baoli looked at the stubborn Li Wanna and sighed. Even though she didn't say anything, he could guess the reason. The two of them were now so distant and were considered enemies to a certain extent. Therefore, with Li Wanna's personality, she wouldn't have approached him for help and would have tried to resolve everything by herself. In reality, that was just the case. Li Wanna hadn't thought about asking Wang Baoli for help. On one hand, she wanted to suppress it with her own cultivation, and on the other, she wanted to use the dharmic artifact that Wang Baoli had refined to dispel the evil aura by herself. However, after trying it for a few days, not only did she not succeed, the situation made a turn for the worse. That was especially so tonight, as when she tried to dispel the evil aura, she felt a sense of something luring her. That sensation wasn't clear-cut, and it was as if she had lost control of her body. With sheer will, she forcefully regained control of her own body and realized that she was like a bag filled with acid, with the acid continuously corroding her internal organs and making her extremely weak. At the same time, she was unable to resolve the problem. In that life and death situation, she had little choice but to seek Wang Baoli's help. As a stubborn person, that was an extremely difficult thing to do. She felt embarrassed to reply to Wang Baoli and therefore kept her silence. However, she knew her limits, and suddenly spoke after remaining silent for a while. "Before I lost consciousness, I felt something luring me. While I was still awake, I arranged for someone to go to the place where that sensation originated from. However, I only know the general direction, and am not sure if they found the source of it. Don't fret about this for now. Take care of yourself first." After Wang Baoli heard the details, he immediately sent out instructions using his voice transmission ring, before looking at Li Wanna again. "Your injuries are severe, and it isn't possible to cure everything in a day. I need about half a month's time. For now, let's continue." "Thank you." Li Wanna lowered her head and spoke softly. Soon, the process of healing continued. Previously, Li Wanna was in a coma and unconscious and didn't feel much. Now that she was extremely alert, she blushed, and her body trembled. Wang Baoli inevitably felt something unusual as well. As dark qi infiltrated not just her body, but also occupied all her flesh and blood to the extent that it was about to combine with it, Wang Baoli had to touch every part of Li Wanna's body. This was to make the process of healing even more effective and for his devouring seed to absorb the dark qi from her flesh and blood. The contact was separated by clothing, but gradually, in the silence of the secret chamber, Li Wanna's hurried yet suppressed breathing became louder. Wang Baoli also couldn't help but feel his heart palpitating even more rapidly, especially when he thought about the incident where the both of them warmed each other up in the evil cultivator's cave. Right now, it was more intense than before. After all, in the evil cultivator's cave back then, it was pitch black. However, in Wang Baoli's secret chamber, everywhere was well lit. Seeing that Li Wanna had shut her eyes and feeling the tremble of her body, Wang Baoli blinked as his heart rate increased. An evil thought uncontrollably arose in his mind. Li Wanna seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes suddenly. Biting her lips, she stared sternly at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, you! Quiet! Do not talk during the healing process. Wang Baoli stared, slapping hard at Li Wanna's buttocks. He felt its bounciness while frowning as he spoke. Being slapped and hollered at by Wang Baoli, Li Wanna, who had wanted to warn him not to take advantage of her, was taken aback. As she hesitated, Wang Baoli sighed, waving his hand and extinguishing the lights in the secret chamber. I hope that this would calm you down. I'm trying to heal you here. Wang Baoli was thick-skinned. Even though his heart was beating quickly and he was thirsty with lust, he appeared stern and serious on the surface, despite the lights being extinguished. It might have been the dark surroundings or the bewilderment caused by Wang Baoli, but Li Wanna chose to stay silent. Even though her breathing grew more rapid, she didn't say anything further. To a certain extent, she seemed to have reached acquiescence. However, Wang Baoli felt that he was an upright gentleman with values. He continued the healing process in extreme detail, it was just that the process took quite a while. He felt that he was being responsible and serious, and in this way, after treating Li Wanna by touching her all over her body, an hour had passed. In the process of Wang Baoli healing Li Wanna, the cultivators sent by the both of them had already completed the search in the specific region that they were ordered to go to, but they didn't find anything. However, in another direction within Chen Mu's autonomous zone, there were over 1,000 people in a secluded location standing expressionlessly. There was no dark qi given off their bodies, but if Wang Baoli were there and contacted their bodies to sense what is going on inside, he would definitely find that each one of them was like Li Wanna, with dark qi contained in their bodies like a dark qi bomb. On the ground before them, a large array formation was drawn. The black-robed man stood beside the array formation and spoke calmly. Let's begin. The moment he said that, the over 1,000 expressionless individuals immediately lifted their heads. Within their empty gaze, a look of madness was revealed. Each one of them stepped into the array formation slowly, and the array formation instantly absorbed every part of their bodies into nothingness. When these 1,000-odd individuals had all disappeared in the array formation, a blue glow emerged from the center of the array formation. Taking a closer look at the glow, it looked like a seed. Picking up the seed, the black-robed man examined it briefly, looking a little regretful but still revealing a smile. It's a pity that we don't have much time and only managed to produce one of these. However, it should be enough to destroy the Dark Child. What's next, is to choose a cooperative individual to carry out the task. Chapter 418, Able Man. Chapter 418, Able Man. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After seeing Li Wanna off, Wang Baoli felt a headache. The mastermind that was in hiding made him feel that the matter was urgent. Thankfully, he felt that he had an advantage, as, after all, it was merely a dark servant. From that term, it could be seen that in the eyes of the little missy, that person was just a servant, while he was the master. That thought made him feel a sense of relief. That is nothing much. I still have little missy. If anything doesn't go well, I'll get little missy to help, and suppress that servant. However, if I were to engage the help of little missy, I'll have to put in some effort to convince her. Wang Baoli was deep in thought about the matter, and also felt that his life was filled with challenges. He had to depend on himself for everything in order to remove all obstacles through his own effort. With that sentiment, Wang Baoli began thinking about how he could coax little missy. At that moment, Lin Qianhao also sent a voice transmission requesting to visit Wang Baoli to report the details of the investigation, as well as the results of the investigation of the various zones. Due to the frequency of Wang Baoli going into seclusion, his residence had become his office to a certain extent. Soon, Lin Qianhao arrived. Having stuck with Wang Baoli for a considerable period of time, Lin Qianhao had changed from the person he was back in the Dao College. Right now, he was no longer as arrogant and quiet, and instead was dependable and experienced. However, that was just an image he put on in front of Wang Baoli. In reality, when he was in the company of others, Lin Qianhao didn't speak much. His quiet demeanor hadn't disappeared and was simply buried deep in his bones. To others, he was like a poisonous snake, and the relationship that he shared with Wang Baoli meant that if he protected Wang Baoli's interests, he could protect his own as well. Therefore, names like lapdog, crazy dog, and poisonous snake were often applied to him by people who were unhappy with Wang Baoli. Right now, as he arrived, Lin Qianhao first poured a cup of tea for Wang Baoli, placing it in front of him. Then, he stood in front of him instinctively, without even thinking that it didn't match his status or that he was trying to get into Wang Baoli's good books. Instead, he felt that as a subordinate, he should reciprocate the things that the superior he respected had done for him, and the act of pouring a cup of tea reflected the respect he had for his superior. Wang Baoli was also accustomed to this treatment. Therefore, he took a sip of tea as he listened to Lin Qianhao's report. City Lord, there were no abnormalities found during yesterday's inspection of the area. In addition, the inspection of the various regions in the entire city has been completed. The data acquired, as well as the conclusion, are detailed here. As he reported, Lin Qianhao passed a jade slip to Wang Baoli. In the 6 regions of the new city, the people who cultivated the art of longevity are unevenly distributed. Most of them are located in Chen Mu's autonomous zone, followed by that of Fang Jing's. It is then followed by my zone, then Mayor Kong Dao's, and lastly Mayor Jin's. As for Mayor Wen Huai's region, there is no one cultivating the art of longevity at all, which seems weird. With that, Lin Qianhao looked as if he was bewildered. It appeared that he felt that the findings were bizarre and unimaginable. Hearing that, Wang Baoli also felt somewhat confused. After looking at the data listed in the jade slip, he realized that just like Lin Qianhao had reported, there ranged from tens to hundreds of thousands of art of longevity cultivators in the various zones, but none at all in Wen Huai's zone. It might be a little too much of an exaggeration to say that there were none of them at all, but since there were no records, it meant that in reality, the number of people who cultivated the art of longevity was extremely low. If not, even if the data was faked, it wouldn't be possible to be fabricated to this extent. What's going on? Wen Huai is capable. Wang Baoli was curious. He thought that he had perhaps belittled Wen Huai, and he swept his gaze at Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao had a weird expression on his face. He hesitated for a moment and began to speak softly. I have tried to find out the details of the matter, but Vice Mayor Liu Daobin would like to invite you to take a look at the situation by yourself. Lin Qianhao knew the reason behind the matter. After all, he was in charge of handling the intelligence, and if it were in a different scenario, he would definitely not have passed on Liu Daobin's message. However, right now, he felt that it would be better for him if he were to be more cautious around people like Liu Daobin. There was no point in offending or tricking him on a whim, as he felt that he saw a brand new face of Liu Daobin through this incident. Oh! Wang Baoli laughed. He recalled that Liu Daobin was now Wen Huai's assistant. Liu Daobin didn't send a voice transmission directly to him, and instead leveraged on the outcome of this incident to invite him for an on-site investigation through the proper procedures. Wang Baoli was not at all opposed to that, as he had also wanted to see for himself what exactly was going on in Wen Huai's zone. Therefore, arrangements were made. Since it was an official visit, many people were sent. A notice was also given to Wen Huai beforehand, informing him to make preparations to receive Wang Baoli. An hour later, accompanied by Lin Qianhao, Wang Baoli and company arrived at Wen Huai's autonomous zone with much fanfare. When they reached, Wang Baoli and Liu Daobin were already waiting to receive them. Having seen Wang Baoli from afar, and even before Wen Huai said anything, Liu Daobin had already run forward, greeting Wang Baoli a distance away. He was extremely agitated and spoke loudly. Daobin hereby greets the City Lord. City Lord, please allow Daobin here to speak my mind. It is such a surprise to see you, and I have so much to say that I would like to seek your approval to express my thoughts. Liu Daobin's voice could be heard in all directions. Wen Huai, who was scolding Liu Daobin for moving so quickly under his breath. He had originally wanted to greet Wang Baoli as well, but after hearing what Liu Daobin said, he was slightly taken aback. He began thinking about whether Liu Daobin had any dirt on him and had wanted to take the chance to report against him. Wang Baoli, who was initially approaching from afar with a smile on his face, suddenly had a flash across his eyes the moment he heard Liu Daobin's words. Even Lin Qianhao and company, who were following behind him, were somewhat shocked. Dao Bin, speak your mind, whatever it is. With huge strides, Wang Baoli approached Liu Daobin, helping him up as he spoke amiably. Liu Daobin was so agitated that he was trembling a little. Looking at Wang Baoli, his voice reverberated, filled with excitement. City Lord, Daobin would like to seek forgiveness from you. When I saw you approaching from afar, I was indeed taken aback and was a little delayed in greeting you. I haven't seen you for so long and felt a little adrift when I suddenly noticed you. It was as if I had seen a god, one that was so handsome that it surpassed every single person in the entire Federation. The thought that such an extraordinarily handsome individual was my city lord made me so excited that I wasn't able to maintain my image, and for that, I would wholeheartedly accept any punishment you give me. Hearing Liu Daobin's words, Wen Huai's eyes widened as he gasped. It was as if he had just seen a different side of Liu Daobin. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. Regardless of whether it was Wen Huai's subordinates or Lin Qianhao and company, everyone who heard what Liu Daobin had just said was surprised. They all looked at Liu Daobin with bewilderment, and many were cursing him for being shameless under their breaths. Even Wang Baoli was shocked. He was thick-skinned, but even he felt embarrassed hearing what Liu Daobin had just said. Despite that, satisfaction and pleasure arose in his heart naturally upon hearing Liu Daobin's words. He was extremely satisfied, but on the surface, he remained stoic and even chided Liu Daobin. Liu Daobin hurriedly accepted Wang Baoli's scoldings, and a look of relief appeared on his face. He felt that Wang Baoli's criticism towards him was an honor, and he didn't forget to curry Wang Baoli's favor after Wang Baoli was done chiding him. You're right, City Lord. City Lord, you carry great responsibilities on your shoulders, and your legacy impacts everyone from past to present. Your future is also vast and full of hope. Daobin here is direct in my words, and I couldn't hold back the words in my mind, and that was why I revealed everything that I was thinking in my heart. Upon hearing that, Lin Qianhao gasped. He felt that the threat that Liu Daobin posed towards him had grown even stronger. As for Wen Huai, he threw several more glances at Liu Daobin. As he cursed Liu Daobin under his breath, he also felt jealous. He thought about how he was Liu Daobin's direct superior but was immediately disregarded by him the moment he saw Wang Baoli. He had also never heard Liu Daobin say something pleasing to him before. Coupled with that sentiment, Wen Huai also felt even more helpless as he thought about the situation in his autonomous zone. He felt so embarrassed that he didn't want to be responsible for bringing Wang Baoli on a tour of the zone. Liu Daobin, on the other hand, also seemed to have no intention of inviting Wen Huai along. Liu Daobin took the initiative to accompany Wang Baoli, taking on the responsibility of introducing the autonomous zone to him. In this way, the group of people gradually entered the autonomous zone after Liu Daobin's exaggerated act of currying Wang Baoli's favor. They had only just entered the zone when gasps of shock emerged from the mouths of the visitors, and they widened their eyes. What made them so surprised was that in the autonomous zone, there were two giant sculptures erected on either side of the main pathway. The sculptures were both of Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was taken aback once again. He looked at Liu Daobin, who was full of respect for him, and then back at the surrounding buildings. He looked confused, but didn't say anything. Instead, he continued walking down the path, and that was when his mind, as well as that of his followers, began to buzz noisily with activity. In that autonomous zone, there was an uncountable number of sculptures of Wang Baoli, and they were all of varying sizes. There was one every few hundred meters, each of them in a different pose, all of them trying to showcase how heroic Wang Baoli was. Chapter 419, The Icing on the Cake. Chapter 419, The Icing on the Cake. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Seeing the surprise on the visitors' faces, and that even Wang Baoli had widened his eyes in shock, Liu Daobin gloated secretly in his heart. He took a look at Lin Qianhao, laughing silently in his heart as he thought about how even though Lin Qianhao had achieved whatever he had now based on his abilities, he still fell short compared to himself. After all, he wasn't only capable, but also had the ability to suck up to Wang Baoli. The latter skill, to him, was equally important as the former skill. It was something that his father had exemplified and taught the importance of to him since he was young. He constantly reminded him about it, and he couldn't forget the words that his father had said while slapping his thigh one fateful day after he had a drink. Humans, they all like to hear pleasing words. Any human would love hearing them. Only horses and cows wouldn't like them. However, you have to remember these are all fluff. Do you know what fluff is? Do you know what it means by the icing on the cake? If you have the cake and the icing, then I don't have to worry about your future anymore. So, Dao Bin, when you have mastered this skill, you are already a step ahead of everyone. At first, Liu Daobin didn't care much about what his father had said. When he first gained admission to Ethereal Dao College, his life plan was to become a Dharmic armament master, but as fate would have it, his plans were thrown off course after he met Wang Baoli. As such, he followed the path that his father had been on. On this path, he increasingly felt that his father didn't have it easy. At the same time, based on what he knew about sucking up, he developed his own extended theory about it. Many times, there is no need to use words to suck up to others. Silent actions are superior to overt presentations, and that represents the highest level of skill. Liu Daobin gloated and didn't mention anything much regarding the sculptures. Instead, he continued leading Wang Baoli and company, who were still in shock, and carried on with the tour. As they walked, statues of Wang Baoli appeared before the eyes of the crowd one after another. Gasps of shock gradually vanished, and while still in that state of surprise, even Lin Qianhao conceded to a certain extent. They felt that there was no need to continue viewing. It was imaginable that in Wenhuai's autonomous zone, Wang Baoles would be on every street and alley. Therefore, they all looked towards Wenhuai with pity. Wenhuai was expressionless, as he had already grown numb to everything. From the time Liu Daobin had erected the first sculpture in the autonomous zone until now, where Wang Baoli sculptures had grown innumerable, he had gradually gotten used to everything, including the fact that Liu Daobin was using this method to brainwash his subordinates. That resulted in him losing more loyal followers. He even began to feel that even though the disciples from the Galactic Dusk sect only knew how to kill, when compared to Liu Daobin, they were relatively purer and childlike. It wasn't that no one had seen through those tricks. It was just, on the one hand, Wang Baoli was authoritative, and on the other, Liu Daobin didn't try to hide his intentions. He was clearly telling everyone that he was sucking up to the city lord, and there was nothing that anyone could do about it. As such, the others were really at wit's end as to how to stop him. Only, there was no way they could stop Liu Daobin from sucking up to Wang Baoli. At the same time, they didn't want to create misunderstandings between themselves and Wang Baoli. Therefore, the number of sculptures grew. While Wenhuai felt unhappy and experienced a complex of emotions, Lin Qianhao and company all remained silent. Wang Baoli was surprised, but also felt curious. Looking at the sculptures, he felt that they were all extraordinarily handsome, and he looked at Liu Daobin with even more satisfaction in his eyes. Having caught Wang Baoli's gaze, Liu Daobin felt energized. He thought that his efforts this time around were extremely worthwhile. However, he was also clear of his limits, and that it was insufficient to merely suck up to others. Therefore, he began speaking cheerfully to Wang Baoli. "City Lord, are you here today to find out why there is no one cultivating the evil cultivation technique of the art of longevity?" Hearing that Liu Daobin had taken the initiative to bring up the matter, Wang Baoli grew even more satisfied, and the smile on his face grew even wider. He pointed at Liu Daobin and smiled, looking at Lin Qianhao and company who were beside him. "Take a look at that. We didn't ask, but he has taken the initiative to answer our question." Lin Qianhao smiled, and the people around also cooperated as they revealed a friendly smile while looking at Liu Daobin. "City Lord, the reason why no one here is practicing the evil art is that I have strengthened everyone's understanding, such that everyone clearly knew what they should and shouldn't do. In addition, I have also perfected the system of reward and punishment, which resulted in this zone that is so full of energy." Liu Daobin hurriedly spoke, and his words were extremely pleasing. However, everyone, including Wang Baoli, had managed to catch something that didn't match up. Lin Qianhao cleared his throat and sent out a voice transmission to Wang Baoli, explaining the results of his investigation to him. As Wang Baoli listened, his expression grew awkward. After combining that information with what Liu Daobin had said, he immediately understood what was weird about the situation. In reality, since Liu Daobin arrived in Wenhuai's autonomous zone, he took charge of the local disciplinary department, and also perfected the whistleblowing system, such that the process of doing so was extremely simple. At the same time, every piece of reported news was handled in the shortest time possible. Various degrees of punishment were meted out to those involved, while the ones who reported the news were rewarded. He continuously advocated, and secretly found, many followers which he led personally. Gradually, after all the effort that he put in, he made whistleblowing a collective consciousness in Wenhuai's autonomous zone. Even though there were no whistleblowers initially, as the number of people who began reporting grew, everyone became increasingly cautious and began whistleblowing themselves. They would report everything that they were unhappy with, regardless of whether it was a trivial or serious matter. At the same time, a group of people who had reaped the benefits turned into professional whistleblowers. Through that, they accumulated large amounts of resources and spirit stones needed for cultivation. Even when Huai was helpless, he had the intention to handle the matter, but when he recalled that Liu Daobin was a representative of Wang Baoli, he gave up. As everyone grew accustomed to whistleblowing, the first cultivator who had come to spread the art of longevity was reported by hundreds of people as a result of his suspicious movements. He didn't even manage to stay for half an hour before he was taken away. At that time, Wang Baoli hadn't put in place the regulation to prohibit anyone from practicing the art of longevity. However, the sudden emergence of this cultivation technique, though not unusual in the other zones, was seen as a serious offense in this zone where everyone was engaged in the practice of whistleblowing. Regardless of whether it was an issue, everyone chose to report it, as they would get rewarded if it ever became a problem. Even if it wasn't a problem, it was a chance to prove that they were responsible and serious in their jobs. After hearing about it, Wang Baoli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, Liu Daobin was feeling extremely delighted, thinking that he had handled the matter with perfection. However, he still felt that he should further show off his efforts. As such, he tried to appear responsible and loyal, announcing loudly to Wang Baoli, "City Lord, when the art of longevity first emerged here, even though there were no civil regulations, Daobin here remembered the City Lord's teachings and didn't dare to let my guard down one bit. At the same time, I didn't want to disappoint you, and couldn't allow any mishaps to happen. Therefore, I prohibited all the cultivators here from practicing the art of longevity. I had wanted to come to a firmer decision after observing the situation, but something untoward happened. Thankfully, the City Lord is heroic and so capable that you managed to foil the sinister plan that could have shaken the foundation of Mars and the new city. Daobin hereby represents the thousands of cultivators in the zone to thank the City Lord for saving our lives." As Liu Daobin spoke, he greeted Wang Baoli deeply with cupped fists. Seeing his act, the other cultivators in the zone who surrounded him hesitated briefly before bowing towards Wang Baoli. Even when Huai and company were helpless, seeing that everyone had followed suit, they had no choice but to express their gratitude as well, no matter how unwilling they were. Lin Qianhao was utterly dumbfounded by what he had just seen. His vigilance towards Liu Daobin grew, and he hurriedly bowed towards Wang Baoli as well. Immediately, as words of gratitude sounded all around him, Wang Baoli was speechless, but also extremely pleased. He chided Liu Daobin briefly, but his appreciation of him grew even more obvious. They carried on with the tour for a while longer, and after confirming that everything in the zone was under Liu Daobin's control, Wang Baoli left with Lin Qianhao after praising Wen Huai. At the same time, as they left, in an office located inside Chen Mu's autonomous zone, Chen Mu was staring expressionlessly and coldly at a middle-aged cultivator in front of him. "Who are you?" Chen Mu spoke slowly. That cultivator was dressed in a Daoist robe from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. He was one of Chen Mu's assistants and had always been cautious around him. However, today, without any instruction for him to come, he appeared suddenly and bizarrely in front of Chen Mu. His demeanor and expressions differed from usual, and he seemed to be an entirely different person. To a certain extent, Chen Mu could feel a sense of danger wafting off of him. "Fellow Daoist Chen, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have links to the art of longevity. You can get someone to apprehend me and pass me to Wang Baoli. Alternatively, you can give me, as well as yourself, a chance. Let me represent my master and have a discussion with you." Chapter 420, Breaking Off Relations. Chapter 420, Breaking Off Relations. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Interesting, noticing that this former assistant of his had transformed into an entirely different person, and was speaking so calmly and confidently to him, Chen Mu gradually narrowed his eyes. As the eldest son of the Chen family, he was well acquainted with knowledge related to cultivation from a young age. That was something that the 4 Dao colleges was unable to teach. After all, the 4 Dao colleges had so many people to nurture, but the Chen family of the 5-generation Sky clan only had to focus their attention on nurturing their own child. At the same time, there were suspicions that the 5-generation Sky clan had once passed the ancient greenish-bronze sword, and brought back a mysterious cultivation technique. No one, even Chen Mu, knew whether there was any truth to that. However, he was clear that the knowledge about cultivation that his family had surpassed that of other factions greatly. For example, he knew that there was the saying of transferring one's soul to another physical body. Even though one had to be a nascent soul in order to achieve that, he also knew that there were numerous other methods of controlling puppets, as well as related skills that could allow one to control others' minds. He couldn't do any of that, but he knew that the people who could were elites. Therefore, he didn't act carelessly in front of the subordinate that had suddenly appeared before him. He was vigilant, but he wasn't afraid. He was assured of his safety due to the fact that he had the protection of the Dao Guardians around him, as well as that afforded by his patriarch. It was possible for him to hold off an elite for a brief moment while help came. At the same time, Chen Mu was genuinely curious about the master that this former assistant of his had mentioned. He didn't like Wang Baoli one bit and was filled with hatred towards him. Therefore, naturally, he wouldn't apprehend a criminal for him. Chen Mu looked deeply at the subordinate before him and sat there without a word. There was no need to elaborate further on this silent agreement. The intention had been made known clearly, and the middle-aged cultivator smiled in response. Fellow Daoist Chen, my master only has one target, which is Wang Baoli. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, he is unable to handle the matter personally, and will need your help. When the task is completed, my master promises to convey his gratitude with a puppet at perfected core formation realm. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and laughed chillingly in his heart. He felt that the middle-aged cultivator's words were a little abrupt and unconvincing. Furthermore, he didn't even try to hide his intention of using him as a murderer. Even though Chen Mu wanted very much to kill Wang Baoli himself, he wasn't a foolish person and could easily guess that he was being used. This wiped out the interest that he had initially. He wanted to see the guest off, but at that moment, the middle-aged cultivator who stood before him laughed and made a move by himself. However, just before he left, he placed a small drum before Chen Mu. The small drum was blood-colored. The moment it was taken out, a concentrated bloody aura was immediately given off. An indescribable level of evilness also spread from within. At the same time, an astonishing suppressive force emerged. The suppressive force was on the same level as that given off by someone who had perfected core formation realm, and that shocked Chen Mu severely. This item is the seed of the puppet. Dao Cultivator Chen, it is meant to aid you in your consideration. If you agree, you can sound the seed. In due time, my master will reveal to you the method of nurturing this seed. As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he took a few steps back before turning to leave. As he went away, his body began burning without a sound. When he finally stepped out of the shed, his body had turned to ash, which was scattered into space. Looking at the sinister-looking drum, and then at the body that was burning in flames, Chen Mu instantly grew solemn. He knew that he had no choice but to treat this matter very seriously. However, he didn't touch the drum. Instead, after thinking deeply about what to do, he summoned someone over to bring the item back to his family clan, in order for them to study it and decide what to do with it. At the same time, Wang Baoli, who had left Wen Huai's zone after his inspection, satisfyingly returned to his residence with the intention to continue cultivating and researching dharmic armaments. In the middle of that very night, with darkness shrouding the area and silence in the air, Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring and the door of his residence sounded out simultaneously. It was Li Wanna again. Wang Baoli was well prepared for this. After all, the dark qi inside Li Wanna's body wasn't something that could be completely removed after 1 or 2 tries. He opened his eyes and took a look at his voice transmission ring before opening the door to his residence, where he saw Li Wanna standing outside. Li Wanna didn't say a word and stepped right in expressionlessly. She didn't even need Wang Baoli to lead the way and headed towards the secret chamber directly. Wang Baoli blinked. After closing the door, he felt that the entire situation was a little unusual. That was especially so when he thought about Li Wanna's provocative figure, which made his heart pump even faster uncontrollably. He cleared his throat and entered the secret chamber, beginning the healing process. The healing process this time around felt even more familiar for both Wang Baoli and Li Wanna, especially after the lights were extinguished. The process was exactly the same as yesterday's, shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere. However, Wang Baoli was still satisfied with his character. He felt that he was a gentleman and was doing all the healing in order to save someone. He was serious and responsible and didn't have any untoward thoughts. It was because he needed to heal Li Wanna that he had no choice but to feel her all over. Just like this, days passed. The healing that took place between Wang Baoli and Li Wanna seemed to have become their shared secret and their new norm. Their relationship grew even more unusual. In the day, when the two of them were in the office, everything seemed to proceed normally. Regardless of whether Li Wanna was reporting her findings or discussing matters with Wang Baoli, she was cold and expressionless, no different from how she was before. Sometimes, she would even use harsh tones when the matter involved Chen Mu. However, once night fell, Li Wanna would come to Wang Baoli's residence on her own and enter the secret chamber by herself. Even though she still appeared cold and distant, the moment the healing process started after extinguishing the lights, she seemed to have turned into an entirely different person. She panted and her body was hot to the touch, and even though the two of them didn't do anything out of character, the touchy healing process was even more intimate than the time they were trapped in the cave. That often made Wang Baoli confused as to which was the real Li Wanna. However, he felt that it was all exhilarating. It was even more so if he had a very heated argument with Li Wanna in the day, as during the night, he would grab Li Wanna even more forcefully. Li Wanna, on the other hand, would tremble vigorously after being forcefully grabbed by Wang Baoli, but she didn't show any signs of rejection or resistance. There were several times where Wang Baoli almost lost control and lost his virginity. However, he still remained gentlemanly and controlled himself well. It could be a misconception, but it seemed that the more he acted that way, the more Li Wanna would engage in an even more heated discussion with Wang Baoli over issues regarding the city the next day. Gradually, Wang Baoli got used to it. 20-odd days like that passed, and as the dark qi inside Li Wanna's body was cleared completely, Wang Baoli ended the healing process with regret. Before she left, Li Wanna looked deeply into Wang Baoli's eyes. Like all the other times, she didn't say a word and left. How rude. She didn't even thank me for that. Over the month that passed, it was tough for me to heal her every day. Wang Baoli thought in his mind while feeling extremely disappointed. 3 days passed in this disappointment. At noon on the 4th day, Wang Baoli left his residence and headed to his office. Inside the office building of the city lord, Li Wanna, the beautiful yet cold lady who was wearing a tight-fitting uniform, was looking angrily at Chen Mu, who was now in his office. You don't need to look at me in that manner. The construction of the autonomous zone requires even more resources and support, and it's not overboard for me to ask you to transfer your manpower and authority of the new city to me. Chen Mu spoke calmly as he sat there. He was here today to ask for more manpower and authority from the new city, as that was the only way he could carry out preparations and plans to prevent Li Wanna from turning against him. In reality, he had already proposed this idea for over half a month. Every single time, Li Wanna had rejected him, and that was why he had come personally today, angered by the matter. Li Wanna panted vigorously. She would have long exploded in anger based on her temperament. However, as she kept in mind that her father and the Chen family had formed an alliance, she simply took a deep breath to calm herself down, despite being extremely annoyed at how overboard Chen Mu was. Chen Mu, once I transfer the authority, I would be severely affected if any problems arose. We need to plan out everything and look at the whole picture. Furthermore, the purpose of me being here is to pave a smooth path for you. Don't mention anything about helping me. Your aim of coming here is to make it convenient for you to have a secret relationship with Wang Baoli. Chen Mu frowned, and a chill flashed across his eyes. In order to accomplish his goal, he decided to agitate Li Wanna. Chen Mu. Hearing that sentence, Li Wanna slammed the table, almost unleashing her wrath. Slamming the table at me? Chen Mu laughed and slammed the table loudly as well. After that, he threw out a jade slip towards Li Wanna. Look at the footage in the jade slip. Let me tell you, Li Wanna, you have no choice but to hand over your authority to me, regardless of whether you're willing or not. If not, I'll hand over this jade slip to your father. I don't care whether he would be angry, but I will never be made a cuckold. Chapter 421, What does she want? Chapter 421, What does she want? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Li Wanna trembled when she heard what Chen Mu had just said. Her cool, expressionless face turned pale. She stared at Chen Mu, rendered speechless for quite some time. She had a lost and dazed look in her eyes. She had no idea how things had turned out this way. She didn't think that she liked Wang Baoli. She merely didn't dislike him. The incident with Wang Baoli in the cave had been an accident, and she had chosen to distance herself from him after that. However, the Art of Longevity incident had drawn them together again. Despite that, she continued to retain a sensible and reasonable mind. She hadn't committed anything inappropriate with Wang Baoli. She had even numbed herself and stopped herself from overthinking this. Now, Chen Mu had ripped the concealment away and exposed everything in the open. He left her no room for explanation or defense. Li Wanna's face grew paler, and the tone of her voice softened for the very first time. The relationship between Wang Baoli and me is not as you imagined. Let me explain. Silence, slut. It would have been fine if Li Wanna hadn't said that, but she did. That made Chen Mu even more sure of himself. His eyes shone with poison as he snorted. If you really don't feel any shame, you can retain your authority. I give you 1 day to think this through. Chen Mu, done speaking, turned around and flung the door open. He was about to leave when he suddenly paused in his tracks. He turned and gave the pale Li Wanna a look of contempt. Another thing. If you had found someone who had looked slightly better, I might have simply left it at that. Why did you choose the pighead Wang Baoli? Some people just have perverse tastes. Chen Mu finished what he had to say, then shook his head. He felt at ease inside. He strolled out of the office, slamming the door shut with a heavy thud. The slam was loud, but Li Wanna didn't seem to hear it. She stood there silently, her face turning from a deathly pale to the color of cold rage. The lost look in her eyes turned to that of grim determination. If that's the case, so be it. Li Wanna murmured after a long moment of silence. The decisiveness in her eyes intensified. She seemed to be relieved as well. It was as if she had suddenly shed an invisible burden off her shoulders. No one knew the dispute that had occurred between her and Chen Mu. Wang Baoli wasn't aware of Chen Mu helping him unintentionally. When he reached the office, his mood had been bright as usual. He sat in his chair, munching his snacks while flipping through the proposal on the next batch of mass migration. It was then that Li Wanna arrived. As usual, she had no expression on her face. As usual, she was cold and distant, as if trying to push everyone away. After entering Wang Baoli's office, Li Wanna threw a jade slip onto Wang Baoli's desk. City Lord Wang, I received a complaint regarding what is happening in Mayor Wenhui City Zone. Vice Mayor Liu Daobin has been abusing his authority and erecting statues. News of this has reached the governor. She has ordered us to investigate this matter. Wang Baoli frowned. He instinctively felt that something was amiss with Li Wanna today. She was always cold, but she always tried to control her hostility. Today though, something seemed to have changed. Wang Baoli couldn't tell what exactly the change was, though. He only had a feeling that the Li Wanna today was almost the same as the Li Wanna who had first arrived at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy back then. Maybe she woke up on the wrong side of the bed? Wang Baoli thought. He picked up the jade slip and browsed through its contents. Indeed, there had been a few people who had lodged a complaint against Liu Daobin. There was also a reply from the governor, instructing the administration of the new city to investigate this matter and handle it on their own. From her reply, it seemed like this matter wasn't being treated that seriously. The governor had no time for this and had therefore instructed the new city's administration to handle the matter. To a certain extent, this wasn't even really a problem. Wang Baoli thought about it for a while. Then, he nodded. I understand. You can leave now. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's unconcerned tone of voice, Li Wanna frowned and said coolly, "In that case, how does the city lord feel that this matter should be handled? How do you think it should be handled?" Wang Baoli was instantly displeased by Li Wanna's forceful stance. He raised his head, and his eyes had turned cold. "Tear down all statues, remove Liu Daobin from office, and get him to agree to us investigating him," Li Wanna answered bluntly, her tone harsh. "Is it that time of the month?" Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow and snorted. To think that she was handling such a small matter in this manner. She was clearly trying to make things difficult for him, which was why he had said something so sarcastic. "City Lord Wang, please mind your words. I'm discussing a serious matter with you." Li Wanna was clearly not in her right mind today. The anger that she constantly carried with her, without reason or cause, was instantly ignited by Wang Baoli's words. She slammed the desk suddenly and inappropriately. "Li Wanna!" Wang Baoli was angered as well, slamming the desk with equal force. He rose to his feet and roared. "Are you still aware that this is a serious matter? Just because of a few statues, you're not only proposing to tear them down but to strip Liu Daobin of his office? Are you unaware of his competency? Can you not see his contributions? Do you not know that there hasn't been a single practitioner of the art of longevity in the area he is in charge of? How about you? You're biting onto this matter like a rabid dog. He might be in the wrong, but he's done good things as well. We can simply issue a verbal reprimand. Is there a need to remove him from office and conduct an investigation? Besides, this is the new city, not the colony disciplinary order. Don't apply your rules in the colony disciplinary order here. And, do remember this clearly, in this place. I'm the city lord." Wang Baoli was angered as well. As a subordinate, she had dared slam her fist on his desk. She had gone too far. "Leave now, immediately." Wang Baoli slammed his palm on his desk as he said that. Li Wanna's reaction was strange. She didn't continue to fight him. She had a strange look in her eyes as she stared at Wang Baoli, then she began to discuss the matter of the next batch of mass migration. Her tone was calmer than before, and she even gave a few suggestions. They were a great help to perfecting the proposal. Wang Baoli was stunned. He couldn't get over the drastic and sudden change in attitude, the former forceful and interrogative tone of voice, to the sudden deferential and supportive attitude. Wang Baoli thought about it but was unable to come up with anything. He continued to put up with the entire thing. Li Wanna left after giving her suggestions. Then, he sat down and scratched his head. There was suspicion and doubt in his eyes. There's something wrong with this Li Wanna. Why is she behaving like a mad person? Is she plotting something? Wang Baoli thought for a very long time, but there was no answer to this. He raised his guard, though. The skies turned dark, and nothing happened, causing Wang Baoli to grow even more suspicious. Maybe it's really that time of the month? Wang Baoli found that highly possible. He tidied his desk up and left his office. He returned to his residence, set his thoughts aside, and began his meditation. He was going to train and study the heavenly evocation of dharmic armaments. As he immersed himself in his learning, he sensed his understanding of the heavenly evocation deepening. He had already instructed Lin Qianhao to prepare the materials for the dharmic armament as well as the artifact spirit. The search for materials and the artifact spirit continued to be in progress. That was why Wang Baoli planned to send his mind out wandering again. He wanted to familiarize himself with the idea and also try to summon a few spirits. With such a thought in mind, Wang Baoli returned to his residence and immediately went straight inside his secret chamber. He began to meditate, continuing until late into the night. When he ended his training, he opened his eyes and retrieved his dharmic armament. He was going to rely on the aid of the dharmic armament, and try to sense the remnants of the artifact spirit that remained between the heavens and earth. It was then that suddenly, his voice transmission ring and the main gates of his residence rang simultaneously, at a frequency he was familiar with. Wang Baoli froze. He stared at his voice transmission ring and heard Li Wanna's voice traveling out. Through his residence's array formation, he saw Li Wanna standing outside his main gate like she had every day in the past when she had arrived for treatment. But I've told her the last time that there's no need for further treatments. She's recovered fully. Wang Baoli hesitated as he rose to his feet and walked out. He opened his door and saw Li Wanna at his doorstep. She didn't give him a chance to speak. She walked in, expressionless, and headed straight into the secret chamber. Wang Baoli stood at the door. He stared at the gates, then at the secret chamber. He felt lost. At the same time, his heart rate suddenly picked up without any reason. An incredulous, unbelievable thought popped up in his head. What does she want? Wang Baoli hesitated for a moment. He didn't expect himself to shut the main gates, but he did. He walked into the secret chambers, and a strange expression appeared on his face again. The lights in the secret chamber had been turned off by Li Wanna. A strange atmosphere permeated the air, in their silence, and in the darkness. Chapter 422, Old Wang, I've grown up. Chapter 422, Old Wang, I've grown up. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What's the situation? What's going on? If she tries to force herself on me, should I make a case of struggling? Should I try to at least fight back a little? What should I do? Wang Baoli slowly walked into the secret chamber as countless thoughts flooded his mind. His heart raced. He was torn. With those thoughts in mind, Wang Baoli walked into the secret chamber and coughed awkwardly. He pretended that he couldn't see that clearly. Then, he did what he had done in the past and helped Li Wanna with her treatment. However, even though the lights of the secret chamber had been turned off, he could still see clearly. He could see Li Wanna's face and the reddening of her cheeks. The treatment session started out normally. However, gradually, Li Wanna's breathing grew heavier, as did Wang Baoli's. He could barely control himself. After all, the treatment process meant he had to continuously touch her. Time crawled. An hour passed. Based on the past few treatments, the current treatment should be coming to an end. Li Wanna would get up and leave. Li Wanna seemed to have forgotten about that today. Wang Baoli blinked. He seemed to have forgotten to end the treatment as well. Their breathing grew heavier. As Wang Baoli's hands continued to wander, Li Wanna continued to wait. She seemed to have waited for a long time. She suddenly frowned, seeming displeased. She spoke for the first time since she stepped into the secret chamber. Wang Baoli, do you still call yourself a man? Wang Baoli became instantly unhappy when he heard that. He felt insulted. He slapped Li Wanna hard on her butt. He was about to say something, but that slap seemed to have made Li Wanna's breathing grow heavier still. Her entire body was like an oven, giving off waves of heat. Under the influence of the waves of heat, Li Wanna wasn't the only one who made a move. Wang Baoli lit the spark, a session of intertwining unfolded naturally. The spirit inception era had commenced with the arrival of the ancient green bronze sword. Within the sword hid large quantities of ancient texts and inscriptions. That had caused the resurgence of the traditions of old. However, the mindset of the people had undergone the passage of time and history. They weren't as conservative as the people in the past with regard to romantic relationships between men and women. Wang Baoli had secretly viewed many videos of this material in the past when he was younger, for educational purposes. That was why he didn't seem too awkward and unfamiliar despite this being his first time. Li Wanna, on the other hand, clearly showed her inexperience. But she had her strengths as well, and that was forcefulness. Wang Baoli almost couldn't shoulder the entirety of her forcefulness and passion. But he didn't wish to lose. He unleashed the full extent of his cultivation and physical stamina and managed to keep up. The night passed. The next morning, a slightly weakened Wang Baoli watched a frowning Li Wanna get to her feet and dress herself. She seemed slightly uncomfortable. He was extremely pleased with himself. Li Wanna, so, have I shown myself to be a man? Pleased, Wang Baoli couldn't help but ask that question. Li Wanna paused in the midst of dressing herself and tilted her head towards Wang Baoli. Her face had once again resumed its cold, expressionless look. She glared at him and didn't say a single word. After dressing herself, she snorted, turned, and left. Just gonna leave, just like that? Wang Baoli patted his tummy, sighing inwardly. He felt that he had grown up overnight. He turned on his voice transmission ring and sent his father a voice transmission. "Old Wang, I've grown up." Wang Baoli shouted loudly in his voice transmission. "You little rascal, did you wreak havoc on someone's precious daughter?" Wang Baoli's father immediately understood what Wang Baoli was saying and asked hastily. Wang Baoli snickered at how well his father could read him. He didn't explain himself, merely ended the conversation happily. He tidied up the place, left his residence, and headed for the office. He hummed a cheery tune on the way to his office. His spirits were high, and everyone looked especially pleasing to the eye. After he reached the office, Li Wanna appeared soon after. Before he could receive her warmly, she began to discuss the matter of the statues in Wenhuai's zone with an expressionless look on her face. She emphasized the need to punish Liu Daobin harshly once again. "What's going on?" Wang Baoli's head throbbed. He tried to communicate properly with Li Wanna, but her stance remained firm. She wasn't backing down. Her words were forceful and angered Wang Baoli. "Li Wanna, do you have nothing else to do? This matter's settled. You can leave now." Li Wanna seemed oblivious to Wang Baoli's rage. Before she left, she reiterated the fact that she was holding firm to her views. If Wang Baoli didn't handle the matter, she would report her views to the governor and get the governor to make a decision. She's crazy. She's a completely different person from last night. Does this Li Wanna have a sister or something? Wang Baoli, in his anger, began to grow suspicious. The attitudes of Li Wanna in the day and during the night were simply too drastically different. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Baoli sent a voice transmission to Li Xiu. He found out that besides Li Wanna, Li Xiu had no other sisters. Wang Baoli simply couldn't figure out what Li Wanna was thinking. He carried his bewilderment and doubt with him. That night, as Wang Baoli was about to meditate, he heard a knock at his door. He saw through the array formation Li Wanna standing at his doorstep. He was stunned. What's the meaning of this? She fights with me with that cold attitude of hers in the day, then at night. Wang Baoli was on the verge of anger. He snorted and unlocked the gates. He was about to say something, but Li Wanna was already strolling in and heading for the secret chamber. She turned the lights off. Wang Baoli was dazed once again. He stood, bewildered and lost, outside the door. After a long while, he shut the door and turned towards the secret chamber. There was a strange expression on his face. He thought about how aggravating the other had been in the day. Then, he snorted and stomped into the secret chamber. The night passed. The days passed in this manner. The relationship between Wang Baoli and Li Wanna grew ever stranger. They continued to bicker in the day due to their differences in opinion over administrative matters, but when night arrived, Li Wanna would turn up punctually, every time. She would head for the secret chamber without a word and turn the lights off. Wang Baoli finally resigned himself to Li Wanna's behavior. He vented his frustrations with Li Wanna in the day on her at night. Li Wanna didn't seem to mind Wang Baoli's behavior. Finally, one night, inside Wang Baoli's secret chamber, in the dark, his voice, filled with anger, rang out. "Just follow my orders to handle the matter of Liu Daobin." Li Wanna was silent. She seemed to be controlling herself. "You're not saying a thing? I'm going to make you say something." Wang Baoli snorted. He did something, and soon, Li Wanna's breathing quickened rapidly. It could be heard loudly and clearly even outside the secret chamber. Finally, she was reduced to a trembling mess. She seemed to have fallen into a daze. "I'm going to say it again. Just follow my orders to handle the matter of Liu Daobin. Are you going to do as I said?" Wang Baoli roared in a low voice. Li Wanna's voice trembled. Her consciousness seemed to be slipping away, and her voice shook as she spoke. I'll do as you said." Wang Baoli was immediately filled with satisfaction and snorted. Li Wanna kept her word. When they met again the next day, despite her cold and expressionless face, she didn't bring up the topic of Liu Daobin again. She followed Wang Baoli's instructions and didn't blow the matter up. She didn't pursue it further. This finally allowed Wang Baoli to piece together the way to interact with and engage with Li Wanna. The two of them continued this strange dance. It was during this time that Chen Mu acquired his access rights to the array formation. He paid Li Wanna another visit at her office. This time, he wasn't here for resources and support, but to soothe the tensions between the both of them. He had even prepared a gift for Li Wanna and invited her to have dinner with him. Li Wanna turned down Chen Mu's invitation directly, with no expression on her face. "Wanna, let bygones be bygones. We're engaged, after all. This is a fact that can't be changed." Chen Mu smiled. He ignored Li Wanna's refusal. He never cared for her anyway. He only intended to soothe the tensions between them after obtaining his access to the array formation. He had been residing in the new city for quite some time and had been steadily growing hot and bothered watching Li Wanna's beautiful face, and her curvaceous figure. As he spoke, Chen Mu got to his feet and came to Li Wanna's side. He reached for her hand. Just as he was about to touch her, Li Wanna's face darkened. Her cultivation erupted and immediately drove Chen Mu back. For the first time, her eyes flashed with a harsh light. She said coolly, "Mayor Chen, please control yourself." "Me? Control myself? Li Wanna, I'm just trying to hold your hand, but you won't even allow that. Wang Baoli touched you all over in that cave." Chen Mu erupted in rage, his facial features contorting into a gruesome expression. He was about to step forward. However, this time, Li Wanna didn't continue to hold herself back and slapped Chen Mu. Scram. Chapter 423, Alliance. Chapter 423, Alliance. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Li Wanna. The slap immediately made Chen Mu's right cheek balloon into a swollen lump. It landed a thunderous blow in Chen Mu's heart. At that moment, signs of fracture in the relationship between the five-generation Sky Clan and the Senate seemed to appear. But clearly, Chen Mu, who had been assessed as overambitious and lacking in ability by the governor, wasn't thinking about the alliance between his family clan and the Senate. He was boiling with rage. He had never been at the losing end of a deal since he had been a child. In fact, no one had dared to so fearlessly slap him in the face. The woman before him had dared to hit him, and she had hit him because of Wang Baoli. Chen Mu's eyes reddened immediately. He stared at Li Wanna unblinkingly. If looks could kill, he would murder Li Wanna right now. But his cultivation wasn't as high as Li Wanna's. At present, Li Wanna's eyes were icy cold, and a dangerous look glistened in them. Even Chen Mu felt threatened. "She's going to kill me." Chen Mu came to his senses suddenly. His breathing quickened. He could feel the murderous intent exuding from Li Wanna. At that moment, such ideas did surface in Li Wanna's mind. The way she saw it, as long as Chen Mu died, her father wouldn't be able to force her to marry him. As long as he was dead, everything would be solved. She wouldn't have to trouble herself over this anymore. As long as he was dead, all the problems that she had now would no longer be a problem at all. She could save herself from further trouble. This thought continued to surface in her mind, and the light in her eyes grew more and more dangerous. Chen Mu shuddered and slowly retreated. He pulled out a jade slip, watching Li Wanna cautiously as he quickly stepped out of her office. When he finally got out, he left in a sudden burst of speed, racing off without even turning his head. Li Wanna didn't pursue him. She stood there, watching coldly as the cowardly Chen Mu ran away like a dog with its tail between its legs. The dangerous light in her eyes didn't fade away but intensified instead. This was her true nature. In the past, when Jin Duoming had only teased her slightly, she had gone after him and almost castrated him. The incident showed the steely strength and the force of her character. She had tolerated Chen Mu in the past because of her father's stern warnings and reminders. She had held herself back because she had to consider the bigger picture. She no longer wanted to merely tolerate. Li Wanna's character might be simple, but she was no fool. She knew how easy it was to kill someone. But to kill someone without implicating herself, that was the challenge. That was why she hadn't struck immediately. She sat in her chair, rubbing at her forehead while thinking. An idea of how to set up the murder surfaced in her mind. Chen Mu, who was the target of Li Wanna's murderous ploy, was filled with terror as well as madness and rage. He returned to his city zone swiftly. He finally felt safer when he reached his autonomous zone. That was when he started cursing loudly. That slut, that prostitute. Li Wanner, you dare think of murdering me. Wang Baoli may be a pig, but you're no better than him. Chen Mu panted. He pulled out his voice transmission ring and contacted his family clan. However, as soon as he pulled out his voice transmission ring, he tried to control himself and put it down. He knew that even if the family clan learned about Li Wanner and Wang Baoli, they wouldn't act as he wished them to. Both he and Li Wanner weren't important to the family clan. What was important was the alliance with the Senate. Chen Mu could even imagine his family clan finding out about this and asking him to ignore it and turn a blind eye. They might even issue a stern warning and ask him to apologize to Li Wanner immediately. The head senator would do the same. The objective of both parties was to establish an alliance through this marriage. There were plenty of political forces opposed to this marriage currently. That was why they were currently only engaged and not yet truly married. The political situation in the Federation was complex and delicate. Everything must be done with the utmost care. Else, it might invite trouble and unforeseen consequences. The head senator and the Chen family had planned for a 1.5-year-long engagement. This would allow the other political forces to adjust and accept the arrangement. Then, they would proceed with the marriage. If anything were to happen during this period, even if they didn't wish for it, it would also allow them the freedom to step away from the marriage. Of course, neither of them would want to do that unless it was the last resort. Chen Mu, who was clearly aware of all this, could only clench his teeth. However, he simply couldn't take this lying down. He sat there with his eyes narrowed. After thinking for a moment, decisiveness flashed in his eyes. He immediately contacted his family clan. He didn't speak of his conflict with Li Wanner, but instead asked about what they had learned about the small drum that had been presented to him by someone who had been his former subordinate and had represented his supposed master. When Chen Mu had taken the drum, he had sensed the extreme evil and power within it. He had then secretly sent it back to his family clan for their study. He had also reported the encounter to his family clan and awaited their decision. Now, his family clan gave him an answer after his inquiries. During this period, the entire Chen family had been busy studying the small drum, even seeking out the elder of the family. They had finally learned the identity of the person who had delivered the small drum to Chen Mu. He was someone related to the Divine Armament Catacombs. They could see the advantages and disadvantages of the collaboration, but most importantly, they had verified repeatedly that the small drum was indeed the core device that controlled a certain puppet. They didn't know what puppet it was, but its strength rivaled a perfected core formation realm cultivator. This caught the Chen family's interest, as the elder of the Chen family was also at the perfected core formation realm. With this puppet, the Chen family's strength would double. They discussed at length. Coincidentally, Chen Mu had come asking. Chen Mu's father stepped forth then and gave Chen Mu an answer. Mua, you can go ahead with this collaboration, but you must keep it a secret. If anything happens, this will be on your head. The family clan will have nothing to do with this. But the Grand Elder told me to tell you that if you're able to successfully wield this perfected core formation realm puppet, and escape unscathed after this incident, you'll inherit the position as the head of the Chen family clan. There will even be a place for you in the clan's council of elders. Chen Mu's heart dropped when he heard the first half of what his father had said. After he heard the second half though, his breathing quickened. Blood colored the veins in his eyes, and they glowed with a fierce light. He knew the power that he would possess after becoming the head of the family. He also knew what it meant to have a place in the council of elders in the clan. This was the highest position one could aspire to in the entire 5-generation Sky clan. He would have the authority and power to speak to the head senator on equal footing. A tinge of madness colored Chen Mu's eyes. After speaking further with his father and finding out that the family clan had analyzed the origins of the small drum, he ended the transmission. Chen Mu placed his voice transmission ring down and took a deep breath. The rage and murderous intent he had felt because of Li Wanner was unleashed without concealment that instant. He was filled with determination and decisiveness. He gritted his teeth and came to a decision. So what if we're working with an unknown entity from the Divine Armament Catacombs? Even if it turns out to be an evil demon, I don't care. As long as this succeeds, I'll be able to build a bright future for myself. I'm betting everything on this. A terrible light shone in Chen Mu's eyes. After he made up his mind, he contacted his family clan. Then, he waited. A few days later, the small drum was delivered to him by someone from the family clan. That night, with a tinge of madness in his eyes, Chen Mu began to sound the small drum. As soon as the small drum sounded, the secret chamber that he was in suddenly turned ice cold. An invisible wind suddenly swept through the room, blowing in all directions. Frost appeared on the walls, the ice grew thicker, and finally, the entire secret chamber was transformed into an ice cave. The chill was black and exuded an immensely cold and dark intent. I agree to the alliance. But, how are you going to guarantee that I'll be able to control this perfected core formation realm puppet that you speak of? You must let me have this puppet first. Chen Mu was feeling slightly chilly. For his bright future, though, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. As his voice rang in the secret chamber, a sudden blurry figure appeared in the frosted layers on the wall. It seemed to be inside the ice, as if the ice contained a separate world. It was a man in black robes. His features were indistinct. However, as soon as he appeared, Chen Mu's breath froze. He could feel a terrifying aura surging forward and overpowering him. He shuddered. He couldn't control himself from staggering a few steps backward with shock in his eyes. Before he could speak further, the ancient, low and raspy voice of the black-robed man rang out from within the ice. The puppet that you want, must be crafted by yourself. I will teach you how to make it. As for the guarantee of control, you will use your own blood to feed and nourish the small drum. It will become yours and form the core of the puppet. But because of certain reasons, which your family clan may be aware of, you can only craft the puppet here. I only ask one thing of you: when the puppet is successfully made, you must kill Wang Baoli. Chapter 424, Parasite. Chapter 424, Parasite. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. I'm not only going to kill Wang Baoli, but I'm also going to kill Li Wanna, that slut too. Madness colored Chen Mu's eyes. It gave him a gruesome look. He hated Wang Baoli, but he hated Li Wanna even more. He had to personally kill this adulterous couple so that he could feel the joy of ending them. Once both Li Wanna and Wang Baoli died, he would have a great chance of becoming the new city lord of Divine Armament New City. In fact, becoming the city lord had become secondary. With a perfected core formation realm puppet under his control, he would become the next head of the family clan. He would become a member of the Council of Elders. Why would he care about a mere city lord's position then? Chen Mu might be crazy, but he still retained a basic shred of sanity. It would be a challenge to conceal the truth behind Wang Baoli's and Li Wanna's deaths. There were many eyes in the new city, and aid would come swiftly should the city lord be in danger. After some thought, Chen Mu held back his murderous feelings and voiced his concerns. You have no need to worry. You don't need to be near to wield the puppet. You can do it from a distance, remotely. In addition, on the day we execute the plan, I will also cast a spell to hold back the governor and her people. This will delay their rescue efforts for some time. The black-robed man in the ice said in his raspy voice. This made Chen Mu ponder. He asked suddenly, Senior, you have such abilities, why do you not do this yourself? If you can destroy the Martian array formation as well as the new city's array formation, I'll give you a puppet. You won't have to do anything. I'll take care of things myself, the black-robed man said casually. His calm voice rang out in the room. Chen Mu's eyes flashed. He didn't continue with the topic and began to ask about the details of crafting the puppet. With the black-robed man's lesson, Chen Mu soon figured out how to craft the puppet. A myriad of emotions flashed across his face without pause, and his breathing grew uneven. The method of crafting the puppet seemed too strange and bloody. It was no longer a simple refining but had become a sort of sacrifice. It was a sacrifice of one's blood and flesh. This must be a dark art. Chen Mu sucked in a deep breath. He stared at the ice on the walls around him. After the black-robed man ended the conversation and left, the ice slowly melted. An hour later, everything resumed to normal, the air was no longer chilly. Before he left, he didn't urge me to quickly refine the puppet. Chen Mu remained slightly hesitant. The number of people who had to be sacrificed was too many. According to what the black-robed man said, he had to use his own fresh blood to nourish the small drum for a period of time. The small drum would then blossom like a flower and bloom large numbers of dandelion-like creatures. The dandelions were invisible to others' eyes. They would scatter and find a cultivator as a host, hiding inside the cultivator's body and absorbing their life energies. Finally, they would return to the small drum and fuse with it. That was how the perfected core formation realm puppet would be formed. There were other areas requiring preparation as well, but they were supplementary. The dandelion was the key. The black-robed man hides ill intentions. I cannot trust him fully and obey his words completely. What he wants is for me to send the dandelions scattering across the entire city, but that would be too great a scale at such an early stage. It would be uncontrollable. The governor might realize that something is amiss. I have to carry this out in a controlled and secretive manner. That's the right approach. After musing over this for a while, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The 5-generation Sky Clan might lack in other areas, but one area they had no lack in was in the number of cultivators. Most were servants bound to the family clan, their loyalty to the family clan unquestionable. They were the safest hosts for the parasites. Besides, Chen Mu sensed that the choice of hosts for such parasites was important. This was to ensure that he had ultimate control over the puppet. That was why he still felt that having the parasites reside in his own people was the safest bet. Chen Mu felt that there was nothing wrong with using his own people for the blood sacrifice. If they were loyal enough to die for the family clan, they should then feel equally honored to sacrifice themselves to become part of the puppet. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Mu began his seclusion. He followed the black-robed man's instructions and used his own blood to nourish the small drum. Time passed gradually during this period. A month soon went by. Within that month, Chen Mu continued to remain in seclusion, and the construction of the new city continued. Everything was slowly coming into shape. As things began to run more smoothly, Li Wanna and Wang Baoli continued their bizarre relationship, hostile during the day and passionate in the night. Li Wanna's prudence also ensured that no one realized what was going on between the two of them. Wang Baoli found their sneaking around behind others' backs intensely exciting. Things remained the same with their political and administrative differences. If there were any differences in opinion, Wang Baoli would display his prowess during the night and force Li Wanna to submit and agree with him. Wang Baoli didn't stop his training either. He was close to reaching the perfected foundation establishment realm. Lin Qianhao had also accumulated most of the rare materials and the artifact spirits required for refining dharmic armaments. He reported to Wang Baoli and told the latter that he would be able to collect everything that was required soon. Everything seemed to be going well. At this time, Chen Mu's seclusion came to an end. During this month of blood feeding, the small drum had turned blood red in color, and the evil aura within it intensified. Finally, one day, it was as if a seed inside it had burst into life and flowered. It released a vast number of dandelions. The dandelions numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They were about to scatter and spread out, but Chen Mu was prepared for that. He immediately took control over the dandelions and restricted their movements to within his own autonomous zone. He had also arranged for a great number of ancient martial realm and true breath realm cultivators under his charge outside, ready to intercept and receive the dandelions. Even though there were still cases of parasites infiltrating the wrong hosts, with such an arrangement in place, most of the parasites entered his own people. The dandelions spread outwards, invisible and adrift in the air. They slowly entered the bodies of the cultivators. As soon as the dandelion touched a cultivator's skin, it would immediately worm its way into his body. There was no pain or discomfort throughout the entire process. The host was unable to sense the invasion and didn't know that something had happened. It was then that Chen Mu grew more confident in his chances of controlling the puppet. He realized that while he couldn't accurately control the whereabouts of the dandelions and order them to enter specific hosts, he was able to sense as soon as they settled on a host. It was as if a new light had come into being in his consciousness. He could sense the other's existence and presence. He was excited by this. He was inside his secret chamber with his eyes shut. He felt more and more people becoming hosts to the parasites. It didn't take long. Suddenly, Chen Mu opened his eyes, turning and staring into the distance. He seemed to be able to utilize the extended senses and see through the walls. Somehow, some time ago, towards his autonomous zone had come running a donkey. The donkey had indeed entered Chen Mu's autonomous zone and had been there for quite some time. It had been searching for the scent of its food, but every time it had found it, it would narrowly miss it. This had driven the donkey mad, but it had continued to remain patient and continued its pursuit. The donkey had followed the trail all the way to Chen Mu's autonomous zone. Despite not finding the food, a dandelion had landed before it when the dandelions had scattered. Before the dandelion had been able to find a host, the donkey had sensed its presence and swallowed it whole. After eating it, the donkey's eyes shone. It thought the dandelion tasted quite good. It started racing about in the autonomous zone, swallowing up dandelions whenever it sensed them. It happily munched along, and the dandelions settled inside the donkey's body. That donkey of Wang Baoli's. Chen Mu's eyes narrowed. A flash of savagery flickered in his eyes. Fine, since the donkey sent itself to my doorstep, I'll readily accept it as an offering. At that thought, Chen Mu tried his hardest to control the dandelions. Despite not being able to fully control them, he was able to steer them in a different direction and send tens of thousands of dandelions towards the donkey. The donkey was beyond excitement. It ate crazily. Inside the secret chamber, Chen Mu sensed the growing light inside the donkey, and an ugly grin split his face wide open. He knew that the parasitic dandelion would suck all life dry. The donkey had eaten so many of them that the parasites inside it were innumerable. He could almost imagine the moment when the plan was kicked into action, the moment the devouring took place. It would meet a gruesome end. I'll kill it first, then I'll kill its master. Chen Mu's lips tilted upward into a cold, cruel sneer. His eyes shone with a terrible light. Chapter 425, The Perfected Foundation Establishment Realm. Chapter 425, The Perfected Foundation Establishment Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. During this period of collaboration between the black-robed man and Chen Mu, Wang Baoli was also reaching a critical stage of his cultivation. At the moment, he was sitting cross-legged inside his secret chamber. His cultivation roared and rumbled inside his body, churning continuously inside him. The fourth heavenly thunder was about to be formed. The lightning Tao, first volume, allowed him to form the first heavenly thunder during the early stage foundation establishment realm and second during the mid-stage. In the late stage, he was able to form the third heavenly thunder. The formation of the fourth heavenly thunder meant that Wang Baoli was able to reach the perfected foundation establishment realm. If he continued to practice the lightning Tao, first volume, when he finally broke through the perfected foundation establishment realm, reached the core formation realm, and became a core formation realm cultivator, he would be able to form a lightning core. The power of the lightning core would be immense. Besides being in possession of such power and strength, the ethereal Tao College would also let him have the next mystic art, the lightning Tao, second volume. This mystic art could be practiced until one reached the nascent soul realm. However, in the few decades of the spirit inception era, no one had managed to do that. However, within the ethereal Tao College, the lightning Tao, first volume was one of the most appropriate and best mystic arts to practice. Not everyone could master it and had access to it. Only those qualified were able to practice it. The mystic art could be considered one of the more complete mystic techniques. It could bring one towards the nascent soul realm. That was why the ethereal Tao College had this mystic technique prepared for Wang Baoli. To a certain degree, they had placed great hopes in Wang Baoli. They hoped that he would be able to travel far on that Tao path. They hoped that he wouldn't only form a lightning core, but that he would also form a lightning soul. Wang Baoli's speed of cultivation had resulted in his achieving the perfected foundation establishment realm within a short period of time. This might have drawn slight attention, but it wasn't something too strange or shocking. The spirit inception era might still be in its dawn, but it was filled with opportunities. There were others with an even more accelerated cultivation speed compared to Wang Baoli. However, to achieve the nascent soul realm within a few decades required almost a miracle as well as immense natural talents. Despite suspicions of many about the existence of nascent soul realm cultivators in this world, officially, there were none in the Federation. There must be nascent soul realm cultivators in the Federation. Wang Baoli opened his eyes abruptly. He could feel the continuous eruptions of cultivation inside his body. Pieces of a puzzle started surfacing in his mind, forming a blurry picture. However, with the increase of his cultivation and the elevation of his status, and with his increased understanding and knowledge of the inner workings of the Federation, especially after his trip to the Martian research facility, his belief regarding the presence of nascent soul realm cultivators in the Federation grew stronger. This matter was still a distant concern to him. Wang Baoli quickly set aside his distractions and focused fully on the impending breakthrough in his cultivation. His cultivation continued to churn, and he could feel the fourth heavenly thunder rapidly forming. The path of the lightning Dao must be taken, however, there's another path that no one else knows about, one that I must travel as well. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. At that moment, dark fire appeared in his eyes. The path that no one else knew was the dark art. He had formed 3 dark fires now. The next step was to fuse the 3 fires together to create a dark core. That was the dark art's journey to the core formation realm. Wang Baoli could clearly see his path towards the core formation realm. He didn't want only a single core, he wanted to form cores using both the lightning Dao and the dark art. He wanted twin cores. His twin cores would allow him to surpass others vastly in the core formation realm. His strength and power would surpass his peers in the same realm, like what had happened when he was at the Foundation Establishment realm. This might prove to be an almost insurmountable challenge to others, but Wang Baoli felt that the divine armament catacombs beneath the new city provided him with the perfect environment to achieve his goal. His spirit soaring and his mood merry, Wang Baoli continued to let his cultivation churn inside his body for the next 9 days. Finally, a loud roar rumbled inside his head. His cultivation erupted at that moment and reached a breakthrough. At that moment, his aura, his energy, his cultivation, everything about him swiftly reached its height of power and strength. It was akin to someone wearing tightly fitted attire that bound their body tightly, and then continuing to exert force and eat until their body grew fatter and their clothes finally reached their limits, exploding. As soon as the first set of clothes exploded, they formed a looser set of long robes. Wang Baoli felt unimaginably comfortable as he felt an endless source of cultivation inside him unfurling outwards. This wasn't yet the end of his breakthrough. The moment his cultivation passed the stage of late-stage Foundation Establishment realm, and arrived at the perfected Foundation Establishment realm, the green lotus inside his body started to quiver violently. It exuded waves of vitality that filled Wang Baoli's entire body. His physical body continued to strengthen. Every muscle, every bone, every meridian inside him seemed to be strengthened. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. The sudden eruption sent his vitality and life energy surging, and they reached terrifying heights. It was like a vast ocean. Such a thick and robust wave of vitality meant that Wang Baoli's healing ability would be equally astonishing, and this was only a minor breakthrough in the Foundation Establishment realm. Wang Baoli's future strength and power when he reached the core formation realm, should he continue to practice and cultivate in this manner, would be unimaginable. The perfected Foundation Establishment realm. Wang Baoli burst out into laughter. He could feel the formation of the fourth heavenly thunder as well as the vast quantities of lightning bolts inside his body. He could also feel the 3 dark fires surging into life with the elevation of his cultivation, seeming to show signs of fusion. This cheered Wang Baoli up immensely. He was about to test his power and compare it with his past strength, but before he could get to his feet, a moment after he had reached a breakthrough in cultivation and just as his dark fires were on the verge of fusion, suddenly, alarm flashed across Wang Baoli's face. He lowered his head suddenly. He could hear distant, muffled murmurs. They seemed to be coming from deep beneath him, from deep inside the divine armament catacombs. Dark child! Dark child! This was the first time Wang Baoli had heard voices from the divine armament catacombs during cultivation. It was clear that he was the only one who could hear the voice as nothing had changed around him. The entire new city remained as it was. What made Wang Baoli even more certain that he was the only one who could hear this voice was the implicit beckoning that seemed to accompany the voice rising from deep underground. It was as if there was a presence deep inside the divine armament catacombs that was beckoning Wang Baoli, that longed for Wang Baoli to approach. Wang Baoli's breathing grew heavier. He had previously ventured into the catacombs and had experienced a similar, indistinct feeling, but that feeling was incomparable to what he was feeling now. The voice echoed in his head, its beckoning ringing out clearly. The voice and its beckoning didn't persist. As the churning cultivation inside Wang Baoli's body settled down, and as the fusion of the dark fires reached a certain point and ceased, the voice gradually faded away. However, this meant something important to Wang Baoli. Both Master Zhao's prediction and my own gut feelings are saying that the divine armament lying below is likely a dark artifact. Little Missy also said that it used to belong to her. That means, maybe, this dark artifact could technically be seen as mine as well. Wang Baoli blinked. He thought his analysis correct and his logic impeccable. After all, this item belonged to Little Missy, and Little Missy belonged to him. That meant that this dark artifact naturally belonged to him as well. At that thought, Wang Baoli was instantly tempted, but he had a feeling that dangers lurked in the divine armament catacombs. Even if he had mastered the dark art, he shouldn't enter the catacombs carelessly. He decided to wait for the wall to be fully eroded and for the powerful cultivators of the Federation to enter the catacombs, then, he would tag along. By then, his cultivation would have reached a certain level as well. With Little Missy's help, there was a great chance of him getting ahead of the rest and stealing the dark artifact away without anyone's notice. I'll take the lion's share then. They can split what remains amongst themselves. Sounds fine to me. Wang Baoli thought himself rather generous. He wasn't one to monopolize everything. He got distracted by his wonderful character for a while before taking a deep breath and standing up. With a slight sway, he dashed out. There wasn't even time for the roar of the sound barrier being broken to thunder before he stopped inches before the wall. He assessed his speed and grew excited. Quicker by more than 2 times. He tightened his fists, wanting to test how much his strength had increased. However, he considered the fact that he was currently at home. He left the secret chamber and went outside. He found Chen Mu's residence in the area, which Chen Mu had never visited, and sent a punch flying out. A loud thunder rumbled in the skies. Array formations had protected Chen Mu's residence, but one punch from Wang Baoli sent most of them collapsing. The sound of the punch drew the attention of the guards in the residential area. They hurried over and were about to start their scolding when they saw that the perpetrator of the crime was their city lord Wang Baoli. Every one of them sucked in a deep breath and hurried away. They pretended not to have seen anything and ignored Wang Baoli's loud laughter ringing out in the air behind them.